Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to City Hall and to our council chambers. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Johnny Shea with Heritage Baptist Church. Pastor?
Thank you. Let's pray. Father, thank you for the privilege, the honor that we have to come before you in prayer, knowing that you hear us. We don't just want this to be a time that takes up a portion of our schedule, but we're coming before you because we truly need you today. We are a poor and needy people, so incapable even of governing ourselves, let alone others, without your help. So we ask that you would go before us, that you would grant wisdom, guidance, patience to all of us, that you would give safety to our families, to our city, to our country, that we would turn to you and follow you so that we could see your blessings unfold in our life. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Pastor Che, thank you very much. Our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Keegan Setliff. He is a 12th grader, senior at Arlington Heights Christian School. He's vice president of the River Hills 4-H Club, and he is going to graduate magna cum laude with honors. Way to go.
Will you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now on the honoring of the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Keegan, and good luck with your studies. All right, City Secretary Rebecca Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Gail Hernandez. Here. Michael Hunter. Here. Jim Klein. Here. Mike Pesley. Here. Everett Roy.
Present.
Dan Suckley. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. And before we go on to our City Manager's report, I want to read a proclamation to kick off Hispanic Heritage Month. So whereas each year Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, and the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson and was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th. It was enacted into law on August 17th of 1988. And whereas the history of Hispanics in America is the story of America itself, and the Hispanic community's values, love of family, a deep and abiding faith, and a strong work ethic are America's values. And whereas from those who trace their roots to America's earliest days to those who recently came to the United States carrying nothing but hope for a better life, Hispanics have always been an integral to our national story. And America is a richer and more vibrant country because of the contributions of Hispanics. And whereas Hispanics have played a vital role in the moments and movements that have shaped our country, and they've enriched our culture and brought creativity and innovation to everything from sports to the sciences, from the arts to our economy, and have made invaluable contributions through their service to our country. And whereas the rich ethnic heritage of Hispanic Americans gives us cause to celebrate because it is a proud and colorful portion of our nation's heritage, reaffirming our belief in the principles of liberty and democratic government. And the future of Corpus Christi is great linked to the future of our Hispanic community. And our city thrives on the diversity and ingenuity of all of our people. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim September the 15th through October the 15th of 2024 National Hispanic Heritage Month in Corpus Christi, Texas. So that's it. And I want to also give an applause to the Ray Texan Mariachi group who voluntarily came over and played some music for us this morning. It was absolutely beautiful. So thank you to them for joining us this morning at City Hall.
Nice. Great, thank you, Mayor. And I'm not sure if you acknowledged it, but the decorations here in the chamber, as well as City Hall, each floor has decorations. And at your request, most of us are dressed with some appropriate attire for today.
That's right.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to our second item, Mayor, which is an item on Conquer the Coast, which is one of our premier athletic events in our city that draws, and you'll see from the presentation, registrants from the nation, and a lot from outside of Corpus Christi, a lot of areas in Texas. So this next item is a presentation of Conquer the Coast, and it's going to be done by Al Areola, the president and CEO of the United Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is the lead agency putting this Conquer the Coast bike event together. And this is the 22nd annual bike ride. It's a signature event for our city, and it welcomes over 1,000 cyclists from throughout Texas and the country. And so we're excited about it because, one, it focuses on individual health, and two, it gives a chance for us to showcase our city and beautiful area that we live in. The event is a great opportunity for visitors to come and see the excellent bike facilities that we have here and bike corridors for riding. Lastly, this year we'll commemorate what will be the last ride over the existing Harbor Bridge. Because by next year it could be almost demolished, or at least it'll be out of service with the new Harbor Bridge as the primary access across the ship channel. So this is the last year for that ride. The shirt, the jersey as they call them, it does have the bridge on there. And oh good, thank you, Councilman. And couldn't really see you over there. And so that's a neat part of this ride. So from a nostalgia standpoint, this adds a third layer to the ride this year. So with that, we're going to have Al Areola come up and give us some key highlights about Conquer the Coast, sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm actually going to defer to our chair for Conquer the Coast, Sam Longoria.
Thank you, Al. Thank you, City Council, Mayor, and City Council staff. As Al said, my name's Sam Longoria. I'm the chair of Conquer the Coast Committee. I'm thrilled to be here today as we prepare for one of our city's most exciting and impactful events, Conquer the Coast. First, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the incredible communities and partners who have made this event possible. Your unwavering support, dedication are the heart of Conquer the Coast success. I'd also like to take a moment to specifically thank City of Corpus Christi and its leadership. We're grateful for the tremendous assistance from our Parks and Recreation Department, Public Works, Police, and Fire departments. Your efforts ensure not only to the success of this event, but also the safety of every participant and spectator. From preparing the roads and managing traffic to providing critical emergency services, we couldn't do this without you. This year's Conquer the Coast is especially significant as it marks, hopefully, the final ride across the Harbor Bridge. This iconic structure has been a memorable part of our event, and while we bid it farewell, we're equally excited about the new bridge and what it will bring for next year's ride. We can't wait enough to offer our riders a fresh, stunning view of our region from this new landmark. With more than 1,300 riders expected this year, including many from out of town, Conquer the Coast will bring a major economic boost to our community. These riders will stay in our hotels, enjoy our restaurants, and support our local businesses, driving growth and strengthening our local economy. This event is a shining example of what we can achieve when we work together. It's the collaboration between local businesses, volunteers, government partners, and the wider community that makes this all possible. By joining forces, we can showcase the very best Corpus Christi has to offer our visitors. As we look to the future, our commitment to this event remains strong. While this year will be our last ride on the Harbor Bridge, next year's promises an exciting new chapter on the new bridge. We look forward to continuing to grow Conquer the Coast and making it an even bigger success for years to come. To all the riders and participants, we're excited to welcome you. We hope you take full advantage of the unique experiences our city has to offer. And to our local sponsors, partners, and especially the city departments that have worked tirelessly to make this event possible, thank you for your continued support. Together, we're not just hosting an event, we're creating memories, building connections, and strengthening our community. Thank you.
Any questions from the council on that one, or comments, or?
No, but you can remind us
Okay,
what.
Sam, thank you.
How many, is there some multiple, I guess, multiple options?
Yes, do you guys,
it
Sam, do you
Sam?
have the right, this,
66.
Oh, was it up there?
Yeah, 66, 21, and 10.
60?
no, but how many, like the registrants signed up for each one? Do we have that detail?
I think, from what I recall, we're a little over 800 on the 66.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
800
it's,
individuals for the
That's
66.
a lot of miles to.
Yeah,
And so there'll obviously be staggered starts, the 66 starting first.
Right.
But, yeah, we definitely look forward to that.
and it starts at Whataburger, everything's at Whataburger Field, the beginning, and then the end, you know, the celebration of the recoveries there as well.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Definitely the recovery
Yeah.
celebration. We have some good music.
There's
We're
music
partnering
and
with some,
food.
food as
Yeah.
well, so.
People make an
definitely-
event out of it. People will
They
be
do.
coming into the community probably Thursday night, but Friday night for sure.
Right.
Friday,
So
hopefully through the weekend.
Right, so our hotel stays benefit, you know, the hoteliers
Huge
benefit
impact.
from, yeah.
Huge impact, and I
Yeah.
remember I did ride, I think
Yeah.
it was the 10 mile, I won't say 66 mile. I rode the 10 mile, and I met people from out of the country that came here for
Yeah.
this specific event. It's very, very popular. So thank you, Sam, thank you for chairing it, and just, you know, the chamber for continuing to support this. This is a huge impact, and I'd love to see those numbers
yeah.
after the fact.
Yeah.
Most definitely, and again, thank you to our city and city staff for helping us with this.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here, Sam.
Sam, thank you. And we do have some alumni here from the Islanders. So this does benefit education as much as it's a community showcase and a physical fitness event. The proceeds that are generated go all towards education in 3 different venues. One is through the Islanders Scholarship Fund, which helps student athletes with scholarships from our great university where we were at last week with the state. And then also the Chamber has a fund for education-based programs. And the third one helps children out in giving them bicycles, which otherwise they wouldn't have. So it's not necessarily an education-based, but a physical fitness opportunity for youth at a disadvantage and wouldn't have access to a bicycle, but for these funds. So it has a great cause for those reasons as well. Okay, great. So the last item then, Mayor, is an update on our third quarter budget and finance. I know we're probably just about capped out on budget material, but this is one more quarterly report that I'm required to give to the City Council based on our charter. And so we're going to put up a PowerPoint. This is a high-level summary of what is I don't have the page numbers on it, but a pretty extensive financial report that is put out. I have a copy here with me, and this is placed on our website after today's presentation. It's been something this city has been doing even prior to 5 years ago, which demonstrates a good culture of strong financial astuteness and being aware of our finances. And so this presentation is the third quarter for the current fiscal year that we're in. It covers the months through June, so it's last October all the way through this June, and much of this material is included in the FY25 proposed budget presentation, so there's no new numbers here necessarily. A lot of the assumptions that were made to develop the budget are coming out to be actuals in our actual receipt of revenues and actual expenditures, and so there's no new money from this exercise today that I'm going to talk to you about, because any savings and any additional revenue were already assumed in the beginning balance of our FY25 budget. These figures, just back one more slide, these figures here are unaudited, and we'll have the city's final audit later next year to justify all the numbers or certify all the numbers. So this table here is our general fund. That'll be the first fund that we go over, and our revenues, if you look at the far right bottom, are $2.2 million better than what we thought. This is through the third quarter of the fiscal year, and those dollars were assumed already. If you compare it to the last presentation I gave, the second quarter report, it's down a little bit, and that's primarily from the industrial district, where after they settled some of their property value work with the Nueces appraisal district will be providing small refunds, and so that difference you can see there of $2.5 million less than planned. That's through their right to contest property values, and it was settled, and so there's a little bit of difference there. You can see sales tax remains strong, $1.8 million over the plan, which is good. And on property tax, the other big revenue, a little less than the budget. It's due to persons not paying in a timely manner. We've been watching it closely, so our collection rate normally is around 97.5% or so. It's a little less this year, but that'll catch up over time as people submit their payments. So on the expenditure side of the general fund, on third quarter, the plan was about $257 to be spent of the $362 million. This is all operating expenditures, so it's things like police services, fire services, street reconstruction, animal care, code, and so on. So through the third quarter actual, about $243 million has actually been spent for a variance of $14.1 million. So any variance like this here has already been assumed to be fund balance and used in balancing our FY25 budget that we'll take up later in this meeting. So we did have quite a few budget initiatives in the current year. There were a total of 88, in fact, of about almost 31 million, and we're completing those. About half are complete, and almost the other half, well, about 2/3 of the other half are on schedule, meaning they had a longer lead for completion, and then 18 are slightly behind schedule, and some of those are areas out of our control, like long lead times and getting stuff delivered to us when we procure it. Some of those listed there are just some of the examples of what was in the current year budget. We added animal care officer positions, police officer positions, and firefighter positions. So our next fund that also is on the agenda today in some format is our hotel occupancy tax revenue. And we've been talking to the council about this. It's a little bit of a variance here. Still, the HUT collections are coming in generally well, even though July, because of some rain events, caused some less than anticipated bookings in our hotels, but about a $200,000 variance to the negative below the planned amount through the first 9 months of the year. So adjustments have been made, especially in the Visit Corpus Christi area, to mitigate this, and we don't see any issue here. On the two utility funds, our big water and wastewater enterprise funds, these charts show the revenues and the expenditures. So revenues have been tracking good through each of the quarters on the water fund, even though we do have restrictions in place, so about 100,000 better than what was planned. And expenditures, a little bit of variance there, about 6.8 million less being spent than what was the planned amount. And then on the wastewater fund, the revenues are coming in pretty strong at 4.1 million over the variance, and then our expenditures saving about 4 million. But through the last 3 months, it's quite likely those dollars will be spent to complete the work of this fiscal year. And then we're going to conclude this by talking about our capital improvement program. We're always happy to talk about this because of process improvements that this City Council has endorsed. We're moving our programs along much faster than what the city has had in the past. So when we look at the two most recent bond programs, Bond 2022, it had 32 projects, and 28 of those projects, this is the most recent one, are under design, and 3 projects are under construction. And then the prior bond program to that, Bond 2020, had 42 projects. 40 projects are either completed or under construction, and 1 project was a design only, and that's being worked on, and so there's a good report on that bond program. Okay, and then the final slide here is the third. This does represent the third quarter report, and again, interested parties and the City Council will be sending you this via email today. But it's our financial report that has a lot more detail on all the funds that are in our program, or in our business, I should say, our nonprofit business. But the summary here is that the general fund revenues are consistent with the projections, which is good news. We want to be well financially managed and have a strong financial position, and we do. revenue as demonstrated. Our HUT revenues are generally consistent with the projections, and our spending is as well. And our two big utility funds, water and wastewater, that are operated with the utility payments. So our general fund, property tax revenue and sales tax does not pay for these operations. It's all based on the utility fee. Those are consistent with the projections. And then we continue to have great delivery on our CIP projects, as you can see across the entire community. So there are some next steps. We will be closing out this fiscal year, FY24, at the end of September, which is right around the corner. And then we'll begin the official closeout of the financial year. We have an external auditor do a financial assessment of our revenues and expenditures, known as our annual financial audit. It's presented to the audit committee that Councilman Hernandez chairs later in the spring next year. And then also on October 1, the new fiscal year will begin, fiscal year 2025. I'll present that final quarter for this current fiscal year, which is the fourth quarter budget and finance report. We'll do that later in December when we close out the September month and then reconcile that.
Perfect.
So that concludes the presentation. Mayor, I'm here for any questions. I think some of our budget folks are as well, in case there's any extremely complicated questions.
We have no questions or comments. Peter, thank you for that update. We appreciate it. And it is a couple of minutes to noon, so we will go ahead and move on to item F, which is our public comment. So as we proceed there, I just want to take a moment to emphasize a couple of things. We handle very significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adhere to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place for over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it's certainly not the sole method. You can also reach out to myself or your council members by way of phone calls, emails, or even scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, let's proceed to public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to this policy. Before I begin, I would like to ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum, and they'll be displayed on the screens above. Mr. Risley. Can you turn your microphone?
Polite and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matters is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. Individuals will be called upon in order that they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comment. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. If you'll please state your name and home address before beginning your comments, that would be appreciated. You have two opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. The first one is at this time, and the second would be when the item is actually heard. Please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned at the city secretary's desk will assist in managing that allotted time. And if you have a petition or any relevant information, if you'll please present it to the city secretary before speaking, we'd appreciate that. So that said, we are going to start with Mr. John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. I will be addressing the mayor and city council relating city-related matters within my constitutional rights, according to the city attorney, section 5J. At last week's council meeting, Councilmember Pusley made a statement of fact that wasn't true. He stated that's about the 4th or 5th time he has read that statement. The first time I even saw that statement was August 21st, 2024. Last week was the first time I read it. I have my past comments in this stack of papers here. Why would a council member make a statement of fact that is untrue? Everyone pull out your phone, search Mike Pusley on desal, and you can read his statement on his website for yourselves. You may want to take a screenshot in case he deletes it. Now we have the COO of the water department saying, I'll be the first to tell you. No, he wasn't the first to tell you. I told you on August 13th when I started my comments with, the end of April, Drew Molly became aware of a letter claiming the proposed Inner Harbor desal plant, quote, will not comply with TCQ standards and thus not be protective of marine life. That was the letter his staff got from a reporter who is trying to meet with him. The reason I told you is because I thought you would want to know this information, because it doesn't look like it was shared with the council, and it for sure wasn't shared with the public. Then he forwarded it to many people, as can be seen here. The former port attorney states, Ken Britton's email acknowledges that EFDC Plus modeling may be disparaging and a roadblock to the city's project. Attorneys are careful with their words, so I assume Ken Britton's email stated those things. The only way I could confirm the statements in the letter were correct was to get the model and run it, which I did with help from very smart people. The EFDC Plus modeling is disparaging to the city's project. The port's suspended La Quinta Channel project fares much better. I just wanted to make sure the council had all available information regarding the Inner Harbor project before they start spending hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars on a plant the model shows won't meet the standards. If that happens, this 30 MGD plant might only be able to operate at 10 MGD or less, tripling the cost of the already very expensive water. As always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Sean Flanagan.
I wait for the agenda item.
Okay. Patricia Anderson. Okay. Rachel Caballero. Is Rachel here? Yes. Okay.
Here, Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. I am still waiting to hear back on your request, Mayor, to the city manager regarding the residential street repair list from August 13th. Today is September 17th. I wonder if the rest of the community gets treated this way when information is offered during public comment and then no information is ever sent. This is misleading to the participants of council meetings, thinking that you all are actually following through on the things you promise citizens during public comment. This is absolutely unacceptable. I'm here to speak against the city manager's dream of wanting a $300,000 recording studio. First of all, join the club. In all seriousness, you all have to be kidding, right? We've increased community fees pretty much across the board. The budget is astronomically high. Community services have been adjusted because of lack of funds. You all are forcibly shoving a $757 million experimental desal plant you want to force the community to pay for, and here we are with yet another want instead of what the community needs. When is this madness going to end? Why do we as community members have to come here during our lunch and ask you all to use common sense when using our tax dollars? This should be voted against today. We all have to deal with outdated equipment. If there is that much of a need, use a locally owned recording studio and contribute back to the locally owned businesses and prove your support for us and not just industry and big corporations. All of these wants need to be deferred until after the election, as none of these things are urgent. I would like to ask our current representatives that you require the city manager to quit disparaging our community members on air and in public that are making the time to get involved in what is happening in our local government. You work for us. Council is only your supervisor, of which they are epically failing at. Per CCW CEO Drew Molly, not only is the proposed desalination plant experimental, but so is the equipment and the process that is going to be used. Why is this council okay with making our Corpus Christi Bay the guinea pig of new engineering? We have to quit comparing ourselves to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay has a direct feed to the Gulf of Mexico. You just got to look at a map, guys. That's all you got to do is look at a map. They have a direct feed into the Gulf of Mexico. Our Corpus Christi Bay does not have a direct outlet to the Gulf. Have the day you deserve.
Thank you. And can we get Ms. Caballero, Peter, the information she needs on streets?
Yeah, we'll work to get that for her.
Great, thank you. Anthony Aquino.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your service and happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Honorable members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I come before you to discuss a matter
Excuse me, sir, can you state your name and address, please?
I'm sorry. Anthony Aquino and 3901 Castle Ridge. So, should I restart?
Sure.
Keep going. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. And thank you for your service. Honorable members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I come before you to discuss a matter of great importance, the need for transparency and comprehensive information regarding the COVID-19 vaccine. In our pursuit of public health and safety, it is crucial that we provide our community with all the information they need to make informed decisions. As it is written in John 8:32, then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. This profound truth underscores the importance of transparency by ensuring that every individual has access to the most accurate and complete information about this vaccine. We empower them to make choices that are best for their health and well-being. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a challenging time for everyone. In the face of uncertainty and fear, misinformation and confusion can spread as quickly as the virus itself. Therefore, it is our responsibility to counteract these challenges with clarity, honesty. Providing the most detailed factual information about the COVID vaccine helps dispel myths and alleviate concerns, guiding our community towards informed decisions. Light is the only thing that can dispel darkness. Furthermore, Proverbs 4:7 reminds us the beginning of wisdom is this: get wisdom. Though it costs you all you have, get understanding. It is through understanding that we build trust and foster a sense of security among our residents by openly sharing the benefits, risks, and scientific basis of the vaccine. We demonstrate our commitment to their health and collective good. Furthermore, requiring an informed consent specific to the COVID mRNA vaccine encourages personal accountability and the need for all to take responsibility for decisions made regarding health. Let us embrace the spirit of truth and wisdom as we move forward. In doing so, we honor our duty to protect and serve our community effectively. Together, let us strive for a future where every individual is equipped with the knowledge specific to the COVID vaccine that they need and the specific authorization to this vaccine to safeguard their health and well-being. Thank you, and God bless the city of Corpus Christi.
Thank you, Mr. Aquino. Mirza Pearson.
Good day, Mayor, council members. My name is Mirza Pearson, founder of Coastal Bend Restaurant Week, and I reside at 922 Coral Place in District 2. For the past 4 years, I've had the pleasure of representing over 50 local restaurants throughout our city. Our event has launched new concepts, generated months' worth of income in a week, basically, for some of our participants, and helped sustain businesses post-COVID. We've seen firsthand the positive impact of our community, from increased food traffic to the revival of beloved family-owned establishments. However, I may be a little late to speak on behalf of our local businesses. This year, many are facing the rising price of inflation, challenges brought by adverse summer weather. 2 storms significantly restricted our tourist visits, severely impacting our economy and causing waitstaff to seek other employment. Our restaurant owners are under immense pressure to keep prices low while maintaining quality, which is becoming increasingly difficult. I also want to mention that this may be the last year for Coastal Bend Restaurant Week. Several restaurants had to drop out due to understaffing, some closed, and a high cost of ingredients. Despite these challenges, many local businesses, restaurateurs, and food enthusiasts came together to ensure the event could happen. We rely on volunteers and are incredibly grateful to everyone in our community. We remain optimistic and hope to continue for many years to come. Thank you for your help in supporting CBRW throughout the years. Coastal Bend Restaurant Week is committed to supporting our local restaurants, especially during these tough times. The recent announcement of increased permit fees is not only it's manageable, but it's disappointing. When our community sees a big push for convention center hotel and big business, it reminds us that the priorities of our city officials may not align with the needs of small businesses and tourism. With over 15 years in the events and entertainment industry, partnerships with Marriott International, 3 Guinness Book World Records from the most visited tourism destination in the world, I can confidently say that Corpus Christi is not yet ready for large events. We need to focus on the growth of our local small businesses, creating a place where people want to come for the weekend of it. Cities like Fredericksburg, Texas, Groom, Texas, Key West, Florida, Newport Beach, Rhode Island, to name a few, thrive on their local small businesses for tourism. Here's an idea. Let's start a small business grant for local-only businesses with 20 employees or less. I bet more than half our guests here will donate $1 to begin a small business grant fully supported by our city through donations from our residents. The current grants are complicated and geared towards large economic development, pushing towards loans and interest. We need a simpler, more supportive approach for our small businesses. Thank you. And for the record, I love Corpus Christi. I have lived all over the world and all over the United States. This is home. I want to see it thrive. Please help us.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Jason Page.
Jason Page, 3515 Floyd Street. I'm going to talk to you all today about item 22, also 24-1419, and that's regarding the studio and the expenses. Now, I agree that, our studio probably needs to be updated in some ways, but going through the price list of items that are in there, some of them just seem a little exorbitant, especially because I'm in the photo and video industry. I understand what it is, and I know some of these items may sound completely Greek to you, but that's why I want y'all to just ask the questions, pull the item, and get some clarification. One, the agenda memo states that it's going to be $300,000 in expenditures, but the price list is $382,000. So it'd be nice to get some clarification as to what might be cut. And perhaps some of the items that I'm going to list may be cut from that. I don't know, because the price list doesn't indicate that. The city already uses FX3 and FX6 cameras from Sony. Those range from $4,000 to $6,000 a piece. So why does the city need to buy a Guardians of the Galaxy quality red Raptor 8K video camera in order to do productions here for the city? For that same amount of $40,000, we could buy a few more of the cameras that they already use every single day. Also, another item, 4 $3,400 tripods comes out to $13,600. You can find the same quality much cheaper. We don't need to have the absolute cream of the crop. Another item, $2,100 chairs for, I guess, the editing studio. They're asking for 7 of those. That comes out to $14,900. That is half of the average wage that people in Corpus Christi make. That's a lot of money. Another item is a Leica M11 rangefinder camera and 1 lens that comes with it. Total for that is $14,900. I get it, it's a great camera. It's something that, professionals do use, but that's not a type of camera for the city of Corpus Christi. For that same price, you could outfit 2 Canon R5 bodies and lenses and have 2 cameras that people can take out and use. In addition, for the cinema camera that's $40,000, they're also outfitting $21,000 for 5 lenses to utilize with that. So altogether, a cinema camera for what's that, $61,000? That's just a little absurd for, any kind of productions that the city is going to be doing. That total amount of the items that I listed, it's $104,000, or 27% of what the requested amount is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. And for the record, that it's been communicated that item along with, I think, another one will, or has been pulled from the agenda. So we won't be hearing that. And that we'll get some clarification as well. I think there were some questions on that item prior to, this meeting starting. So just so everybody knows, that item has been pulled or will be pulled officially when we get to it. Daniel Resley.
Daniel Resley, 2313 Louisville Drive. There's been quite a bit of controversy with our public libraries lately on books that are appropriate or not appropriate. I've heard both sides. A few of us have put together a sample of the public library collection development policy that includes the changes and guidance that we'd like to see implemented. I have a copy of what we have come up with. I'd like to give to each and every council member and the mayor to review. And hopefully you'll look at it cover to cover and should meet with your approval. And I don't know what the procedure is.
You can hand it to our
Everybody's
city
pointing that
secretary.
way.
The city secretary.
Oh, okay. And hopefully the goal is to solve this issue once and for all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Resley. Creston Cook.
Creston Cook, Executive Director, South Texas Military Task Force, 4718 Mars Hill, City of Corpus Christi. First of all, thank you, Corpus Christi, for your support of our mission. Our mission is to preserve, protect, communicate, and expand the value of our area military facilities. We also act as a liaison in providing legislative advocacy for our area military and their families at local, state, and federal levels. We represent Naval Air Stations Corpus Christi and Kingsville, Corpus Christi Army Depot, and Corpus Christi Coast Guard Air Station and Sector. I'm here today to voice support for the city's DAG grant proposal applications. The DAG program is an invaluable resource to Texas military installations and communities. It provides cost-share funding to improve the military value of our area installations and ultimately provides significant positive economic impact to the Corpus Christi area. Improving our area military facilities is also essential as the military services as they look for homes for future workload and improves our standing in the event of a possible new round of base realignment and closure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Mark Munster.
Mark Munster, 1013 Barracuda. I'm here today to continue to express my disappointment in how the city is handling the Inner Harbor desalination project and the lack of transparency around it. The reasoning for not completing the far-field model, that it's apparently too expensive or wouldn't help defend the permit, I don't think that should be an excuse when it's something that could give us critical information on how the project is going to affect our bay and environment. And at this point, it doesn't matter who brought these concerns up, whether a city official or a port attorney. The concerns about the environment are real. We don't need proof that our bay is vulnerable to serious environmental damage, as those concerns have been long raised by the community. What we need is real answers and accountability to the residents. Earlier this year, there was supposed to be a town hall about water issues hosted by CC Water, but it got canceled and never rescheduled. That's not okay when we're talking about a project this big. On top of that, the city is about to take on a huge sum of debt for the desal project while we still have stormwater legacy debts at this time of more than $200 million. This project is going to have financial consequences for the residents through their water rates. In April, we had the TCEQ hearing where more than 200 people showed up and more than 80 spoke against the project. And since there hasn't been a town hall, like I don't know what you expect people that have concerns about this project. What else we can do? I just want the city to be upfront and clear with us. We deserve to know the full picture and understand the real impacts of this project. If it was tangibly benefiting residents, show us how. Please do the due diligence required, and it's frustrating that it hasn't been done given how long this project has been in discussion. We're just concerned about the bay and our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munster. Emily Barrera.
My name is Emily Barrera, 1013 Barracuda, and I am a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi. My comments are going to be presented for the sake of showing my concern for the city's goal towards the Inner Harbor desalination plant. I speak solely as a concerned member of my community. With that being said, my current understanding is that the presented benefits of this plan is that we will have more usable fresh water after undergoing the desalination process. In theory, we all know how well our city's residents can benefit from having a consistent flow of clean water available. I have no issue with that. My issue comes from the environmental impacts associated with the desalination process. We cannot afford for the salinity levels of our bay to further rise from this plant's brine discharge. We're presented with the same half-hearted answer every time we try to further dig into the ramifications presented, and I really don't feel as if our city is fully equipped to deal with this. In addition to this, I know I speak on behalf of several members of Corpus Christi when I can say that we also cannot afford to have our water rates go up to fund this proposition. It is estimated that the plant would be costing almost $760 million in addition to annual maintenance costs. Why are we expected to face the blade of the same sword that swings against us, that swings against our precious environment, against our peoples and communities and marine life? This brings me to my third concern. This plant doesn't seem to be in the best interest of our residents, but more so to industry. Why is it that companies like Valero or Exxon pay less per gallon while using upwards of 10 million gallons per day? Residents already pay so much while taking up so little of our city's water supply, less than 15% to be exact. You cannot tell us that this plant is installed in the best interest of our people when the majority of the best interest is most definitely to industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Barrera. William Johnson. Oh, William.
Morning all. My name is William Johnson and I reside at 338 Rosebud Avenue. I'm also here to address agenda item 22 or 2419 concerning the proposed purchase of communications equipment. I know it's already been pulled, but I still like to speak on it. As a local videographer with over 20 years of professional experience, including 8.5 years working with camera and photo equipment at KIII and extensive collaboration with local municipalities and businesses, I have significant experience in this field. I've also participated in both small and large-scale commercial productions in the region. Through my years of experience, I have learned that the quality of work is not solely dependent on the tools, but rather the individual using them. With this in mind, as a taxpayer, I am concerned about the proposed budget allocation with certain equipment, which I believe is better utilized to invest in creative talent. I have specific concerns regarding some of the cinema equipment listed for purchase. I would like to inquire about the current inventory of equipment used in-house and understand what these new cameras are intended to replace. It seems, in my professional opinion, that someone is trying to pull a fast one here. This gear is better suited for narrative film productions and not tools for a city's communications department. In fact, before committing to excessive expenditures and unneeded production tools, it'd be prudent to assess whether the existing equipment could meet the department's needs. For instance, the $35,000 investment in a camera is an inefficient use of taxpayer funds, especially when a $7,000 camera is more than adequate for that same production. Having been involved in video productions for companies such as Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Warner Brothers, and those are just some here in the area of the Coastal Bend that have come here, I have extensive experience working with a wide range of production equipment in various scenarios. Based on this experience, I can say that this expenditure is unnecessary and represents a misallocation of resources. I respectfully urge this council to reconsider the budget allocation and prioritize hiring skilled, creative individuals. Although a thorough review of the budget may reveal that sufficient tools are already available, potentially saving taxpayers' dollars and still achieving the department's goals. Thank you all and have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I'm not usually the person that brings you a lot of paperwork and stuff, but today I got some information that I thought it was vital for you as a council to look at. I am in favor of desalination, not at the location, but I'm in favor of it, okay? We need water, Texas needs water, and we have to get water. So you have given our city manager the ability to be able to do just that. And what I'm looking at is that obviously some of his staff hasn't been very honest with him, because what was brought to me was public information of the companies that you're going to be looking at. Those companies have had problems, not small ones, big ones. So you need to look at that information before you make any decision on what company you're going to use. Like I said, I'm not against desalination. We need water, and we need it now. And I need for you to make the right decisions for the right time. This material you're looking at is public information. Anyone can get a hold of it. I checked it out. It's valid information. So you need to take a look at it before you make any kind of decisions. And as far as that goes, I've been getting a lot of calls from people about brush pickup. We have brush pickup 4 times a year. You're cutting it down to 2 times a year. So not only are we not going to have good streets, now we're going to have a messy city because you're going to have 2 times a year to pick it up. That doesn't curtail what my things are. I have to pay extra if I want something picked up. Citizens are going to have to pay extra. You need to start thinking about the citizens of Corpus Christi. Not what is good for the budget. I like the quality of life that we're beginning to have. I like that, but I also want a clean city, good streets, and you to make the right decisions for the people, not for what's good for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Tom Taglerboo.
Good afternoon, Tom Taglerboo, 6025 Ocean. Today is an opportunity to show empathy, compassion, civility, not awarded to members of the LGBTQIA community by the library board members. For several months now, the majority of the board have been working without public input or participation to rewrite the collections development policy. The voices of minority communities have been disregarded. Our warning about unconstitutional infringements on rights have been ignored. When we implored the board to retain the principles of diversity, equity, and inclusion in obtaining collections, library employment practices, and customer services so minority communities would feel welcomed, accepted, and valued, the library board slammed the door in our faces and disrespected library employees. When LGBTQIA individuals asked not to be treated as sexual predators or deviants, but as fully human and valued members of this community, the board, through words, actions, and policies, ostracized us, especially our transgender brothers and sisters. We never asked the library to put sexually explicit or age-inappropriate materials in the children's sections of our libraries. I asked them to give real-life examples of this happening in Corpus Christi, and the board blew me off because their claim was bogus. Instead of preserving a library that serves all demographics of its patrons throughout the city, the board constructed a policy designed to turn our libraries into a children's library. It's long past time for the library to step back and look at life through a different lens. What's it like to be a minority in Corpus Christi? What's it like to be discriminated against on the job because of your gender, race, or sexual identity? To know when we walk into a meeting that we're considered less than and unworthy of public services, that the tax dollars we pay for are going to be used against us instead of helping us. To know environmental justice and civil rights are viewed as special treatment. To know the library board advocates against having materials that embraces and showcases the contributions of women, Hispanics, African Americans, or LGBTQIA people and experiences. That the institutional racism, bigotry, bullying, mistreatment, and discrimination experienced by minorities in this community is being erased because that board doesn't like to be reminded of these historic facts. You don't get a pass to eliminate those materials or make them unavailable to the community. That is censorship. And that's what this collections development policy fight is all about. You can write all the code words recommended by Citizens Defending Freedom and Moms for Liberty, but the outcome will still be censorship, book bans, and eliminating materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tagliabue. Ernest Buck.
Ernest Buck, 823 South Water, it's District 1. Speaking on item 9, the additional informed consent item, I'm a retired pediatrician. I've been in town 44 years. I believe this item creates an additional barrier to vaccination, and I think it promotes distrust of our standard public health efforts. I would like to remind you that vaccination is the fourth pillar of public health that doubled our life expectancies during the 20th century. The other three were clean water, adequate sewage handling, antibiotics, and vaccination. I believe this item creates barriers to public health, and so is poor medical policy, but additionally, I think it is poor fiscal policy. For an incompletely vaccinated public means more people out of work, means more children out of school. It means more spread of preventable illness, more people in our hospitals getting expensive care. And should there be an outbreak in our community that's publicized, it will decrease our tourism. And so I ask our council to instead promote full vaccination of Corpus Christi rather than increasing vaccine hesitancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Buck. Becky Moeller. Is Becky Moeller here? Yes, okay.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Becky Moeller, and my residence is within District 4. Freedom is a much-used word. To me,
Ms. Mueller, can you provide your street address, please?
I prefer not to, and I don't believe I have to legally. I'm in District 4. I've spoken here before. Would you please stop the clock while we have this conversation?
I did, ma'am.
And I don't think I need to do that publicly.
Mayor, didn't we have this discussion last week?
We did. Our policy states that citizens state their name and address, not their district.
I reside in District 4, 7217 Sparkle C, and I intend to challenge this, but thank you very much. Now, will my time start all over?
Ms. Mueller, if I may, the city secretary and I did have a conversation about this, so we are looking in terms of changing that.
Okay.
So just so you know, because I understand both sides, and I think it's just something that has been in place forever, but I understand why people don't want to do that, so bear with us, and we're addressing it. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Is my time now starting? Okay. To me, freedom does not mean freedom from something. It means freedom to do something, freedom to choose something. Freedom to read what I desire or what I choose to read at the library. Freedom to receive any medical treatment, vaccines, or freedoms to choose otherwise. Freedom to support electeds of my choice and question those electeds. Freedom to call out public corruption and votes made by elected officials at every level. Freedom to question environmental deeds that poison our water and waste taxpayers' dollars. For example, we just saw the hotel tax was below expectations. I would suspect once the Inner Harbor desal treatment plant is there, it will be worse. Who wants to swim or fish in the brine that we're going to have in the water by the hotels on North Beach? Freedom to protest for the unhoused, for poverty, and for the hungry. Freedom to read policies and try to interpret some of those policies. For example, recently I was at an Ethics Commission meeting, and I thought I was at a Screen Actors Guild training perhaps, a bunch of actors. Is the library board really a part of the city of Corpus Christi? Are they really vetted? Are they really, does this city ordinance apply to them? Well, yes. They filled out an application on a city form. Y'all interviewed them, I suspect. Y'all voted for them. So how could they not be covered by the city ethics ordinances and the Texas Open Meetings Act? I ask not to run from freedom, but to freedom. The freedom to challenge advice that's given to our various boards and commissions. Ethics, city ordinances, and policies are important. State and national laws. Freedom to, not freedom from. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. Bruce Switala.
Bruce Switala in the 2800 block of Hobart Street. I want to give you my permission to be progressive. It means forward-thinking, trailblazing, the ability to do the right thing that others wish they had been the first to do. Teddy Roosevelt's Progressive Party vowed to dissolve the unholy alliance between corrupt business and corrupt politics. Today, money from taxpayers doled out to corrupt pharma companies is the factor in that unholy alliance with corrupt politics, played by those in power over our health. Example, legacy media influence politics and never say anything bad about pharma sponsors. You preside over a health department that also does not have the best interest of Corpus Christi citizens at heart. Example, unwilling to support valuable information for the prospective recipient of a COVID shot to know prevailing data reports about its effects. You also provide over a legal department that is more concerned with the legal security of the status quo than progressively following Texas hire laws describing some vital information be given to recipients. Time, I say, for a personnel change in both departments. That information sheet starts with problems like cancer and sudden death reported over 200% more often than all other vaccines since 1990 and goes up to 1,025% with multiple organ dysfunction. What's hard to understand about that? I heard that most or all of you know about someone negatively affected by these shots. Think about the person you love the most in this world that's a child or grandchild who has not had any vaccine shots to this point. You've just driven your spouse to a vacation spot in the mountains where there's no reception and cannot respond to the text you just read saying this child is scheduled to get the first COVID shot today. You have no way to advise a parent to seek known safer treatments. Wouldn't you want the parents to have the data in hand to make an informed decision? I bet our health department members whisper something to their loved ones. Psst, legal department too. Be progressive today. Favor information. We, your citizens, give you permission.
Thank you, Mr. Switala. Julie Rogers.
All right, thank you, City Secretary. She's passing out a copy of the Constitution from the National Center for Constitutional Studies. Because My name is Julie Rogers, by the way, District 1 Furman Avenue. Today is designated as Constitution Day, September 17th. Happy Constitution Day. I am here today to honor our Constitution and our rights enshrined in the Constitution. You also now have copies of the Constitution because I want you to do the same, especially in matters relating to the Corpus Christi Public Library. There seems to be a notion that it is okay to relocate children's or young adult books to the adult section, but it is unconstitutional under the First and 14th Amendments to the United States of America. This type of censorship violates our constitutional rights to receive information. The First Amendment protects the right to receive information. Where First Amendment rights are concerned, those seeking to restrict access to information should have to take affirmative steps to shield themselves from unwanted materials. The onus should not be on the general public to overcome barriers to their access to fully protected information. Some might think that our First Amendment rights are not violated by relocating books because no book is actually physically removed from the building, but relocating books is constitutionally objectionable because this act places an unconstitutional burden on the right to receive information. Our 14th Amendment rights are violated by the way the attempts at censorship in our public libraries are occurring. These attempts appear to constitute viewpoint-based discrimination because a vocal minority in the community is trying to impose and being allowed to impose their viewpoints on others. On this Constitution Day, I ask that you protect the constitutional rights of Corpus Christi Public Library patrons by rejecting any policy such as the one that was just given to you or law that is unconstitutional, such as the Advisory Library Board's proposed collection development policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Jason Hale.
Jason Hale, 211 Leming. 9 months ago, I had no idea whether or not desalination would be harmful for the Bay. I knew I had to figure it out though, because if this became a decades-long headache, I'd be kicking myself in the butt for not doing something about it when I had the chance. At first, I thought it'd be easy to figure out. I figured I could do a couple of Google searches and call it a day, but that wasn't the case. So for the next 3 months, I studied desal like it was a full-time job. First, I learned that we have a sheltered-based system and that desal has never been done in a sheltered-based system before. We're basically blocked off from the ocean except for a couple of narrow passes, which means we get very little tidal activity compared to the ocean or to an open bay. Then I learned that the Inner Harbor plant is overwhelmingly likely to create dead zones in the Corpus Christi Bay, and that the only way to make sure this doesn't happen is to check ahead of time by using something called a far field model. A couple of months later, the city said it was not going to do a far field model because it wouldn't help them get their permit. That was a bummer. Then a month ago, the port released their far field model for the entire Corpus Christi Bay. When I heard about that, I figured there's no reason for the city not to do a far field model now. They have one available to use from the port, and most of the hard work has already been done. It's a no-brainer. That's when I decided to start a petition to demand the city to do a far field model for their Inner Harbor plant. That was a month ago, and today I'm submitting 250 signatures. Now I know for you that's not a lot of signatures for a petition, but these are 250 people who are concerned about this project. Not all of them are able to come in on a Tuesday morning to leave a comment, so I'm here today to make sure that their concerns are heard. Residents are worried that desalination will be harmful to wildlife. They are worried that improper planning will lead to higher water bills, and they are upset that the city has done nothing to address their concerns. Residents are paying for this project, and I feel like it's only fair that they get an accurate representation of what's going to happen. They deserve a far field model. Other plants in better areas have one. There's no reason why we shouldn't have one. It would cost less than 1% of what has already been spent, and it could save us millions of dollars. For example, if you build a 30 MGD plant in an area that can only environmentally handle 10 MGD, that could be a huge waste of resources. Residents deserve a far-field model, and you can make that happen. Cool, that's it. So I'm gonna send a follow-up email after this. Please let me know if you need any more information on anything. I'm available to meet with anyone who wants to talk about this more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Scott Iliff.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Iliff, and I reside in District 2 at 929 Driftwood Place. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for your service. Over the past few weeks, you've heard from folks with lots of opinions about the proposed informed consent changes. Some science, some anecdotes, lots of passion. From what one can see on the video stream of the audience comments and council's reaction last week, it's also pretty clear that positions about the vaccine are firm and likely unchanging. So I'm not here to comment on whether the vaccine is good or bad or following the big pharma money. I just want to say a few things about your role as makers of policy on the council. There are many generally accepted standards of good policy development, and I want to highlight three as they relate to the proposed changes. First, is the proposed policy legally defensible? Your city attorney has already cast some doubt on whether the ordinance as presented would stand up under a legal test, specifically the Texas Regulatory Consistency Act. That alone deserves your serious consideration. Second, is the policy consistent with other positions the council has taken? Last October, when a large group of medical professionals and citizens turned out to protest the possible closure of the Christus Spawn ER residency program, the council appeared to be on the side of making Corpus Christi a city that would be an attractive place for medical professionals to practice. But if I were a physician seeing the debate at last week's meeting and the possibility of the council placing restrictions on medical practice that aren't necessarily based in science or that could potentially increase my liability, I'd be discouraged from practicing medicine here. So I think it's worth considering those potential unintended consequences and the consistency of your positions. Finally, is the policy addressing a legitimate need? Is there a community emergency being addressed here? Much like the current debate about library books, which is being shaped by the same good folks who are promoting these changes, this seems like a solution in search of a problem rather than the other way around. In fact, to this third point, I'm reminded of my personal experiences facilitating the annual city council retreat on numerous occasions when Lloyd Neal was mayor, someone I know that many of us admired greatly. During the retreats, in the first year of the council's term, right after the election, council was always inclined to focus on big policy issues, make bold and sometimes unpopular moves, and work collaboratively. In short, business got done. But in the second year retreat, there was always a big difference. Council members' comments, priorities, and intentions were very clearly influenced by the fact that they were already running for re-election. And those years of experience do lead me to wonder if the emergency influencing these proposed changes, both here and with the library, if the perceived emergency is the November election. Some are wondering why we're spending so much time on this when there are other priorities to be addressed. And I bet Mayor Neal would be shaking his head too. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Iliff. Autumn Hensiek?
Good afternoon, Autumn Hensick, 322 Texas in District 2. I decided to join in on the clownery today. The year is 2024, and the most notable city moments recently have involved pushes to ban books, deny science, and fast forward climate change. I know that this getup is a little embarrassing, but I promise not as embarrassing as the decisions that you all are making on council. This mayor and this council are clowns for approving 15-year-long IDAs. You're clowns for giving credibility to anti-vaxxers. You're clowns for giving credibility to those who fearmonger. Clowns for pushing experimental desalination in Hillcrest. Your clowns for diminishing the homeless services department, clowns for approving a raise for a city manager amidst a budget shortfall. Did y'all know that he makes more than the city manager of Los Angeles? It's actually about 7 times as much as an average Corpus Christi resident. He obviously is getting paid too much to listen right now. Yeah.
Mr. Risley, are you wanting to say something? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Ms. Heinzig.
Did you have something to address with me, or? Okay, because I was addressing you. Yeah, I'll just leave it with, Mr. Zanoni likes to say he's running this city as a business, but I think it's very apparent through the comments that we've heard today that the city is getting run like a circus. He's still not listening. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Heinzig. Marilena Garza.
A little nervous, guys. Okay. Marilena Garza, 702 Furman Avenue. Today's Constitution Day, and my name is Constituti, but you guys, y'all are my friends. Y'all are like-minded individuals. You can call me Tootie. And I decided to come up here to stand in solidarity with my fellow CDFers, my clowns defending freedom. And, I got a little scared because I was looking for a big red tent and I couldn't find it. And then I started coming in and then I started seeing a bunch of clowns and I was like, I'm in the right place. So I just wanted to come and just echo what my fellow clowns are saying. And I wanted to talk about the agenda item number 9. Shots are scary. This one time I saw a doctor, a white coat, a big pharma taker. He said that the flu shot wasn't going to hurt, and you know what? It hurt. So, I got this book that's probably going to get banned because of the pictures in there, but it's a surgical manual, and I flipped through it for 5 minutes. So I think I'm qualified to tell you guys that this COVID stuff is scary. And maybe we should hand out tombstones. They're on sale right now, the foam tombstones, and I brought my own gloves. So I'm a reputable person to listen to when I say that COVID.
Excuse me 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
She's required to address the mayor and city council persons. The phrase "you guys" is not addressing in the proper way.
Thanks, Miles. I enjoy you interrupting me every time. You're such a good guy. Is the legal group hiring? Because I did bring my resume. You guys are doing such great jobs.
Okay. Mr. Risley, please.
She's violated the rules of decorum by utilizing the phrase "you guys" and addressing directly the mayor and the city council.
Okay. City councilman, I'm very sorry. I don't want to diminish y'all's title. I've just got so much stuff. I brought a cooking book. It's got really good moose recipes, but books, they're scary and they're dangerous. They could fall on your foot. You might get some knowledge, but even as a clown, I understand, the constitutional amendments. Even a clown knows that kind of stuff. So I got this cool rhyme book right here that a good friend of mine, and I'm going to read you a rhyme. Freedom of religion, of speech, and of press, and also I can't see really well. The agenda items, y'all should really get them in bigger fonts because it's really hard for me to read that. But let me finish that. And petition for redress, Congress shall make no law against none of these things, and for we the people and the freedom it brings. So we should really be careful with the kind of freedom we give people because they may make a choice that I may not agree with, but I think I'm in good company with you folks. But good day, council. Good day. Next time, I'll bring the circus peanuts, but I think y'all have a policy about that. So, council has a policy, policy against open beverages and food, I think, in council chambers, right? We might get a little dirty. But I'll meet you guys outside with some animal crackers.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Victoria Holland.
can't compete with that. My name is Victoria Holland. I live at 235 Ohio Avenue, and I'm here today to, believe it or not, advocate for some common sense and cut through some of the, I'm not sure if it's lies, misinformation, strong lack of understanding of federal, state laws, or what the library board has actually put into their policy. All seems to be there, but let's get started, y'all. People, a small group of very vocal individuals are upset about what the majority of our library board wants to do, and it hinges on three things. One, they want to take the phrase DEI out of the sample, out of the policy. The second thing they want to do is they want to take references to the American Library Association out of the policy. And third, they want to put clear guidelines on what does or does not constitute material suitable for minors, specifically as it relates to sexually explicit content. So let's dive in. Did y'all know that the policy, the proposed policy, the evil policy, if you would believe others, specifically says that diversity is pursued by attempting to meet the needs of all ages, backgrounds, and educational levels by providing as many subject fields as possible and by providing alternative perspectives on unpopular or unorthodox as well as popular materials, and that collections contain materials that represent people of diverse populations as ages, races, and ethnicities, abilities and disabilities, religions, cultures, gender, and sexual orientation. That seems to be a fairly comprehensive and explicit commitment to diversity and inclusion. But since it doesn't contain the political poison pill known as the phrase DEI, what, all of a sudden that counts for nothing? There are organizations in this nation right now that pioneered DEI a few years ago that have chosen to change their whole terminology because they recognize that the phrase DEI is a poison pill. It's political rhetoric. It's deeply divisive political rhetoric. And I praise the library board for decoupling the library's commitment to diversity and inclusion from this very divisive political rhetoric. It's 3 letters, 1 term, 1 phrase, which in and of itself can mean great things, or it could mean political re-education for people we don't like, which has been the connotation, whether we like it or not. Moreover, let's talk about the ALA. So who knew that American Library Association sued the federal government? Oh my goodness. Well, more on that next time.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. Sylvia Whitworth.
Good morning. Sylvia Whitworth, 36 Lakeshore Drive. Please do not let the anti-vaxxers make the rules. Their plan is vaccine suppression, and that will be bad for all of us. If you want a list of possible side effects of taking the COVID vaccine, ask medical professionals, not just some group of people with an agenda. If you must use the list of possible side effects, please add that you could be run over by a bus or eaten by a shark. That makes about as much sense and is just as probable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whitworth. That concludes our in-person public comment. I believe we have 3 WebEx video and 3 WebEx video.
Oh, I'm sorry. They must have you on there, Mayor. So 3 WebEx video, and then we have 2 additional individuals who are not residents who will be speaking.
Right. Okay.
So the first person is Sharon Del Seuss.
Oh, yes.
Ms. Del Seuss, are you ready to start?
Yes. Yes, hi, I'm Shireen Delsus at 6030 Tapestry. Many years ago, I went to Conquer the Coast. It was amazing. Nothing has changed. It still has the same route, beautiful views of the water. And, there's a grant right now. I'm trying to get the city to fill it out, $10,000. So that way we could have protected bike lanes all along Ocean Drive. So I encourage you to check out that grant. The city, from what I heard, they're going to look into that. So I just wanted to let you know that I'm trying to collaborate with the city and trying to get protected bike lanes on Ocean Drive. And I'm going to quickly show you a video about my experience on Ocean Drive and why I think it would be really great for tourism. So if you could play it, that'd be great. Please play the video.
I'm at Conquer the Coast right now, and I'm here to advocate for protected bike paths, especially along Ocean Drive, because here at Conquer the Coast there are so many people. I would say over 1,000 people, and the city manager said in a press conference that 60% of the people here are from out of town. So that's a lot of tourism money. That's 600 people at least in hotels, in the restaurants here, so you can do the math and figure it out. So these people, they came all the way here just so they can enjoy these ocean views safely. Because when you're cycling, the thought of an accident is always in the back of your mind. So when the streets are protected, you don't have any fear of cars hitting you, it's great. So let's have protected bike paths along Ocean Drive. Could you imagine having like 600 tourists out of town coming here just to ride their bikes, just to see the ocean? Why should we just see the ocean once a year, 1 hour for Conquer the Coast? Why not all year? So that's why I'm really urging the city to consider. They want to make a sporty city. They want to take advantage of cycling tourism that's growing. They should really consider having protected bike paths all along Ocean Drive. See how many people come here when they have that sense of safety and they can enjoy the ocean views.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Delsus. Next, we have Mary Peterson.
Hi, good afternoon. Dr. Mary Dale Peterson. I'm at 210 Naples Street in District 2. And I just want to support the City Council in keeping the current vaccination policy, where the Health Department does give credible information, including information about the VAERS website. There seems to be a lot of misunderstanding about the vaccine event reporting system. It really does not, it's kind of like, to say that there's causality is just not true. It's said all over the website. It's kind of like if a rooster crows, it doesn't mean that that caused the sun to rise. It's a similar analogy, and what some of the folks that want to put these, that COVID causes Alzheimer's and all these other things, haven't really looked at the number of vaccines that have been given out. They haven't looked at the denominator. Over almost 1 billion have been given out in the United States, over 13 billion, internationally. And obviously, if it caused all the bad things that are purported, we would have a huge decrease in our life expectancy. But actually, with vaccination, we finally are seeing some improvements in our life expectancy. So for many reasons, I hope that you will support the physicians in your community, public health in your community, so that we can have a healthier, safer community where we can enjoy our families, go to work, and go to school. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Allison Larkin.
Hi, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you again today on the proposed additional City of Corpus Christi COVID-informed consent forum as president of the Nueces County Medical Society.
Can you state your name and address, please, Ms. Larkin?
I'm so sorry. Allison Chavez Larkin, 3261 Austin Street.
Thank you.
I appreciate the additions made to the forum, but I want to point out that as it currently stands, it still does not fully meet criteria for informed consent. As such, the Nueces County Medical Society continues to have concerns with potential threats to licensing and medical liability issues for licensed medical providers forced to present this form. We continue to feel that given there is no vaccine mandate, and given that the included VAERS info is already freely available to anyone who is interested in getting a COVID vaccine, the proposed new consent form does not provide any significant additional patient protections. Also, though I'm not a lawyer, as pointed out at the last meeting, I continue to be concerned that as a result of Texas House Bill 2127, the city may not have the authority to mandate city-specific informed consents. This was passed in part to prevent confusing patchworks of regulations, such as this one could pose if it's spread across the state. However, if the city remains committed to creating a new informed consent procedure for COVID in the city limits, or any other medical procedure for that matter, we respectfully suggest that it is most appropriate that they do so in partnership with the Texas Medical Disclosure Panel to make sure that they provide a good form which medical providers can feel confident presenting to patients. At this point, I'm unaware if this has been done. So in closing, just as you would not call an electrician to fix your plumbing problems, you should not allow non-medical individuals to drive the healthcare policy of the city. I want to reiterate that over 700 physicians of the Nueces County Medical Society and many more across our community care deeply about the health of the city and its citizens. We look forward to partnering with you further on this and other health issues in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next we have Maggie Peacock. And Maggie Peacock is not a resident, so she'll get 1 minute. Ms. Peacock, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Maggie Peacock, 4407 Southeast 28th Avenue. I am here quoting and emphasizing some inserts presented to community members by Cheesemate Collective, Jason Hale, John Weber, and many others. Hillcrest Residents Association submitted a white paper on dead zones to TCEQ as part of the contested case hearing against desal. Barfield modeling of brine discharge from the city's proposed desalination plant in the Inner Harbor was recommended by Dr. Ben Hodges in this white paper. Hodges is an engineering professor at the University of Texas at Austin. Hodges states the lack of inertial far-field mixing regime at this location, the Inner Harbor or Hillcrest location, renders this location inappropriate for the applicant's proposal. During the June 25th City Council meeting, Assistant City Attorney Janet Whitehead advised City Council members to not conduct a far-field model of the Inner Harbor. She states our goal is to defend the permits that we have been issued. I am here to argue that it is y'all's goal as elected representatives and city staff to protect community members and the environment in which community members live first and foremost, not defend permits given to y'all by rogue agency filled with oil and gas representatives.
Thank you, Ms. Peacock. Your time is up. And last we have Terry Burke. Ms. Burke, are you ready?
I'm ready, thank you. Yes, Terry Burke, 500 Crawford, Houston. I am the Executive Director of the Immunization Partnership. I urge you to reject item 9 regarding the COVID-19 vaccine. This revised form retains the same problems as the original, and the list of adverse effects is cherry-picked. In fact, there is no mention that in the first 23 months that vaccines were available, studies show that an additional 18 million hospitalizations were prevented and more than 3 million lives were saved. I ask that you listen to recognized healthcare practitioners and experts and reject this resolution. We fully endorse healthcare providers being transparent with patients. We're deeply concerned, though, about an additional form that includes information not substantiated by scientific evidence and could lead to future unintended consequences for children and their families. Do not impose a redundant and inaccurate form on your health department. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Thank you, Rebecca. We're going to move on to section G, which is our board committee and appointments. We have, I guess, 3 different boards to appoint to.
Yes, ma'am. The first board we have is the Board of Adjustment, and there are 2 vacancies. The board has a policy requesting the appointment of an alternate member to a regular voting position, and then the appointment of a new person to fill the alternate slot. So on this particular board, we do have one alternate member who is Joe Rios.
Okay, so,
Can I ask a question?
sure, go ahead. Turn on your, go ahead.
So what is it, how does an alternate board member serve? I'm just curious.
So they serve, in case one of the other members isn't available, they fill the slot. So they have some experience, I guess, related to what the board does. So that's why that recommendation is present, to kind of move the alternate member up into a regular slot.
Okay, so, and I guess the thing is I didn't see it as an applicant list. I didn't see them as an applicant list. So does that mean that would Joe be, do they have interest in serving other than as an alternate?
They've expressed interest, yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'd like to nominate
Joe Rios.
Joe Rios. Okay.
for reappointment and not as an alternate.
Oh, not as or as a regular member?
As a regular appointment.
Okay, right.
Yes, Ms. Campos.
There's only 2 applicants. So
There's 3 positions.
Huh?
There's 3 positions.
Yeah, we're going to move, if it please the council, we recommend, the policy is to move Ms. Rios into the regular slot.
Right.
And then that would leave 2 alternates, and you have 2 applicants.
And they would serve as alternates.
Correct.
So we don't really have too many applicants to
Not
choose
for this one.
Yeah.
So normally, don't we postpone until we get more applicants? I mean, I just don't see.
We can.
You can. These are more technical boards, so sometimes there are fewer applicants for these. It's a little more specific, but it's an option if you'd like to. You could postpone it.
I'm sorry.
But we do need, I mean, at least Ms. Rios so they can function.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I would support that.
Okay, so can we, was there a second to Mr. Barrera's motion?
Hang on just a second. Councilman Hernandez?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, these are alternate positions. They're not, I mean, if we put Ms. Rios into the actual position, we can nominate both of these into this. And this Board of Adjustments is very difficult to recruit for.
It is.
It is very difficult. As a matter of fact, I know
They didn't want to be a full-time.
Yeah.
I would say, I would also nominate the 2 applicants, Amanda Linsky and Alan
Potter.
Potter, for the alternate positions, in addition to Ms. Rios being the full-time
So
position.
we can just do it all at the same time?
Yeah, that's okay with Mr. Barrera. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, very good.
So I had put those as 2 separate on here, so I have, if you don't mind, we could just vote on Ms. Rios as a regular board member.
Okay.
And I'll start that.
Rios was up for reappointment.
No, she was alternate.
Now full-time. Brought up to the major. They're not listed.
She's on her board packet, Mr. President.
She's on the board packet?
Yeah, she's listed on the board packet, so she's an alternate member, but there's a policy that states alternate members can be considered for a regular slot. We can move them up from an alternate into a regular slot.
Right.
And that's the motion Mr. Barrera has made. Yeah, she's highlighted on the package right here.
She's highlighted?
Yeah, but her.
I know, but she's on here. No, I understand.
Oh, he's referring to the resume.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's the only alternate member who's here.
Right.
I mean, if you, it's up to y'all.
So to make this clear, Joe Rios was already voted on, so to speak, as an alternate.
Yes.
So
She's
that
currently
was with
serving.
intention of her serving, should something like today come about. So we've already kind of blessed her as an alternate. And now we're moving her to a
regular slot.
A regular slot. And then the 2 people who did apply, will put them in the alternate position. So they're not really serving, but they're going to serve as alternates as Joe did.
Yeah, if the council, but you are correct, it isn't on the list of applicants, but she is listed as a board member, and she's highlighted as the alternate.
Okay.
But it could have been clear. We could have put her on the other list, too. I understand what you're saying, council members.
Sure. Okay. Okay, so we're voting on putting Ms. Rios on as a board member.
Yes, and that vote is there, but there's one person who hasn't voted, Mr. Pesley. I don't know if it's because you wanted those questions answered.
I have a question. Okay. So again, I'll ask, do we know that Ms. Rios wants to be a full-time member?
Councilman?
Yes, we talked to her.
Is she here?
Okay.
No, but our staff has spoken with her to confirm.
And she's okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Councilwoman, did you have a comment?
Okay, so this particular board, how long was it open for the applicants?
About a month.
And we only had 2 people?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's too difficult to fill?
It's a fun board.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't want to pass up anybody. I mean, just...
Yeah.
Okay, well, if y'all are okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so
All right, so let's submit our vote. We did submit, okay.
Okay,
Miss
done.
with the, okay, the motion carries. So now let's,
Okay, so
we
now
just need to nominate the 2
Yes,
for the alternate positions, Norma, and then we can just vote on that,
Right.
okay?
So Mr. Hernandez, right?
Nominated both of them, so let's,
Yeah, Potter and Amanda Lazinski, I think.
Right.
Okay.
okay, let's submit our votes for those 2. The motion carries.
All right, thank you, council. So the next board is the CBB board, the Convention and Visitors Bureau Board. So on that one, there are 8 vacancies, and they represent the following categories: 4 at large, 1 attraction, 1 short-term rental, and 2 restaurant industry. So by contract, the CVB makes recommendations to the city council as terms expire, but they also nominate 1 more individual as an alternate per category than the total number of positions available.
Motion to approve those seeking reappointment and to appoint their... Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to reappoint and to appoint the recommendation, which is Hank Harris.
Okay, so I have, go ahead, Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No.
So for reappointment, it's Michelle Brazelton, Chris Hamilton, LaToya Rodriguez, Natalie Villarreal, Jennifer Vela, Alex Harris, and Richard Lomax. So that's what's before you now.
And his motion included the
Yes, ma'am.
recommendation.
I have them programmed separately. My apologies. So what I have first is the reappointments, and then we can just vote on that one.
I'm telling you, pretty good at it when we're appointing people, going against your own rules.
I'm sorry?
Trying to save time like you always want to do. That's true. I applaud you for that.
Has everyone voted?
No, we're, here we go.
Okay, the motion carries.
Okay, and then, I'm sorry. Oops.
Now we vote on the replacement. You need a separate motion on that for the recommendation?
For the recommended
Yes.
applicants.
I so move. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to appoint Hank Harris to the, to visit Corpus Christi Board.
My apologies. I think that's not on my agenda. Could we do a voice vote on that, or would you like me to program one really quick?
Sure, we can do a voice
Okay.
vote. So we are Councilman Pusley, you made a motion, and the second was, okay, Dan. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so yeah, that was for Hank Harrison. Thank you. So next we have the Planning and Zoning Commission. And for the Planning and Airport Zoning Commission, there are 2 vacancies on each board, and by ordinance, the same individuals serve on these boards.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and open. Let me open nominations.
Tefke? Tefke.
Okay. I'd like to nominate Trey Tackleman.
I'd like to nominate Ed Kent too.
I'd like to nominate Ruben Bavena.
I'd like to nominate Gary Alsop.
Oof, a lot of nominations. Who do you have so far?
My goodness.
Tackleman, Cantu. Okay. Who else had?
Ruben
Barrera.
So Alsop, Barrera, Cantu, and Typke?
Alsop. Alsop, Norma. Mhm.
Yeah, Alsop. And Typke and Techman. Okay.
Is that everybody? Yeah. I think so. Okay, so we have two spots to fill, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's right.
Okay, so we'll start with Ms. Campos.
Okay, you have 2. They're up there on
your
the
screen.
I'm sorry? Oh, the 2 T's? Okay, got it. Oh, okay. Tefke and Cantu. Yes, sir. Okay, Tackleman.
Cantu, Tefke.
Tackleman and Cantu.
Sorry, what was your second one, Michael?
Tefke, T-E-I-F-K-E. Is that correctly pronounced?
Cantu and Tackleman.
Cantu's on, and I nominated him. So, no relation. I'm gonna vote for Barrera.
There you go.
And yeah, and Cantu.
Cantu and Bavena. I'm gonna go with Cantu and Tycho.
Okay, so it'd be a runoff between Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Suckley. Whoops.
Leave me out.
Oh, sorry. I heard Klein and I thought we were done. Sorry about that. No, right. Yeah, that's right.
Well, it's going to be Tefke and Teichelman runoff anyway, so I'll put him there. Since Ed's already in.
Okay. Okay, so now we do have a runoff between Teichelman and Teifke. So you want to start on the other side, Mayor, with Mr. Suckley?
Yes. Tefke.
Teichelman.
Tackleman.
Tefke. Teichelman. Tefke.
Okay, Mr. Tackleman gets it.
All right.
And Ed Cantu, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And those are the 2 for airport zoning and planning.
Right, okay, so that takes care of our appointments, correct?
We have one more, which
correct,
is the Nueces County Appraisal District. So I'd like to introduce Mr. Ryan Skrabarczyk. He's going to do a presentation on the process that we're going to be using today.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Take action on the airport zoning because it's the same people.
Right.
Yes, sir. They're the same by ordinance, so we appointed, y'all did both of them.
Madam Mayor and Council, Ryan Skrabarczyk, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. There is a presentation on this, and it'll look largely familiar because it's going to be some of the same information that we presented to the council in January, but for the sake of the fact that this is the first time that the city is going to go through this new process as dictated by the legislature, we want everybody to have the information in front of them as you participate in this. So just as a reminder, these changes are as a result of Texas Senate Bill 2, which was passed in July of 2023. Those changes to the tax code only impact certain counties, of which, of course, includes Corpus Christi. So what were the changes that are going to be made? The law created 3 at-large publicly elected directors. That process has already happened, and we'll go through that in just a second. The process you're participating in now is the modification of the appointment process for the 5 remaining seats. The tax assessor collector is now a voting member in ex officio capacity, and the total number of directors at the NCAD board will be changing. Prior to the legislature changing the law, this was your NCAD board of directors. As you can see, the city of Corpus Christi had 2 direct appointees. After the elections, this is what the board looks like at present, with the 3 elected positions being added. So just a reminder, those 3 at-large seats were added to the board in July of 2024. We held a public election and they were seated on July 1. Now the 5 new appointed directors, which is the process we'll be going through. All current 8 directly appointed directors, their terms in December 31st, and the taxing units, each taxing unit will be able to make nominations to the ballot in this process. The terms for these newly appointed directors start January 1, and each taxing unit may nominate 1 candidate per position, and there are 5 positions available. You were sent a memo by the City Secretary's office with these dates provided to us by NCAD, but just as a reminder, this is the process that we're currently undergoing. So you are making your nominations to the ballot, and then the ballot will return, and the City of Corpus Christi, along with all the other taxing entities, will allocate the votes designated to us. This is some perspective of where the city of Corpus Christi ranks in terms of the organizations and gives you some perspective of who the other eligible taxing entities are. When you run the calculation according to statute, there are technically 5,005 total votes available in the universe. You can see where the city of Corpus Christi, our vote entitlement for this round will be 1,100 votes. That's not what we're doing today, but that will be your votes once the full ballot returns to City Council. And then obviously, as I mentioned, the tax assessor collector becomes a voting member. There's the transition. We went from 8 to now 12, and we'll be transitioning to 9. Here's this lovely chart from January with lots of helpful information. And you will be working towards a 4-year staggered term for these 5, what we're calling appointed entities under this transition methodology. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
That was a lot. Let's go through it one more time. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, that was clear as mud.
Yeah.
Yeah, the legislature could not have made this more difficult. And I understand there are good intentions, but it had to be an easier way. But anyway, I've read through this like a dozen times, and if I understand the process correctly, even though we are granted the ability to vote for 5, that could potentially dilute our voting power once we come down to the final group that we will vote on. Is that not correct?
You have 1,100 votes. You can choose to allot them however you want. Obviously, if you concentrate them in fewer candidates, they have a higher likelihood of being elected to the NCAD board. So to answer your question, the fewer folks that you allocate your votes, obviously, the more they would have.
Okay. Under that light, Mayor, I would like to nominate Susie Sullivan and Devin Botka.
Okay. Let's get some other comments and questions answered, and we'll come back to that. Councilman Klein?
Joe Rios' name is amongst the applicants here. Since we have appointed her now not just an alternate, but a member of the other board, is she still eligible yet, or is she now ineligible? This is a county board instead of a city board.
Yeah.
I believe she is.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. That's what I needed.
Councilman Suckley.
Just to Councilman Pusley's comment earlier about the dilution, if we choose to do that, but leaving here today, if we make 5 nominations, then we're going to have 5 on the ballot at a later date to vote for.
That's right.
Doesn't mean we couldn't still center our decision in 2 weeks or whenever we reconsider the nominations to center it in 2 people.
That's right.
Okay.
Or the inverse, obviously vote for somebody else nominated by some other taxing entity.
Okay.
One part that is, I think, kind of disjointed about the process that has been set up under this legislation is we have our own list of nominees that was submitted to the city. Other taxing entities, for example, Flower Bluff ISD, has already gone through this process. They only had 1 applicant, so they submitted 1 name. So in theory, we have people applying to multiple different taxing entities, and we don't have the benefit of seeing all of the potential submissions. It may be advisable that the state want to consider in years forward a consolidated process where there's 1 list and we all have the benefit as taxing entities to be able to choose from those vetted nominees, because there is a vetting process that has to happen.
Okay. Well, I'll also nominate one of the incumbents, Jerry Garcia.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
And I apologize, maybe I missed this. I was looking for the other entities that have appointed, that have nominated. Do we have a list of those?
The only one to my and I'm looking back to our friends at INCAD because they're obviously the keepers of this process, but Flower Bluff ISD is the only one so far.
So nobody else has nominated anybody else, so we're the kind of the second
lead
out
of the pack.
chute?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we can, I guess we can only nominate from the people that we have, right? That
Correct.
applied?
Yes. They had a form they applied to the city secretary's office, and it included agreeing that they met the qualifications as laid out by the state statute.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Roy.
I'm good. I was going to ask the same question. I was trying to figure out, but if Flower Bluff's the only one that,
Right.
so I was trying to get all the.
Well, yeah, and hence, your comment, the
Can we
process
postpone
should
this
really
until
change.
later?
Yeah. Councilman Bonetta.
So where's the list of applicants? I mean, maybe I'm missing the memo.
Yeah, the list of applicants is in your board packet.
I get that, but I'm trying to. Okay, here we go. I'm confused, which is not a surprise. So which item is it on our board packet? Is it the Council Bremen nomination?
It says it's the item number 5. The packet's included there along with the resolution.
Okay, item number 5 within the I legislate, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I may come back because I want to look at this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions and comments. So let's see.
Okay, I see now. That was, okay.
Councilman Pesley, you have nominated 2 individuals. Susie Sullivan and Devin Bacta, and then Councilman Suckley nominated our current appointee, one of our current, right?
Devin is the current.
And the other current, Jerry Garcia. Okay, so we need to go ahead and yes, sir.
I'd like to nominate Leo Gonzalez. Leo Gonzalez.
I'm sorry, he's not on the list.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I want to look at the list. I mean, he's qualified as an applicant that he's elected by. Let me see. Okay, that's the part I can't find. Okay, then. I'm good. I'm good with who we have now.
Okay, so we have 3. Oh.
Yes.
Councilman Klein.
I'd like to nominate Gifford, Candy Gifford.
Gifford? Okay. Okay, so there's 4 now.
Okay. We need to vote on that, or what do we need to do here?
So how many of these, are all of these individuals, is that who you'd like to move forward as nominees for the resolution? Correct.
You can have up to 5, and it may be advantageous to just consider them individually because you may have up to 5. There have been several nominations for 4, so it may just be take them one at a time and see if they have a majority of council in order to put them forward. And you may.
That dilutes the vote. That dilutes the vote.
It could be. Again, it's council's discretion. If you want to nominate 5, you certainly can. You can choose to nominate less. So if for any particular reason one of these 4 didn't have the votes necessary to be nominated, you would have fewer than the 4 that are currently nominated.
Councilman Pesley.
Okay, so.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I have spoken with one of the members. We and CCISD hold the most votes, correct?
Yes.
And I have spoken with them. I know who they're going to support. And what we don't want to do is send a message that we are not certain as to who we would support, because if we support somebody else with our 5,
we have 4.
Then that's going to dilute our ability to have a better voice at the appraisal district. Is that not correct?
Right now you have 2. If you don't end up with 2, you're going to dilute your voice at the appraisal district.
Okay,
effectively.
that's my point.
Yeah.
So does the council want to do just 2?
Well, 4 have been nominated, so
right.
if
So you want to
somebody's
vote
willing to pull their nomination.
It's the Democrat process.
Right.
I'm just saying, if we have to be really careful. If we want to have a strong voice at the appraisal district, this is our team.
Right.
So do you want to nominate, just vote for 2, I guess, off of this list?
So you have 4 names nominated. You could just take a vote for them individually and see how many council chooses to put on there.
So you want to go one by one?
Well, I mean, we have 5 votes unless you want to, let's say, for example, I give, I'm sorry, can I put my?
Yes, go ahead.
I mean, if we have 5 votes, well then I could, this is just theoretically, I could give 2 to Susie, 2 to Jerry, and 1 to Devin.
I don't
think so.
What you want to do.
We have 5 nominations.
We're just nominations, so how are we going to vote?
No, we're just trying to figure out. So he's suggesting do them one by one and see what, if you have majority vote for each one.
But to that effect, I don't think you want to stack votes is the point. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why you would take them one by one. Or do a tally where.
So do you want to start with Mr. Bodka?
Right,
Does
but
that
how many spots are we voting for? I mean, 2, I mean, I see Councilman is saying 2, and Brian, you're saying 2 would make it
So
stronger.
to me, I would just vote for 2 on this list.
But we've nominated 4.
Right.
And
so,
we have 5.
So each council member could vote for 2. And that would be the top 2 that you would like, and then see if we get a majority that way. Does that make sense?
Well, yes, but if you have councilmen who obviously have 4 that want 4.
Mm-hmm.
Or I have 3 that I want.
You want 3.
Right. So, I mean.
So should we make a motion on the process?
Well, I think, yes, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, just so I understand this, we can nominate for all 5 positions. It doesn't mean we have to vote for all 5 when the vote comes up next time in November, right?
Correct.
So it doesn't really matter who we nominate in terms of each individual position. When the vote comes up, I'm only going to vote for 2 because I don't want to dilute our votes any more than that. Yeah. But as far as nominating, it ain't going to hurt, because, Flower Bluff had 5 positions to nominate for as well, but they only had 1 person apply, so they can only submit 1 nomination. They're probably going to all vote for that person. Well, that's the same thing for us. Just because we're nominating them now doesn't mean we have to vote for them in November. So even if they fill the spot, when it comes down to the vote, we can look at what the other nominations are. Maybe they might be some similar people, or that are there. We can vote at that point. But the dilute nominating them now doesn't change the process in November when we actually vote on them. So it's okay to nominate all 4 of them, but it doesn't mean we have to vote for them in November.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's okay to nominate up to 4. It's all right. I'm not going to, it's not going to change anything currently.
Right.
It just puts them on the ballot. We don't have to vote for them when they're on the ballot.
Okay.
That's factually correct. I think you're hearing just difference of approach, but both are correct. You could.
Okay.
Does the appraisal district have a recommendation?
As far as process?
Councilman Suckley.
I did confirm that Flower Bluff nominated Susie Sullivan. So as we continue to talk about strategy and allocating our resources accordingly, it should be noted.
Right. Okay, so it was just said differently, and you're saying that is correct, meaning
it wasn't said differently. It's a difference of approach. What Councilmember Pusley is recommending is that Corpus Christi be very narrow in its nominations to indicate to the other taxing entities these are Corpus Christi's 2 preferred candidates. What Councilman Hernandez is saying is you don't have to make that decision today, because you could nominate 5, and then when the voting comes around, only allocate your votes to 2.
Correct.
So the point is, factually, it is correct. You could nominate 5. You could choose to send a message to other taxing entities. Are they listening? I don't know. So that's a question for council and your colleagues on other elected taxing entities.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I basically just to repeat what you said, Ryan, but
yeah.
The goal here, I think, is to send a clear message to the other large taxing entity of what our preferred candidates are. If we vote for 4, they may or may not know who that is, and if they vote for 2 different ones and we're split, then at the end of the day, we can end up losing that, I don't want to use the word controller, but that would take away some of our power at the appraisal district.
Yeah. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. So just clarification, Ryan, when we come back to vote, I'm assuming we can allocate our 1,100 votes how we choose. So if we say we're putting 800 votes on X and 300 votes on Y, we can do that.
That's right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So we do, yeah.
Would anyone like to make a motion, I guess, to do all 4 or 2? Do you want to make a motion for just 2?
We've had nominations from the floor.
We have nominations on the floor.
They want to do a tally process?
So.
Okay, we're going to do one by one?
Yeah.
Yes,
all right.
Let me start. Yeah, but how many are we voting on? That's what I'm saying. The 4. Okay, because we have the 4 nominations. So unless we have 4 names, we can all vote on.
Moving forward with 4, we haven't decided we're moving forward with less, so what am I voting on?
Right.
Yeah.
In case you're not going to support one of the other names, but if we can vote now to nominate Gifford, Sullivan, Garcia, and Bogda, and vote on those 4.
Yeah, and bringing all of them forward is what the mayor's saying.
Okay, who would like to make a motion to nominate the 4?
I'll make a motion to nominate the 4 that have been recommended.
Okay, and we have a second. Please submit your vote.
Why would we not take them individually?
Because you only get 4 and they're good.
Yeah, but it's just like any other process we've ever done, Mayor, where we have nominations from the floor, we vote on those nominations independently.
Yeah,
but
if we do that, we're limiting, possibly restricting the number of 4.
Councilman.
And at this point, it doesn't matter if we're allocating.
It does. Councilman Roy.
If this was the court commission and we had 4 nominees for the court commission that were 4 different ones, we would go through and vote on them.
Right.
But we're not allocating votes right now. Just because you're nominating.
We're just nominating. Councilman.
I'm not talking about allocating votes. I'm talking about the people who are recommended.
Nominating. Okay, well, Councilman Roy.
Yeah, I just want to bring back and clarify this, because right now we're saying that we're nominating 4, basically out of 4. If you want to look at 4, or we're saying out of 5? Okay. If you want to look at 4 out of 8, then that would be a reason.
Y'all do whatever you want. I'm done.
The joys of a brand-new process.
Yeah.
Seeing it.
So the vote is before you. Let me see. And I just put 4 on there, but it would be Bodka, Garcia, Gifford, and Sullivan.
Okay. The motion carries. Okay, we are going to break for lunch. We do not have an executive session item. And when we get back, we will pick up on budget-related items. So we will recess. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. And I'm going to go straight to the consent agenda, and let's just pass those items first, or get through that first, and then we'll go back to that the budget-related items. So is there any request from a council member or an individual in the audience to pull any items from numbers 12 through numbers 30?
23, please.
Item number 23. Anyone else?
Mayor, as I notified council early this morning, we're going to postpone the consideration of item number 21 and 22. So we're going to take those off this agenda and we'll bring them back at a later date. That's item 21 and 22.
21 and 22, okay. Anyone else, would anyone else like to pull any other item?
13.
Number 15?
23.
13. 13, okay. Okay, so with that, I will entertain a motion. Okay, with the exception of item 23 and 13, we have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote. And Councilman Suckley, you're, I'm sorry, I better wait.
13, okay.
You're abstaining. Okay, the item carries. Okay. Item 23, but you have a question, Councilman Klein? Or is that why you pulled it?
Or 13.
Oh, who pulled 23? You did. I'm sorry, I thought you pulled 23. Okay, so item 23 is pulled because Councilman Suckley is abstaining. I'll entertain a motion.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, please submit your vote. And then, let's see, item 13.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay, it's just for his abstaining. Okay, the motion carries. Let's see, item number 13, Councilman Klein, your question or comment?
Yeah, you know, I voted against this last week. I think I'm going to vote against it again this week as well. I just have a real concern about the fact that and not just this council, but really over the last 15 to 20 years, the city council has been pushing the outer bounds of the city, really stretching, I think, beyond our ability to maintain it, the existing infrastructure. And so I'm going to be voting no on this again today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 13.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Please submit your vote. Okay. The motion carries. We're going to go ahead and go back to item H, and that is our budget-related items, numbers 6, 7, and 8. Item number 6, this is the second time we'll be voting on this. It's an ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code Section 55-50 regarding water rates.
I move for approval.
Okay, is there any public comment on item number 6? Okay. We have a motion, which again, we've already voted on this, and this is the second time we're voting on it. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 7 is a one-reading ordinance amending Corpus Christi Code Section 55-100 regarding wastewater rates. Okay, did anybody have questions or comments on? Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Drew, so correct me if I'm wrong, and I think it says here, so the city, part of our wastewater expenditures has to do with the fact that we have this agreement with the federal government of $750 million, which is a consent decree or whatever you call it.
Yes, sir. So Drew Miles.
Consent decree or?
Yes, sir. So it is a EPA mandated consent decree. So it is an agreement that we've entered into with the EPA. Its estimated cost to the city is about $750 million over 15 years. With the consent decree comes mandated stipulations that we meet certain requirements. So the number of linear feet, cleaning pipe, certainly making sure that we comply with more stringent effluent numbers. So we have 6 wastewater treatment plants, and we have testing requirements that we have to meet. And so if we can't meet those requirements at the plants, we have fines. If we don't clean or inspect certain linear footages of pipe every year, there are penalties associated with that. So this is something that the city has committed to. It's obviously a fairly significant investment that the city's made. One way you can look at this is this was an investment, or is an investment, that we have to make because the investment wasn't made in the past to maintain that infrastructure. So, I'm happy to report to the council that our team has done an exceptionally good job. We continue to meet these requirements. It's capital intense, it's labor intense. There's commitments that we have to make, and so we're not the only one that has experienced this. So there's other cities in Texas that are in consent decrees. An example of this is San Antonio. They were in a consent decree several years ago. I believe they're just now getting out of that consent decree. Houston is in one right now. Tyler, Texas is in a consent decree. And there are other cities, as we speak, that are probably in the process of going into a consent decree. I just don't know what those are or who those are. But this is basically something that the federal government looks at and says, you have to step up. You have to meet these requirements.
Okay, so let me stop you there for just a second. So I want to understand the $750 million. That doesn't mean that we're going to, because if you divide that by 15, that would mean if this were a cash-on-cash deal, that would mean the city would have to show that we have expended $50 million a year on these kinds of issues.
So it's generally.
But that's not what we're doing. Correct?
I would say what it is it's generally a target. So there, part of this was a bit of a negotiation, right? So the EPA basically says, thou has not done a very good job, and we believe that you need to do this. And so with our team, and certainly with legal helping us, it's sort of a negotiation. So we sort of get into a place that's sort of a happy median. And so we've generally committed to the EPA that this is a target investment that we're going to make. But really what the EPA is looking at is they're looking at those metrics. How much linear feet of sewer pipe are you inspecting? How many linear feet are you replacing? There's some serious bottlenecks that our hydraulic modelers have documented. And so these bottlenecks, which basically limit the amount of wastewater that can go through them to the plants, has to be addressed. And we've told the EPA and TCEQ those are projects that we're going to take care of. So we've committed to those.
So do we have to file some sort of report every year that shows what we have done?
Yes, sir. So every year we submit a compliance report to the EPA. Mm-hmm. I believe I think it's like in the June timeframe. I believe we've been in this 3 years. I believe we've submitted 3 reports. Okay. And that is absolutely something that we have to.
What was the main basis for their complaint? Were we leaking sewage water out into the bay, or what was going on?
It's a combination of both, right? So it's a combination of the fact that we had an unsatisfactory number of sanitary sewer overflows. That's a metric that we look at. EPA looks at that, and they saw a number that was too high. And then the other part is that our wastewater treatment plants sometimes can't process the sewage that is put upon those plants. And so at times we're not able to meet the effluent limits, and TCEQ EPA does not they make us meet those limits. So they basically said you have too much exceedances, and so you need to meet those exceedances, and so that's the other component.
So has that required us to have to update our waste treatment plants?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilman, on the number of overflows, we were having as many as 1,000 sewer overflows a year, 1,000. Today, we have less than 100 a year. That's still a lot, but it's better than 10 times that number.
Okay.
So there were 1,000 on average annually. Now it's less than 100 annually.
So
at 58. So we had 58 this year, so far this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at what point do we go to them and say, hey, we think we've done all that we need to do under this decree, and we'd like to be exonerated from any further oversight?
Well, we've committed to a 15-year plan. So the understanding is that at 15 years, the EPA sees that we've made satisfactory contributions to the maintenance and the infrastructure of the wastewater system, and essentially that's when it's retired.
So can we document how much additional cost this is adding to our overall expenditures for that particular department?
Absolutely. That's something that, we're tracking those numbers. We have those numbers. So we could provide that.
And if I may, Councilman, I remember that 15 years was negotiated down.
Yeah.
It didn't start at 15 years, and it took a back and forth. Miles probably remembers.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the questions. I know a number of y'all were here when this was done. I'm just
good to repeat it, Councilman. Yeah, it's good to remind ourselves of what we're doing here. So it's good. Yeah, your questions.
But my point was, it didn't start at they said, here's your 15. It went back and forth for quite some time. Go ahead.
No, I just remember as a taxpayer and somebody watching from afar, I was pretty proud of the city for digging their heels in and trying to negotiate the best deal they could.
Right. I can state that a little more succinctly. They wanted $750 million of work, and they wanted it done in only 10 years.
That's what
we negotiated hard enough that we waited until the administration changed over in order to make some progress on the consent decree. After the administration changed over, we still negotiated for the next 4 years and then signed the decree after the next election, so that we were in the strongest possible position. But we cut the cost. We increased the time limit. We had to do all that work from 10 years to 15 years to do less work, and thereby cut that potential cost per year by probably 30%.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Thank you, Miles.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have right this minute, and I'll defer and come back if something else comes up. Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. As I recall, before I was on council, the consent decree became public, and it was $1.1 to $1.2 billion. It was not $750 million. In fact, we're on record multiple times mentioning the $1 billion number. We did work, as the mayor and Miles said, to get it down or to increase it from a 10 to 15 year period, and to work alongside the EPA to lessen our restrictions. That is correct, but the number was $1.1 plus billion. So my question is this: if it is now $750 million and it was $1.1 billion, and y'all have done good work on some of the issues that we've needed to focus on to appease them, why do we need another increase in the wastewater system? What is so needed with, what is it, $13 million? Is basically the overall increase $12 million? So why do we need $12 million this time? What have we agreed differently that is saying now we need an additional $12 million?
Councilman, what I would tell you on that is the cost to manage our operating budget associated with the wastewater program is, it's less than 4.5%. It's about 4.5%. So all the costs for labor, for electrical, for maintenance, all of those costs have been very well kept under the CPI. The costs that we're talking about are costs that are related to the stormwater debt. So we have a $12 million stormwater debt obligation that is being funded out of this rate increase. And so that's really what's driving the cost. The other part of this is a commitment that we've made to the developer trust fund community with regards to some of the costs related to develop and expand residential houses. So that's what's driving it. I can tell you, in terms of the operations budget and the things that we're doing to meet that consent decree, we have really kept those costs really in line with, in fact, I would say that we have done an incredible job with that, because if you look at the overall cost for wastewater, the last 3 years there's been no increase. You actually have to go back more than 3 years to see an increase in the wastewater budget. And the inflation has gone up a lot. So I think that, I appreciate the question. And like I said, it is really being driven by the stormwater debt.
So the 2023 budget increase in wastewater rates was 3 years ago?
So in FY21, the average residential customer that used 5,000 gallons was paying $52.67. And we are at today $54.64. So FY22, FY23, and FY24, it's been flat.
Okay, I'll come back to my questions. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, in looking at what you said about wastewater, you have this on page 6, I guess, I'm stormwater, excuse me, on the debt service for stormwater. Is this the total stormwater that was the legacy that is included in both, that you put 50% in water and 50% in wastewater? So is this 11,983,410? Is that just for wastewater, or is that for both water and wastewater?
That's a total debt payment for the year, Councilman.
So that's split 50-50 between water and wastewater. Or is it all?
We have it all in wastewater this year.
This year,
it's all in wastewater this year, Councilman. It's split 50-50, and that 50% comes from fund balance, and then 50% comes from the rate.
Okay, so you moved it over from water to wastewater.
Right.
What made that decision?
I'm going to let Andy McCartney, who is our rate consultant, explain that.
Yes, one of the things that Council said last year was spend down your excess fund balance beyond your required reserves, and so there was no more available water fund balance to utilize, and so we looked at the wastewater fund balance because there was sufficient fund balance in that fund, because they're separate funds. And so to keep the rate increase down, and because there is available wastewater fund balance, we decided to split fund that between fund balance and the operating rates. And so that's why $6 million of the fund balance, wastewater fund balance, was going to carry some of that stormwater legacy debt, and the remaining $6 million would be funded through the rates, through the customer bills.
Okay, so according to the beginning of this, beginning balance was $43 million, and you brought it down to $28 million, right? Oh, I'm looking at the budget. So the beginning balance in the budget, in the proposed budget, is $43,259,746, as you show as a beginning balance. And then you have as an ending balance reserved for contingencies, $28,372,419.
Beginning balance. And that may be the 25% required for O&M as well as debt service, because last year you amended the policy to include the debt service as well as operating and maintenance expense part of the budget. If you remember, I was advocating to go from a 90-day reserve, which is 25% up to 120 because of certain, risk factors of your service area being located on the Gulf Coast and kind of growing up near Galveston. So
I got you, but the reduction in fund balance is from the 43 million to the 28 million is 14,886,000, right? That's the reduction in fund balance.
And there's been a slide on that, and either I think the budget workshop on August 1st.
Okay, so you're saying that we're doing the trust funds out of the fund balance.
Yes, and then there's some CIP projects being funded out of fund balance as well.
This was the wastewater fund balance. The original fund balance was 43 million. Right. And it went down at the end, projected at the end of 2025 is going to be 28 million. So a reduction of you're reducing your fund balance by 14.8 million. Right?
Okay.
So you got 11 million that's going towards stormwater fees, right? And then you have another, what was the trust fund?
Yeah, on that first one, it's only about 5 to 6 million because we're doing
6 million, yeah.
Half out of the fund balance, half out of the rate, half out of the annual operating revenue, not the fund balance.
Okay, so you're assigning, let's say just under 6 million to rates.
Right.
Okay, so, and then what are you assigning to the wastewater trust fund?
That was 7.4 million to the developer trust fund contribution. And then you had some funding of the CIP for, there was.
For capital projects.
For capital projects, yes, sir.
Yeah,
to
about 8 million.
To cash fund those not through the rates, but through the fund balance, since fund balance was available.
Okay, and are you including the debt in the wastewater debt, or are you including it in the stormwater debt fund? Because I'm seeing $21 million for wastewater. Does that include the legacy stormwater debt?
It's getting transferred to the water fund, Councilman. I think we're paying for it out of the water operation.
Yeah, there's
the budget opposite agreement. So you'll see in the schedule it says transfer to the water fund. That's
okay. So it's going to the water
fund.
Water fund system bond debt service.
Yes, yeah, it goes to the water fund. That's where the debt's paid out of. Not that fund exactly, but the water.
So it's not coming out of the wastewater debt fund.
Right.
Coming out of the water debt. You're paying over the water debt fund.
Yeah,
wastewater
correct.
pays water. Yes.
Yeah, correct.
So I have the water system revenue bond debt service fund.
Right.
Which is $32 million, of which, and it doesn't break it out here in the debt service fund for water as to what was legacy.
It probably doesn't, no.
Yeah.
We can get you that if you like, though. It just has the payment of 32 million, right? That's what you're looking at?
And 20.
11 and
you got the
interest, yep.
So wastewater, that budget number, I'm sorry, is 4,200, right? And water's 4,400, but I don't see any transfers.
That was my question.
I don't see any transfers coming into the water system revenue debt bond service from 4,200. Is that coming from somewhere else? If it's going to the water debt service fund, I'm not seeing the transfer in the budget.
The transfer in, right?
The transfer in, right?
Mm-hmm. Is it going into the fund, Eddie, and is it going directly to the debt service fund?
The stormwater debt and the stormwater debt.
Stormwater debts.
So there wouldn't be a transfer from the wastewater operating fund to the water operating fund. It would go directly to the water debt service fund.
Okay, it's going directly to the debt service fund, Councilman. So if we look at that schedule, let's see where it's at.
Yeah, you're just cutting out a step instead of transferring it to another operating fund.
Right, so if you go to this transfer for debt, the 4023.
It might be in the debt service fund. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, do you see where I'm not seeing the transfer in the stormwater debt fund? I'm not seeing, and it's coming, and wastewater is at 4,200, right? 4200. That's the budget. And you should see a transfer from one of the other funds into that debt service fund right, in either water, wastewater, or stormwater. And maybe I'm not seeing it right.
Yeah, well, that 4,200, that's the operating fund, so it's in,
there's two, there's the wastewater system bond debt service. Are we paying it out of the water or the wastewater?
Yeah.
Because you have a transfer from the debt service from the 4,200 into the wastewater debt service of $21,253,980 that's coming from that fund, but it's not going into the water fund and it's not going in the stormwater fund. So if it's paying for stormwater, I'm assuming it should be in the stormwater fund, debt service fund, or the water debt service fund.
Yeah, but we're on the wastewater to the water fund.
And I apologize for this being kind of
it's more of an accounting exercise.
And I get it, but I mean, when I saw this, I hadn't seen it before.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing it in the budget.
Yeah, because on August 1st during the workshop, we had the transfers going up, which was $7.4 million for the developer trust fund, the $6 million in additional CIP cash funding, and then the legacy stormwater debt.
No, I get what you're saying. What you're saying is happening.
You're looking for the transfers.
I'm looking for the transfer in the actual budget.
You may certainly. You're the expert.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Amy Cowley, Assistant Budget Director. On page 120 of the wastewater fund, you'll see that there's an operating transfer out of 19.4 million. So that's the 12 million for the stormwater debt, the legacy stormwater debt, and then the 7.4 for the trust. Do you see that?
Okay, I'm looking at that expenditures. What was the?
It's an operating transfer out.
Operating transfer out of 19,368,210?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that consists of both the, okay, so where is it transferring to?
So the legacy stormwater debt would be transferred into the water fund. If you look at page 108.
Oh, it's transferring to the water fund?
Yes, sir.
And then the water fund is transferring it to the debt service fund?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's as clear as pie.
I understand, but
Transferring the debt.
we have,
Transferring the revenue.
No, they're transferring the funds to the other fund, and then that fund is paying the debt.
so it is a combined utility, but we have historically paid the legacy stormwater debt from the water fund, and it keeps it.
Okay, so it probably should have said, instead of just saying transfer to water, or what does it say? It says transfer to general, no, transfer out, operating transfer out.
Yes, sir.
It probably should have said transfer to the water fund, which is 44000, right?
We could have done that. We
separated
may
that
have had
out.
to create a new account for that, but we could have done that. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can't just transfer it to the actual account number, or I guess you have a different GL?
It's just part of the chart of accounts, so we definitely could have done that, created an account for transfer to water fund, but we had not done that previously from this fund.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen this, and that's why I was kind of surprised at this, when you came out afterwards saying that you were doing this transfer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Okay.
you see where it's all,
Yeah.
where it went, where it went out of.
But it doesn't,
I know.
It's not documented well.
Right.
Right?
Right, that can improve.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
So I want to remind you, when I first came here, I was really surprised that budget transfers weren't approved by the council, and when I brought that up, I was politely told we don't do that over here. So at the county, we approved all budget transfers.
You do here too, Councilman, as part of the budget.
Approving it here.
Yeah, but you do it as a group.
The done fund by fund, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No.
Okay, so we'll quit talking about accounting for a minute. Let's just talk about the rate. So Drew, tell us, for the average homeowner, we're taking the excess fund balance we had in water and moving it over to wastewater, correct?
No.
Or is it the other way around? Remove it. So we're covering the legacy debt.
We're using some of the wastewater fund balance.
Wastewater fund balance.
The other half is going to be recovered through the wastewater rates.
Through the wastewater rates.
Yes.
Okay. But the fund balance was in wastewater, not water?
The fund balance was in wastewater.
Okay.
That we could utilize.
So, and we're using part of that to also help offset the stormwater legacy debt?
To help pay for that debt. Somebody has to pay for it, and
I understand.
So it's traditionally been paid.
Are we using fund balance to do that? To pay down some of that, or is it just all through rate?
No. So $6 million is coming out of fund balance from wastewater.
Okay.
And $6 million is being funded out of the
You're
rate.
using part of the wastewater fund balance to also move over to water to cover the legacy debt there.
Yes, and that's something that, frankly, if that's an accounting.
I understand that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The answer is yes, Councilman.
And then so tell us what the water legacy debt is. How did that accumulate? What is that from? Is that from?
You're talking about the stormwater legacy debt?
Yes.
I mean, did you?
It was debt it was issued probably about 5 years ago, Councilman. Cumulatively, we may have refinanced it. The total, can you guys pull up the PowerPoint presentation, the AV control? There's $211 million remaining in this debt. $211 million in legacy debt. Okay. So prior to setting, here it is here in the slide, but prior to setting up a separate stormwater fee and enterprise, the water fund took care of the stormwater system. So this debt was probably used for bond program projects where we put a new stormwater infrastructure.
When we separated all that out to where they each stood alone.
Yeah, right. So when we created the stormwater program, we didn't carry over the debt. Otherwise, the rate would have eaten up all the debt payment would have eaten up all the rate. We wouldn't have been doing any sweeping.
That's my point. What I'm getting at is we need to lay that out where people understand that. We went from doing it one way to now each one is a standalone system.
That's correct.
It's supposed to be supporting itself, but because it hasn't got up on its legs yet, we're having to take fund balance and move it over to pay the
and any
legacy
stormwater debt issued, I think, from 2022 on or 2021, the stormwater fund is actually servicing that debt through its drainage fees and charges.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Back to the rates. Drew, tell us how the average homeowner in Corpus Christi is going to be impacted by the wastewater rates. You're showing on page 4, is that the correct rates?
Page 4, can we pull up?
Yeah, that's a summary of it over time going forward.
So fiscal year 22, 23, and 24 were all the same rate.
Right.
Correct.
And we're going to go up $5.68
for a 5,000 gallon wastewater user.
For the average.
$4.68.
Right.
$4.68.
Yeah, $4.68. And then the average commercial customer has gone up. Well, it went up in 24 and is going to go up again in 25. But the average homeowner is going to see a slightly over $4 rate increase.
Right.
Right. And then when you offset that with the water rate, that decreased by close to $2. It was $1.70?
Yeah, because for the same user, we're cutting their water rate.
Correct.
Right. So the combined that they'll see on the same bill that gets mailed, there's just one bill. It'll be $2.68 or
$2. I think $2.91 increase or something like that, because there's a reduction on the water, like $1.71 for a 6,000 gallon.
For a 6,000 gallon user.
Water user, yes, sir. Which is the average, water user on the Corpus Christi water system.
Okay.
And back in 2020, the staff and/or its consultants did a projection with that consent decree, and they were projecting for a 5,000 gallon wastewater customer that their monthly bill would be $60. And that same monthly bill that we're, projecting for 2025, if you pass these recommended rates, would be $59.32.
So we're almost there.
So, yeah, Corpus Christi Water's come in just under that projection.
Okay, that's all I had.
Okay, Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so back to my questions earlier on the 2022 rate increases. 8/24/2022, 8/30/2022, and 9/6/2022, item number 19, wastewater rate adjustments. And when we budgeted for FY23, we suggested a $78.8 million wastewater budget fund with a $121.4 million wastewater CIP discussion, which equates to $200.2 million for wastewater improvements. But we can't go and do $200.2 million of wastewater improvements without a rate adjustment increase. So that's what I'm referring to. And then we had one the prior year, or 2 years before. So back to my question. What does the consent decree say specifically that we need to increase our wastewater funding to $12 million this year just because of operations? So we've gone up $12 million in operating our wastewater departments and items.
Yes, part of that $6 million would be the stormwater legacy debt, and I believe there was a 1.2% increase in personnel cost, 4.4% in operating, and
Yeah, so I'm just going to kind of repeat that. So as I mentioned before, the operating costs have been, when you take out the stormwater debt and you take out the legacy trust fund transfer, and you take out the cash funding of the CIP, you're looking at a 3.3% increase from last year. I mean, I'm not sure that that's necessarily answering your question, but I'm trying to.
All I'm asking is its operating costs.
That's the increase in operating costs, is 3.3%.
Thank you. And just for clarification, what year again did we change the water bill to say wastewater, water, and stormwater? Does anybody remember that?
3 years ago? 2 years ago?
3 years ago? Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, so bottom line, I think if I have it correct, $2.97. Is that what the increase, the difference will be? I mean, I just, on the wastewater, from moving the money over.
The impact on the monthly wastewater bill, $4.68.
$4. No, but I think she means after the reduction.
After the reduction.
$2 and.
That's what
let me.
Yeah.
Like $3? I mean, I think.
It was 2 something. He said it a little while ago.
What was it?
$2.97.
Hey, that's what I said.
Yeah, $2.97.
You were right.
Okay. All right, so we're looking at $2.97 difference after doing some of the accounting that I can barely get. But yes, I'm just looking out for the bottom dollar. What is it going to affect the actual customer? So, okay, I just wanted an answer on that, and I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Real quick, what projects are you doing pay-as-you-go?
Pay-as-you-go.
All I see for the IDIQ program, $8 million. Is that it?
Good question.
What was this? I'm sorry, say that question again.
You've put some money towards pay-as-you-go, right?
Right. For
projects. Other than the IDIQ program, what other projects do you have as pay-as-you-go?
I believe that entire cash funding that we're proposing is for the IDIQ.
Can you explain what that is for the viewer?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So IDIQ is indefinite quantity, indefinite delivery, and essentially what that is it's the ability to quickly replace, repair, damaged wastewater lines and water lines. So in this case, wastewater collection lines and force mains.
And the rest of it is paid for how? How much are you planning to spend on the IDIQ program?
Do you have that, Nick?
It's for 22.5 million.
Okay, so 22.5 million.
For wastewater, and how much of that is part of the consent decree?
It's all of it. Yeah.
And how far are we along on the consent decree on replacing wastewater lines?
Nick Winkleman, Director of Water Systems. You know, I would comment that our entire wastewater budget is associated with the consent decree. So it's one way to look at it. But what I did want to say, Councilman, is our current water pipe replacement, 58,000 feet for this fiscal year. Current.
Water or wastewater?
Wastewater.
58,000 feet.
For this fiscal year, yes, sir.
What do you look for? That's 2023, 2024, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have 22.55 million scheduled for 2025. Actually, you have the same amount scheduled for the next 3 years.
Correct. So it's the IDIQ project does a number of things for us. So the first thing is water pipe replacement. So it's pipe bursting for our clay lines, and it's manhole replacement and rehab. And then it also gives us flexibility to address emergency issues.
Okay, so how much of that, it said you had 37 million planned in this year, right?
The IDIQ was 22.5.
Was that for, I mean, what did you have for 2024? All I see on the CIP is prior years.
Right, so the prior years encapsulates, a portion of the prior years. It's not just the previous.
Not just the previous years.
Not just the previous.
How much did you spend this previous year?
So previously, if I remember correctly, that was also the 22 million.
And did you spend the entire 22 million?
So we've certainly encumbered it all because I've got IDIQ contracts at various stages, right? So each year, and they've got renewals. So basically, if a contract is $8 million a year, when it renews, we encumber the $8 million, right? The contracts don't close out at the end of the fiscal year.
Let me ask my question again. Yeah. Not how much you've encumbered, how much you've actually did in 2024 of how much money did you actually spend on this year to date?
So that the contract dates aren't fiscal year dates.
Oh, I get
it. So if a contract renews in June of 2024, we would encumber the $8 million, and that will be spent in a year, because each renewal and each contract's a year. And we spend the full amount of the contract, absolutely.
So you've spent the full $22.5 million in 2024?
Per the contract year.
No,
per the contract year.
I'm talking about the
contract. I can't break it into fiscal year because the contract year may go June to June,
right,
or May to May.
So, Councilman, he would have to prorate it, in other words.
Yeah.
Go figure that out.
Correct.
You'd have to prorate it.
I just don't know if you spent all the $22.5 million in that particular year, or you could. I mean,
What I can tell you is every one of those IDIQ contracts, we've used all the available funds for each of those contracts.
But that's why he's saying it's encumbered.
I understand, but you can encumber stuff for many years.
Typically, we run out of funds before that contract term.
Okay, so what I'm asking is that did you spend it all within the year that you had, or are there's going to be funds from 2024 spent in 2025?
No, the 2024 funds are encumbered for that. There's multiple IDIQ contracts.
Right. You have large diameter, small diameter.
So they're encumbered, and so from that renewal date or contract date, we've got a year to spend them, and typically we finish in about 10 months, 9 to 10 months.
So you have no money right now in 2024?
So our contracts are staggered for that very purpose. They don't all start and stop at the same time.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but you're kind of using like accounting jujitsu. right? Is to say when we spend the actual money. So
Well,
I can't seem to get a clear answer here.
I think the answer lies within the contractual dates, right?
Yeah.
Because that's where we've got to spend the money is for the contract.
I understand. It's just, we're
do
talking about money that we're spending, right?
Right.
And are we spending it all within that year?
Yeah.
Or is it something that goes into the following?
I think you are asking for something that, number one, needs to be prorated, because I understand exactly, I think the whole council is understanding what
Right.
you're asking. That's not a number they're going to have here. That's a specific request that needs to be figured out, and it can be figured out. It's a prorated amount because you have contracts that start at different times and they end in different fiscal years. So 70% of one contract could be used in one fiscal year, while 40% could be used in another contract. 40% of that could be used. So I think it's really something that has to be figured out.
Well, it's all based too on when the contractor submits his invoice.
Correct. So,
That's correct. So that the cash accounting of it. But Mayor, you're absolutely correct. And we stagger, we have a number of contracts to try and get multiple contractors, and we stagger them so there's overlap.
So, Councilman, not to rush you, but we do have other lights, and we need to move it along.
I don't think
It's a great question.
the answer was there, so we could see if there's, some fat to trim and see if we can spend it all in that year.
They would have to figure it out, and I would suggest or request that we do that and bring it back to the council to know in a fiscal year what is the proration of the multiple contracts. Thank you. Councilman Barrera.
I just want to expand on that. I mean, of course, I look at it from my own simple perspective. If I buy a $250,000 house, well, then I've encumbered a debt of $250,000. However, the debt carried over 15 or 30 years, I still have to service it, but I'm not spending. I mean, if my payments are $1,500 a month, I'm only spending $18,000, but I've still got an asset for $250,000. I've still got $250,000 in debt. So, and I've still got to be able to have revenue or income to cover the $18,000 in addition to my others. So even though I haven't spent, if I bought something for $250,000 and I only paid $18,000 this year, that doesn't mean that I've got another $230,000 that I haven't spent. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's the perspective I look at. Maybe it's rather simplistic. I don't look at it as financial jujitsu. What is it? But I think that's the perspective of which I have. And the way I look at it from this, though, is that the $2.97, well, first off, the money for the trust fund reimbursement comes out of fund balance.
Right.
So that's just a way, in other words, so that if we didn't follow through on that commitment, then basically we'd be taking the rate increase, we'd be taking the funds from the fund balance to cover the rate increase.
Right, that's one way of looking at it, Councilman.
Yeah, so that to me is not financially prudent. The money is there in the fund balance, and it's for the purpose of addressing infrastructure. So I think that's a good purpose to be able to do that.
Right.
And then number one, the things that it does, it helps support revenue producing. It's a revenue producing asset. We help to reduce the cost of a rooftop. We're providing much needed infrastructure, and then now we're creating ad valorem because these developers. I think we talked about it was going to be 1,500 homes. I'm pointing at you. Where's your backup? I think, because I remember I asked specifically to know, but it was 1,500 homes. So 1,500 homes is going to create all this level of ad valorem in addition to additional wastewater fees, additional stormwater fees, additional utility fees. So into perpetuity. So in my opinion, pulling that money out of fund balance to be able to fund this when we're supposed to do it anyway, and that's the purpose of addressing the impact fees.
Right.
Because then we're taking that responsibility away, and because we haven't addressed just, and I'm not trying to pick. I don't want to start another argument about impact fees versus trust funds, but we never address increasing the cost associated with trust fund fees to be able to cover the infrastructure costs.
Yeah, we haven't.
So here we have an overpaid fund balance that we've held that it's prudent to move it over. If we don't do that, then we're taking that fund balance to help cover to cover expenses.
Right.
So that's half. So that's one reason why it's important. The other thing that we're getting out of it is we issued this stormwater legacy debt because we hadn't addressed a stormwater fund.
Right.
That can had been kicked down the road for how many years? Who's in here?
At least 2 decades, because most cities had it 20 years ago.
So at least 2 decades.
Right.
So, and with that, with those funds, we were able to do, and dare I say it, what's the term, Jim, that we're using? Sustainability.
Okay.
You know, such things as, you know, street sweeping, storm drain, what is it, what is it, listed
The
out.
bar ditch cleaning, we're doing street sweeping, we're removing debris from our waters, from the bays. And,
so once again, those are items that we're not addressing.
We weren't sweeping any streets 5 years ago.
Exactly. So we were not addressing those issues. So we had to develop a fee, which was very bold on the council that did that. I was part of that.
That is true.
And so it's very bold, and we received a lot of ridicule, you know, with regard to doing that. I mean, several large property owners reached out to me personally, and so that was very difficult. We adjusted it where we could. So now we made the decision at that time, and I was part of the ones that said that we're going to incur the stormwater legacy debt because of the fact that we had calculated a way to figure a fee to be able to address those important issues.
Right. The operations of it.
Yeah. In addition, we have a commitment with regard to the consent decree. And right now we're ahead of it. In fact, we had said we were going to be at $60, and we're at $59 and
$59.32.
$59.32. Yeah. So for $1.97, now granted that's for the regular homeowner, right? $1.77 a month.
And just to clarify, Mayor, Council, I was trying to remember from my memory. I found the slide. It's $1.77 savings on the monthly water bill with a $4.68. So it's a net impact of $2.91, not the $2.97. So I apologize for that.
So it's $1.77?
Is the decrease on the water bill for a 6,000 gallon, user, and on the wastewater side for a 5,000 gallon user, it's an increase of $4.68, net impact of $2.91.
So for an average homeowner now, we're asking them to help us with about $36 more a year, shy of $36 more a year, to be able to fund the needs that were required, that we're utilizing with stormwater, that to be able to fund the because of the legacy debt. Yeah, so to be able to take care of all those items, we're asking them to basically, we've got to catch up on this consent decree, which is good. It's good that we're doing it, and it's majorly important. We want to have a good relationship with the EPA and, and obviously TCEQ, and it supports the environment. So I'm trying to make it as simplistic as possible instead of doing, and I don't want to say, I'm going to say financial jujitsu again, because I got my butt kicked listening to you with your jujitsu, because I got lost. So I'm having to dumb it down for myself. So for less than $36, we're accomplishing all this. Now, however, if we don't charge that $36, then there's all of a sudden a hole of about $12 million.
Right.
That all of a sudden it says that we're going to have to cut back on some of this.
Quite a bit.
So, and I voted yes. I plan to vote yes for it again, but I just wanted to make that very clear that the public knows we're asking you for $36 more a year because we want to make sure to address these issues, and we don't want your children to have to address them. All right. Thank you very much.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, guys. I'm going to poke the bear just a little bit more, kind of build on something that Roland mentioned here a bit ago, but I'm going to phrase it a bit differently. Assuming that we approve these wastewater rates today, at least part of the reason that wastewater rates are going to go up, if they're approved today, at least part of the reason that they're going to go up is because utility rate payers are having to, whatever word you want to use, subsidize or bail out the trust fund, which has had so many financial shortcomings. Is that an inaccurate statement? I think it's correct, unless I'm misunderstanding.
It's coming out of the fund balance and not the rates, that 7.4 million or whatever amount it is. So It's based on past wastewater bills.
You don't mind? All right, we're gonna have to put everybody on there. Okay, everybody's on. Jim, it's not necessarily that. What it is that we didn't make an adjustment to the trust fund. And the builders will tell you, how long ago was it when was the last time trust fund fees were raised?
The structure hasn't been changed in a long time. They've been increased by 10%, but it's not enough.
But how long ago was this?
Last year, in this year's budget we did.
But prior to that?
It hadn't been, yeah.
So 2007.
Yeah.
So what happened is that we didn't address that because they're willing to pay it. They're willing to pay it. Now what's happened is now we have this surplus that we're having to use that so that way we can start fresh. So anyway, I hope that answers it for you.
No, I understand that. I still think that this is an example of the utility ratepayers having to bail out the developers because they have not kicked in as much as they should. Now, you could say that we should have raised or should have had the rates higher, the fees higher than what they have been, but that's what this is. At least a part of the reason these rates are going up is because we're having to bail out that trust fund, which has fallen short of where it's supposed to be. It's been in the red for millions of dollars. And now we're having to bail that out, and it's the utility ratepayers that are going to have to do that, or the tax ratepayers from the general fund. It's going to have to come from one of those two entities.
Not necessarily. You paid over decades, That's the alternative is you paid over 10 years. But I would remind us that this is public infrastructure, so it's not infrastructure inside the subdivision. It's large trunk lines, both sewer and water, to get the...
Yeah, and again, that's part of the issue that I've had with these. I don't have an issue with the development, a neighborhood being developed either immediately adjacent to, or within the city limits. But if it's going to be 6, 7, 5, 10 miles outside of town, with barely a string of attachment to the city itself, that's when you're going to start to run into these high costs of pushing water or wastewater out, halfway across the county.
We own the infrastructure, though. I just want to point that out.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. That's all I got. Thank you.
Councilman Roy. Oh.
What happened to my life?
I don't know. Go ahead.
I don't want to belabor the point anymore. I think there's a couple things, and really when I look at the general public in terms of trying to understand and make sense of how we got here, there are a lot of moving parts. This council basically has talked in the past about fund balances and saying, okay, we got more money in this fund balance, we're okay over here, we're a little bit short on this one. So when we start moving fund balances around, I think it does cause a little bit of an issue. I also understand, when we sat back at our workshop and we talked about the trust fund initially, we said that we weren't going to bail them out. But then we had two very large projects there that are revenue producing that they've waited for those funds over a year and a half, I think, or longer.
Probably so, right?
So we made the decision as a council, again, to do that using a fund balance that had more money in it. It's tough. It is tough. At the end of the day, I don't think people care about how we got there. I think what they really care about is, okay, what's the increase to me? What is it going to cost me if I use the same amount of water? And we've got that number. And I guess it might not be pleasant how we got there, but the bottom line is now we can at least sit there and say, okay, we've got a number. This is what it's going to be in terms of an increase. We had a decrease overall, but then now with the wastewater part, at the bottom line is they care what's coming out of their pocket. And I think, it is what it is at this point. I do want to ask, though, if under this program, right, does this include the drainage, cleaning out the drainage?
No, so this is only on the water and the wastewater side.
Only on the wastewater side.
So the drainage would be the stormwater group, and that's a different.
That's a whole different animal.
Works. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that and seeing if there's something we could do there in terms of maybe cutting the frequency, because we went, in terms of maintaining the stormwater ditches, we went from basically first come, first serve. If you complain and say, hey, this hasn't been done, then we'd go out and do it. Now we're going to how many times a year? Twice
No, I think it's once every 3 years still.
Once every 3?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
Well,
I thought somebody said that maybe we were going once every 6 months.
Is it once every 3 years, Ernie? Yeah, once every 3 years, which that is not even, that's nothing to write home about.
Okay.
'Cause these things grow fast, and when they're full of debris, including weeds, the storm flow doesn't flow well, and that's when we have
I think if we budget for that and we have to do it once every 3 years, I think we're still going to get phone calls that we're going to have to go out and tend to that,
right?
Because of the issues of flooding.
Yeah, once every 3 years, better than none ever. And so this is eventually we want to be probably once every year cleaning these ditches. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's over time. The whole when we designed the stormwater program with council in a citizen panel, it was phased in over 5 years to smoothen the rate. That's part of that. Yes, sir.
All right. That's all I had.
Okay. Councilman, let's see, Suckley, have you spoken on this yet? Okay, Councilman Suckley, go ahead.
All right, thanks, Mayor.
Oops.
Thank you. Just real quick, thanks for the presentation, Drew. This was real helpful for me to have this in there. I know Councilman Barrera mentioned it, is, soon after the consent decree was finalized in June of 2020, when y'all put together, or you weren't there, Drew, but when staff put together the forecast of what wastewater rates look like going forward based off of the costs we anticipated, we're right on point of what that projection was,
right,
and actually a little under. And so to your point of trying to keep costs down and be very cognizant of that, I think you guys have done a good job doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And not that we're here to rubber stamp what was decided 4 years ago, 2 councils ago, but it at least showing that you guys are adhering to the path that we were driven to do based off the consent decree.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that being said, I'd like to make a motion to approve as staff's recommendation for the wastewater rate.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We have 2 quick comments because I know the councilmen have already spoken twice.
Yep.
Councilman Hernandez, if you'll make, or.
Right, just real quick, how many open FTEs do you have in wastewater?
On the wastewater, you have 26 open FTEs.
And you have 2.7 million in professional services for across your system. I mean, it's spread out over different areas, but you have, what I'm saying here is there's places where you can cut, right? That you can, at least $6 million.
I'm going to wait. Let me let Wes Nebgen, our Director of Wastewater here, make some comments on that.
Okay. Wesley Nebgen, Director of Water Systems Infrastructure. So on the professional services contracts, those are still crucial to the consent decree. Those monies are still going towards our large diameter line cleaning and televising, which is required by the consent decree. That is work that has to be done.
So that's not part of your IDIQ of the $8 million transferred to the CIP?
No, sir. The IDIQ covers repairs to wastewater lines, pipe bursting, manhole repairs, things within the infrastructure.
Okay.
Professional services are going to lie within Nick's group and our other contracts like cleaning, televising, things like that.
Okay, we'll probably need to really understand how much you're actually spending, how much you're keeping, because otherwise you wouldn't have had such a large fund balance at the end of last year. Or at the end of this year, right? Okay, so that's what I don't want to have include is, this kind of fluff at the end where you end up with a lot of extra balance left over. Now, I'll leave it at that because you're basing it on a budget. Last thing I want to say is on the stormwater, the whole reason why I pushed for us to having stormwater capitalized in the bond, because there was no funding in the stormwater in order to pay for it.
Right.
The whole reason I pushed for the 1/8 cent sales tax to be on stormwater is because we had no funding for it. All it was this fee, and I could see increases going for the future. And the reason we were in this situation with the 200 million is because we did that in the past. So I want to say that, we're trying to address this now with stormwater so we don't end up in this situation where we're trying to, it's a redheaded stepchild nobody wants, and now we're trying to figure out how to pay for it. All right, thank you.
Okay, and Councilman Pusley.
What do you mean we, Kimo Stubby? Anyway, real quickly, just to kind of get this, when we keep using this term that we're bailing out the developers and the builders, we're really not doing that. That's not a correct term, I don't think. The trust fund was set up, the builders go in and build infrastructure that the city would have to do, but they do it as they develop. And we reimburse them from the monies that are collected into the trust fund.
Right, that's correct. And we're talking about everything outside the subdivision, nothing inside. So the large trunk lines down the street to get to their development.
Yes.
So it's not inside the development.
Yeah. So and the Builders Association back in 2019 recommended a 10% increase, and no action was taken on that to the trust fund.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And I was reminded of that. So we need to be careful about using the term bailout, because we're not bailing them out. We're reimbursing them for the money that they've expended.
We have an agreement with them to pay them back.
Yes.
Put it that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have an agreement
to pay them back for the work for the monies they spent to put in city infrastructure.
That's right.
All outside the subdivision.
All outside the subdivision.
It's a city council approved agreement.
If they weren't doing it, the city would be doing it.
Exactly.
Correct.
And the reason we like for the builder to do it is because, like Councilman Hernandez says 100 times a year, is that they can do it a whole lot cheaper than we can.
Right. That's
Than the
right.
city government can.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. So we have a motion, we have a second. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to give any public comment on item number 7? Okay, there being no one. Council members, please submit your votes. The motion carries. Okay, next item is item number 8, and this is the ordinance adopting the Corpus Christi fiscal year 2024-2025 capital budget. Mr. Houlihan.
Hey, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. Just to recap, the item 8 is an ordinance to adopt the capital budget. Last week on the 10th, the second reading, the proposed capital budget failed, and council directed staff to come back with some options. Today we have those options. If you so desire, Mr. Edmonds is here to go over review the capital budget and let the council, the council can make whatever decision that they so deem. I'm going to go over the...
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I've got about 10 slides that I'm going to go through to help tee up this conversation about the capital improvement budget. So to start off, I'd like to review a few of the aspects about the capital improvement plan that we discussed, both when the CIP was presented and when we did a workshop on August 29th. The first thing I'd like to emphasize is that the CIP is a planning document. And this is something that by charter we have to update every fiscal year, but it's not appropriating on a fiscal year basis. Most of these projects are multi-year projects that span, whether it's design or construction, it spans multi-years. Other than very small projects, every one of these projects will have to come back multiple times to City Council for contract awards, whether an AE contract or a construction contract. So there were 272 projects included in the FY25 CIP. Now, of those, only 59 of those projects that have funding in FY25 do not have encumbrances against that funding. The other 213 have contracts that were previously approved by council.
Jeff, would that have been, I'm sorry, excuse me, would that have been in 24 or could be before?
It could even be before.
Okay.
So
they carry over.
Most of the projects of these 113, most of these have appeared in multiple CIPs that have been
Correct.
presented to City Council.
Right.
And contracts have come to council for award.
Right.
And then the CIP will spread that, sometimes the design will be spread over 2 years or construction over 2 or 3 years. So you award the contract in one fiscal year, but that contract, when they're putting the CIP together, they're planning for the funding needs by fiscal year basis, but your contract is encumbered at the contract value.
Okay.
Now, this was a question, I think this slide was prepared in response to a question from council. How much is going out the door, really? So if you remember from the workshop that we had last month, we have awarded contracts in fiscal '24 equal to about $520 million. Now, my caboose still hasn't quite caught up to the speed of my engine. So money being paid out, which is payments mostly to architects and contractors, and architects, engineers, and contractors, is in this range of $350 to $400 million. If you look at the last 6 months, we had an annual rate of about $367 million, if you double it. Now, it fluctuates a lot. There's a lot of noise. The trend is still increasing because we're awarding more contracts. If we have a lot of rain or something, that'll go down. Your construction invoicing might be affected, but in general, if you look at that trend, we're probably double what we were.
And Jeff, I guess I'm going back to my little simplistic analogy. If I bought a $250,000 house and my payments are $18,000 a year, I still encumbered the cost if it takes me 2 years to build $125,000. I mean, that's rather simplistic, but my obligation is only the $18,000 in case, unless of course the interest rate goes down.
Correct. And
but I've incurred a capital expense of $250,000.
Correct. And using your analogy, it's like then you decide you want to add a room onto the house and you want to do some renovations to the house. You borrow money for that, and so that payment goes up to pay for those modifications.
Right.
And this slide here, I'm sorry, this is for Councilman Pusley, and Councilman Roy spoke to this last week. So of the $1 billion budget, what we're saying is that we're probably only going to spend between $350 to $400 million. So we're not spending $1 billion. The budget's $1 billion, but we'll be spending based on our trends and based on especially this last 6 months between $350 to $400 million.
Right.
About a third.
Yeah,
so
it's probably going up because the trend is up, and we've awarded some large contracts that are going to generate some.
But that's a good phrase right there that Pusley says. So when the constituents say $1 billion, that's how much you're going to spend. No, we'll be paying out about a third of that. The other 2/3 gets paid out over the next 2 years.
Right.
Yep. Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Okay. Well, another thing I'd point out. So in May, we paid out almost $40 million, which was probably a record payout out of my department. But that was a little spike, and it's been down a little bit. Last month, the weather impacted. We were down. We were only about $30 million last month. Okay, and this is how that CIP breaks down by the 10 categories that we use in the CIP book. That's listed in alphabetical order. And of course, the largest categories there are the water, wastewater. Okay, now this is where the funding sources come from. There's 8 categories there. 3 of those are debt, 5 are cash or a grant. Of course, the largest is the utility supported debt, which funds most of the CCW projects. The next largest category is operating fund reserves, which we're using to try and cash fund as many projects as we can. That was $81 million. So if you look at the cash funding, it's about 20% of that total.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah. So Jeff, on the certificates of obligation, column there, 57 million, which is 6% of the total. Of that 57 million, is any of that encumbered yet? Or is that just planned?
About 10 million has been, Councilman.
Pardon?
About 9 million has been encumbered already.
Has been
the remaining 48 is on slide 7.
Okay.
So 48 million has not been encumbered, but that 9 million has been. There's 48 million in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects, including most of that's in streets.
Yeah, so I'm going to break this down by category and show you the projects that don't have encumbrances that are within those categories.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. I want to know what's been encumbered. And my question would be, if those certificates of obligation have not been encumbered yet, could we push them to the next bond election?
You could. Okay. That's within your authority to do. So what we've done.
Would that put it? All right, let me add to that. Would that put any project in danger of, it's an emergency kind of deal, we need to get it funded, we need to get it, or is it something we could push to the next bond election? Because, we want the next council to have some fun too.
Well,
yeah, and I'm leaving.
Let's hold that question until we get to that,
all right.
that slide. Okay. So what we're going to show you in the next few slides is the projects that don't have encumbrances. Okay. And the reason we're focusing on that, so what you got to realize is you can cancel any project anytime.
Well, I know that.
But the worst time to cancel it is when you're under construction contract, because in our parlance, we call that a termination for convenience.
You've already spent a bunch of money getting to that.
You've already spent a bunch of money getting to that point, and you probably need to figure out how you're going to get to a certain endpoint that might not be your originally intended endpoint. And then your contractor might think that he's entitled to lost profits and excess general conditions and things like that. You might have some litigation that results over it. In other words, you can do that. And anytime that we come forward with a construction contract award, the council cannot award that.
Right.
No harm, no foul, no obligation. So we thought we would look at those projects that do not have active, that have money in FY25 that do not have active encumbrances against that. So,
Councilman Roy, did you want to ask the question now?
Yeah, I want to ask a question because that brings up a good point. We've talked about this in the past where we've tried to move in order to get things done faster because everything is getting more expensive. We started doing the pre-engineering phase and things of that nature, and we've looked at, like, for example, in the upcoming bond project, looking at X amount of dollars per each district based on what they thought they want to do project-wise, and we put some of that pre-engineering in there. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, several of the projects were putting the engineering on one contract, on one bond, and the construction on another.
When we do that, do you consider at that point that project's encumbered?
The engineering part.
The engineering part is.
But not the construction.
And where I'm heading with this is because I've talked about this before, because, we're right now at $175 million bond coming up that the voters are going to vote on. But it makes sense if somebody's loading $30 million in pre-engineering, they've started that project, which says that somewhere down the line, if you just stop there, that's kind of a waste of money, that future councils are going to have to make decisions because that engineering part was already started. And so, we can give examples of this, Sherrill Park and some other things where there was enough money to get the design and everything done, but not enough money to be able to get the project done. So what that does is it kind of obligates you, because all of a sudden you've got $30 million, I'm using that as an example, in pre-engineering, and then it says, okay, we've got the pre-engineering done, what's the next phase? The design phase, right? And then you got to get into construction. But you're saying at any given time, we can change our mind, or we could push that back further.
Yeah, now on the engineering contracts is a little easier. Now, más o menos, the engineering is going to cost you 10% of your project cost. Now, per our contracts, we can tell architect, engineer anytime, stop, pencils up, give us what you've produced and bill us what you've got in it. Now, you don't get that money back. You're going to have to pay them for what they've done.
Right, exactly. But, I mean, if they're done with that part, again, I think we just, as a council, we have to be cognizant of the fact that if we go in there and we do X amount of dollars in the pre-engineering phase or whatever the case is, or pre-design, we're essentially sitting there bookmarking that to pay on that project later on.
Yeah.
And so when we start talking about bonds where we went from 125 million to 175, and then we start front loading them with all this pre-engineering things, then all of a sudden, unless we do something different and we come up with another way to be able to fund these projects, then now all of a sudden our bonds creeping up to 200 million. And, you know, that's just a concern. So I think we have to look at the balance of that, and that's where I get a little bit concerned about overall.
Right.
Is that we have to look at that mix, and because we're obligating ourselves for future debt.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Councilman, because on one hand, changing that up, and I think it was Councilman Hernandez, you know, that suggested that, you know, do it in piecemeal, if you will, but then we're loading up, right? Because we've got to get to the construction phase, and each one of those projects is, you know, they're big projects. I mean, if you look at, you know, this, I'm looking at the CIP scorecard, you've got projects here, Sylvia, your park, Casalinda Park, that playground, it won't be done until 25. You have $300,000 that is going to be taken out of 25, but it started in 24. I know that's a small project, but the big ones, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so great point, Councilman. It's something I think we need to think about as we create the bond programs. Did you have anything else, sir?
That's it.
Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm glad that we can cancel any project at any time. That is what you said, right?
Council has that.
Has that prerogative, has that ability, has the power, I guess, right?
I'm not going to say it won't hurt, but you can.
Yeah. And that's why I have an issue with this budget, because my personal reason for not supporting it is because of the huge desalination plant that we still don't have all our ducks in a row. You know, we still are waiting for Title VI. We're still waiting on the discharge permit. We're still waiting. Hopefully someday, maybe very soon, we'll finally accept that we need to get a far-field model. So that's the main reason, and that's the biggest part. The budget on the water is 17 million. So if we were, I'm just saying, if we were to remove the desalination plant from the budget, and we would, like I think y'all said, or that we would be obligated to have to pay a fine, you know, on the loan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And I was thinking, well, since we collect, we have $26 million, I think, on the exemption fee.
Right.
So that could basically come out of that.
No, it couldn't. That has to be,
couldn't? Why is that?
It has to be used for construction. It has to be construction-related costs, so it can't be to pay fines or breaking promises.
Okay, so we're voting, we're supporting this budget right now on the desalination plant, and if we were to, you're saying if we were to back out now, because we can, we still would be obligated to pay, but we couldn't use that fund? Is that what you're saying?
No, because it has to be to build something. It has to be to construct a water project, not to pay for broken promises or reneged agreements, you know.
So we really can't, so I mean, not that we really can't,
could use
but it would cost us, the taxpayers, some 11 million so far. And this is why, you know, I've been opposing it from the get-go, is because we have not had all these things that I just mentioned. Why would we rush into this desalination plant when we don't have the far-field modeling, we don't have the result of the Title VI, we don't have, you know, just...
Yeah, well, it's been 20 years, so I don't know if that's rushing, but...
I'm sorry, Peter, it hasn't been 20 years.
Well, that's what Councilman Hunter said.
No.
Yeah.
5 years.
Been 20 years we've been working on the project.
has.
30, he just said. Okay.
Okay, but we haven't
Sorry, I
been
was
moving.
off.
Yeah, but it's been in the last 5 years, I believe, since you got here.
Right. I mean, the last
Okay.
5 years in earnest and the last 1 year in earnest. But the answer is this, Councilwoman, we're just about out of water. We have 24%.
Well, not for the people, we're not. We're out of water for more industry to come in, and that's the truth.
We're a regional water provider, to 7 counties.
The regional, yes, but for people first. We have enough water for the people. Yes. Yes?
The people work at these employment
Yes,
centers.
but just.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're talking,
Okay.
let's get back to.
All right, well, I'll be voting no.
Okay. Councilman Bonetta.
Thank you. Just for clarification, at least for the constituents that I talk to, which the majority of them are, I just want to make sure, because when those comments come up, I get asked questions. So, and in fact, I think 4 years ago, it was I that recommended, even though we were way down we're much further now than we were then. I had the council at the time, and it was myself that made the point that we need to be transparent with the public that we were encumbering the liability and the asset with a water treatment plant,
right?
Whether it be desal or not. So we still need the redundancy of a water treatment plant, regardless of whether it's desal or not. And the commitment that we have with the drought surcharge is to utilize those funds for other water sources. So we're committing, what this capital budget is committing to, because let's assume let's assume in a very, very, very unlikely situation, our permit is not, the other permit's not approved. Well, we still have a problem because we still have to have another water source. Now, and the challenge that we're facing today is that we use about 90 million gallons a day, all right, of which our reservoirs are this morning at 24.4%.
That's correct.
So we don't have enough unless somebody tells Valero, hey, pack up and leave, or don't do, or start, you're going to have to lay people off. They tell Chenier that, they tell Flint Hills that, they tell Lyondell that, because Corpus Christi is out of water. And they're not pursuing any additional ones, and they just want it for those individuals. And therefore, the consequence associated with that is that wages go down. Wages go down because those are high-paying jobs. So I just want to be clear that we're not putting words into the city manager's mouth, is that we do need a water treatment plant. And I think in the interest of transparency and the commitment that we made with where we're going, we do need to include it. Now, I understand she's going to vote no, and that's fine. She has every right to. But I just want to make it clear for the people that come and ask me questions that we want to be transparent. We want to say, hey, we know that we have to incur this redundant water source and a redundant water treatment plant. So, right. And that's something that I know that has been working on. I was going to say the same thing, 2 decades but it's been 30 years. And so it's not necessarily that there's a rush. I guess the thing is that we've allowed certain items to derail us, such now a far field model would kick that can down the road another year.
Right.
That's what I understand.
That's correct.
So once again, in the meantime, we're at 24.4%, and we've looked at groundwater. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make that work. And we've got other sources that we know that we're going to do our best to make that work. So I just wanted to be clear on that.
And we spent a great deal of money looking.
How much have we spent so far?
Yeah. I'm just looking at water sources.
On the
Is that
desal?
Yeah, water sources and on this facility.
We've invested so far.
10 million?
Yes, approximately.
In addition to staff time, too.
Right. Okay.
Well, that's important to note for anyone who says we're not looking and we haven't looked at other water resource avenues.
Another thing I will tell you is there's a lot of confidence from the outside folks looking in. I mean,
Right.
we've got a procurement process that we're working through. There's 3 firms that are competing for this, that they want to be here. And those firms have every expectation that the city is going to deliver this project. And they are putting lots of resources into making sure that the city gets a competitive targeted project at a affordable rate for our ratepayers. So,
and the Texas Water Development Board said the entire state of Texas is watching.
Right.
And we know because of the enthusiasm that the legislature has, which includes Senator Hinojosa and Senator Lamantia, so that way we have a good project and we're able to provide resources not just for us but the entire state of Texas.
Right.
So much that, and as one time I remember, Jim came to my office. I said, "Hey, we got a lot more in common than we don't." And I think I have to go back. He was right. He said that industry is willing to pay for it, and they are, and there are others. Shall I say, other intentions of other individuals that want to profit from that. That's why we have this urgency, is that if the private sector, because we're being watched on a worldwide basis, comes in, there's going to be an additional cost, and the citizens of Corpus Christi lose control of oversight.
That's right.
The citizens of Corpus Christi will lose control of oversight because now the private sector is going to handle it, and you're going to have whatever administration is in office for EPA or TCEQ. And if you wanted to, with us, if you wanted to get information and there's a problem, you can do an open records request. Whereas if it's the public sector, or the private sector, then you're going to have to sue. So I think this is very prudent where we're going, and once again, I'm doing this soliloquy basically for my constituents. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. I'm going to go ahead and go to Councilman Hernandez.
Well, thanks for the soliloquy.
Yeah, thank you.
To approve a capital budget or not?
Okay, I appreciate you providing, and Jeff, where'd you go? Oh, there you go. I appreciate you providing the list, but I think you misunderstood what we're asking for. It's not that the CIP is too big, it's how it's funded. And you provide a lot of projects in here that were not projects that were funded by debt, right?
The last page in there is...
Right. Why would we cut the projects that are...
Mostly debt.
Why would we cut the projects that are not funded by debt? The biggest complaint that we had was the amount of debt that we're accumulating as a city, both in water, wastewater, every project that's funded either by revenue bonds, certificates of obligation, that is incurring debt that we have to pay for, and we have to raise rates and we have to raise taxes on. The 6% that we raised taxes on was primarily debt that we incurred.
The ones taxes are usually GO bonds that have been approved in past referenda.
I got you, but what I'm saying is that we're adding to this, right? We're putting gas on the fire with some of these projects, especially in the water department.
Yeah. So the list we gave you was kind of a long list.
I got you. You didn't need to provide the list of stuff that's being paid for through Type B or...
Yeah, Councilman, most of it, if you look at page 8, that's $354 million in debt. I don't know if there's a revenue source in the far right column.
Right.
Yeah, that's all
that. That's page 8. Okay, but all the other page...
Well, it just follows in alphabetical order, I think.
Right. So what I'm trying to get at is that you have a lot of projects in here that are debt funded, and that's what I'm talking about. When we went through it with the rate model, which I appreciate the time that, rate model, the water department's going to need over $300 million in revenues in the next 5 years. That would require us to double rates, and most of that is going to be debts to cover the debt that we incur that we're approving through this CIP. I understand that she's against, Sylvia Campos is here against the desal, but that's just one component of it. That's the $200 million on this one, and then $535 million in the future. But all these other projects that we have to pay for, it has to come out, and then you're going to force councils in the future to raise rates. We're here arguing about the wastewater rates just to cover $4. We're gonna have to increase that exponentially in the future. Am I wrong? To cover a lot of these projects?
Yeah.
Councilman, I appreciate those comments, and I think what I'm going to tell you is kind of what I said last time I was here, which is to say there's an upward pressure on the ratepayer. And these costs, what we're doing is we are trying to make sure that we reduce or lessen the impact on the ratepayer. And so these projects that we have, at least the one that we're talking about right now, the desal project, we have low interest funding that the state of Texas is providing to us. We have a drought exemption fund that the large volume users are paying into. We have grant funding that we are working to try to secure. So, I mean, we're doing everything we possibly can to make sure that we keep the rates as low as we can. I mean, that
I appreciate what you're saying, to throw the words back at you, but it doesn't ring true. And what I mean by that, I'm not saying you're lying in the sense that, but you got to understand that those of us who have six-figure salaries like yourself can afford a doubling of our water rates. Not everybody can. Not the people on the west side that Councilman Barrera represents or Councilman Campos represents. They can't afford that. And I understand we're trying our best to keep it low, but if you're borrowing a ton of money, it doesn't matter how low your interest rate, you still got to pay it back. And over a 30-year period, it's still a lot of money. We're talking, hundreds of millions of dollars. By your own projections, your water department that has $169 million of revenue is going to be $1.3 billion in debt. Okay, that is a lot of money we have to pay back. And we are putting our foot on the gas here. And so I'm asking you and the rest of us in this city to look at the areas where we're borrowing money at a great extent to cut back on. And I looked at a few of these, like this warehouse that you want to build for $13 million. Have we assigned a contract for that yet? Do we need that right now? The $13 million warehouse?
Yeah, we do. Right now, we're keeping our expensive materials outside, so things like PVC pipe are being destroyed in the sunlight. Wes, you want to elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. That's exactly right. We have no.
We can't lease a warehouse?
We can lease a warehouse, but then you're moving a large part of our operations. We've actually looked at that, and it wasn't as cost effective as staying where we are and building a warehouse on site. Where our
$13 million warehouse.
That's what the costs are coming in.
I haven't seen that. There's no financial analysis presented to council.
Well, the warehouse hasn't come before you to bid for the construction, but the OPCC right now, from the architect, that's...
How about a $1.1 million boat ramp?
That's...
At Wesley Seals boat ramp at Sunrise Beach.
I mean, I'll tell you, as far as a boat ramp goes, I mean, that's something that, that's not something that is necessary or imperative that we do have a boat ramp.
We have one that's dilapidated right now,
Yes.
falling into the lake, and maybe Esteban wants to elaborate.
Yeah, the boat ramp enhances the recreation and activities in support of our activities at Wesley Seal Dam. It adds to protection and safety at Lake Corpus Christi. It allows us to do monitoring and abilities at the dam when most of the lake's boat ramps are closed. This is near Sunrise Beach, and it allows safe and access to that. So it provides safety for many recreational activities that go on and dam security.
Could I chime in on that for just that one particular issue?
Okay, but I still want to continue speaking.
Councilman, can you?
Just to speak specifically to the boat ramp.
Put everybody here, I'll take myself off.
Can you turn? Okay.
I can still.
So I had the boat ramp marked on my cross-out sheet as well, and here's why. I built a $500,000 boat ramp at Hazel Baysmore Park from a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife. They have a boat ramp grant program that's highly funded, and they actually go out and look for people to give that money to. So I would suggest that we look at that, because that particular park, and I go over there all the time, it's right across the lake from me, and it serves a lot of people from Corpus Christi, and it serves a lot of low-income families who can't afford to go to high-priced parks to enjoy the things that a lot of us other people do. So It's a great place for families, young families go there, but I think we could get a boat ramp through the Texas Parks and Wildlife boat ramp grant program. That's all I got to say.
Okay.
For that one thing.
All right, and then, and this is, and Jeff, you probably need to come back on this one, because this is not, we have public facilities here as well, right? That are paid through certificates of obligation. The asset management service center facilities, the service center security enclave, that's a total of $5,700,000 for both of those. I mean, there are things in here that I believe are nice to have, but we need to, we can't continue to put our citizens in this kind of debt over this period of time. I mean, it's just, I understand, we like to say, oh, we got this $1.86 billion budget with pride, but honestly, that's not. It's honestly like, well, what the hell are we spending money on? And Peter, I mean, we've got to cut some of this back. I can't vote for it like this because I can see the writing on the wall with the amount of debt service we have to pay in the future. And I understand a lot of these projects are, we think are critical, or we'd like to get them done, or we have, consent decrees associated with them, but we need to really put the pencil to the paper here. And nobody reached out to me this week. We voted on Tuesday, and I reached out to Drew, and we talked a little bit, but he was over in Austin, but nobody else called. Nobody else said anything on some of these projects. I would have loved to have had somebody refuse so we could have gone through some of these projects, but nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't vote for this without having to go through this with a fine-tooth comb and weed out some of these projects, because it is too much to put on the backs of our taxpayers and ratepayers. And it's not right now. It's 2 years from now. It's 3 years from now. It's 5 years from now that we are making decisions on this particular, to borrow money today, that's going to have us to pay it in the few years. I feel like Wimpy, can I have a hamburger today and I'll pay you Tuesday? That kind of thing. No. This, it might not affect some of us. Some of us might not be here.
Yeah, Councilman.
Right? All right, so you understand what I'm saying?
We do, but, I also want to say this. There are projects that are benefiting all of your districts. So a lot of these, we have to be mindful of that when those projects come forth, because you've got a Bill Witt Park improvements in this capital improvement budget for $799,000. That didn't appear yesterday. That is something that was brought forth to us at some point. So when somebody asks for, why does my park look bad, or why don't we start spending money at this regional park, or we can go down the line, Dilworth, Ms. Campos, your Dilworth Park Pavilion. That's a $372,000. So when this came forth is when we have to put on the brakes. Councilman Hernandez, I think it's a two-way street, because all of this comes before us. All of these projects, they are not put into this booklet magically and then they appear today. A capital improvement budget was explained, what it is, a planning mechanism, and it is the responsibility of the council, and it is created every day of the week, every day of the year. So we need to be a little bit more cognizant, and I agree with what you're saying, Councilman Hernandez, in terms of the other side, meaning staff. But not every dollar. You brought up, okay, the boat ramp or what have you. But Greenwood Sports Complexes, that came before us. So it is our responsibility to say, no, maybe we don't need this today. Because come budget, here we are. And it's a huge number, and we've committed, and we listened to our constituents. Roland Barrera didn't wake up and say, let's go spend some money on Greenwood Sports Complex. That didn't happen. Matter of fact, that particular conversation started many years ago. And I invite any of you to the Greenwood Sports Complex. You wouldn't want your children playing there. So when you have company and you say, come watch the grandkids down at Greenwood, you would be embarrassed to take them there because our and this is just one example, we're not taking care of those facilities. So we can go down the line here, but it is a two-way street. And I don't agree, right, with the boat ramp. And I think in the end, this needs to be tightened up on both ends because we're approving these projects in your very districts. And so I think we just have to be more cognizant. But again, great examples from Councilman Hernandez. Okay, we'll move it along. Councilman or Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to just remind everyone, I believe I heard that we've been trying to put desalination for 30 years. The hotel convention, you could go back the same thing. I mean, if it was a good idea, I think they would have done it, years and years ago. Even now, it failed. So we've also have an example of a company that tried to do it. M&G went bankrupt. We have another one, that's on the verge of going bankrupt. So it's not like desalination is the answer, to what we need. I would have hoped that, that we would have gone after possibly water reuse. We would have done a better job at doing groundwater, but here we are. That's why I'm saying what we're looking at now, it's not prudent. For me, it's not. So anyway, I just wanted to point out that, if it was a good idea, I think it would have been done a long time ago.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Hernandez, don't worry, they didn't meet with me either. I think it's because of my hesitancy towards the CIP plan. So you already touched on the warehouse, the boat ramp, and we have discussed in the past about the gas storage facility and how it's beneficial to us and how we will actually get an ROI off of it. Would we not get the same sort of ROI plus or minus if we were to outsource that to a local gas storage facility?
Neiman Young, Assistant City Manager over Gas Department. The reality is that facility is non-existent at the moment, which is why the Gas Department is basically trying to capitalize on the opportunity. It's non-existent in the region. If we are to move forward with that project, it'd be the first of its kind, and that's what's going to lead to, the new revenue from that particular project.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilman Barrera.
I was going to start another soliloquy, just basically because, I've already said about, it's not credit card debt, it's tied to an asset, but nonetheless, I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Pesley, do you have
I've only commented once.
Okay, go ahead.
About the boat
And then Jim
ramp
Klein.
grant. Okay. All right, so I want to go back to talk, and I don't want to just talk about this. I want to offer some suggestions. And Mayor, you bring up some great points about parks, and that's why I voted against every water spray up in the air. What do they call them? Park that we
splash
pads. I voted against every one of those because they're unnecessary. And that's the thing that aggravates me about government is we don't know the city manager suggested cuts in programs, and the whole room up here filled up with people. Oh, you can't cut my deal. Why would you cut my deal? That's terrible. Your people are really bad. You're just, you're all smoking crack. You look like clowns. I've been accused of everything. You're taking money from businesses. You're all these accusations because we tried to make some cuts in the budget. So nobody wants their golden calf gored. And that's what the aggravating part about this. But I want to, if we don't have, and if you look at parks, one of the largest expenditures we're going to make in this capital budget is on parks. It's, fourth or fifth in the list with parks. Do we need those parks? No, we could cut them all out. We could close them all tomorrow. But this room, we wouldn't have enough room in this building for the people who would show up and protest that. So I want to say that let's talk about real money here for a minute. If we don't have an emergency situation with the certificates of obligation, other than the ones that Peter has mentioned, I would like to amend this budget and push the certificate of obligations expenditures to the next bond election. Whenever that would be what, 2026? I'm asking that question.
Councilman, we're trying to get that number for you. So on page 7, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 projects that have COs that haven't started yet. 2 of them are street, so we probably don't want to do that. There's 27 million and 15 million, a combination of COs and.
Well, I realize that we're all trying to do streets, but
yeah.
But Peter, what'd you tell us the other day? We now have about $450 million programmed for streets. So I don't
that
think
was over the past like 5 years, I think.
Well, yeah, but that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're fixing to pass another $175 million bond, the majority of which has streets in it. If the sales tax passes, we're going to have streets in both of those.
Right, yeah, we'd have 100 million over 20 years in the sales tax.
So I don't think 2 projects pushing those down the road for streets would be a major deal killer for this city.
That would mean we wouldn't do any neighborhood streets. I just want to make sure everybody.
Well, no, that's not true.
In this fiscal year, because the tax won't come in until next year, the sales tax, if it gets approved. And that tax was.
We're doing the rapid street program every day now.
Oh, no, that's what that 27 million's for. 27 and 15 is the rapid.
That's for the rapid street program?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a rapid street.
Okay, well then pull that out. What else?
Yeah, so on that list, we have City Hall window system and envelope upgrades. We have an asset management service center, 3.7 million. That's design only. And then there's improvements to the landfill.
What is the asset center? What does that do?
That is, I don't know if somebody here can speak to that, but basically at our Holly Site Service Center, all of our buildings are 1950s vintage. So it's similar to our fire stations where we're expecting people to working for the city, but they're in deplorable condition. So this would be the design to rebuild eventually that service center where all our heavy trucks and public works vehicles and solid waste trucks are, that type of thing.
Okay.
It's design only. As you can see, there's no more COs based on council input. In this budget, I didn't recommend any new COs.
I realize that.
Yes, sir. It's all in the future will be bond funded. So there's not really much to choose from because there's no new COs being recommended in the CO side of it.
Okay. What is the Fire Department Resource Center, Phase 2? What is that?
Let me see here. Page 2.
It's 23,180 is the project number.
Okay, that's, let me get that page here because I don't think we're looking at the same thing that they gave you.
No, I'm looking at something
Yeah, no
different.
problem. That Chief's here, he's going to explain what the resource center is.
Good afternoon, Brandon Wade, Fire Chief. So the Phase 2 of the Resource Center, the first one was where we store our apparatus that are reserve apparatus, so they're not sitting on the sun, the medic units. The reserve rescue truck, engines, and ladder. Phase 2 of it is putting a classroom and workspace and locker rooms, which could potentially utilize for our wellness program in the future and training classrooms.
Okay.
We currently don't have any training classrooms that belong to CCFD for that.
Okay. Now.
That's 18?
It's behind Station 18, yes, sir.
Okay. Is it necessary that it's in that exact location for right now?
For that location, yes, it's ideal for that. The Phase 1 was built with the plan to have a Phase 2 to be able to expand off it, and that's what we're looking to do. So we have the property. I believe we're 80+% in design already for that facility.
Okay. Because I was going to say, and I don't want to talk out of turn here for Del Mar College, but I understand they've got some vacant classroom space over at their new facility. Maybe we could make a deal with them to utilize some of their classroom space.
And again, some of that is as we look into our wellness program and to build that, having a facility for that to be attached to it is part of the planning for it.
Okay. And then what about the solid waste facility complex? It's going to be built with certificates of obligation for almost $6 million.
Yes, sir. That's the new solid waste facility that's going to include the composting. It's going to have the new facilities to house all our solid waste employees. I'm not sure if many of you are aware, but currently the facility to house the solid waste department isn't even large enough to accommodate drivers that are servicing our citizens on a daily basis. We have some female employees that have to actually utilize porta potties because the restrooms aren't adequate enough to accommodate that many employees. So this is the project that's going to help us to address that, take care of our employees, and let them get out there and take care of our citizens.
Okay, moving right along. We're doing really well. There's some projects here that are listed that are supposedly going to be paid for by the sales tax. And I want to be sure that I understand that they meet the criteria to be for sales tax. And so the People's Boardwalk that we've talked about, is that permissible to be funded by the sales tax?
Yeah, that's the existing, so the existing seawall sales tax didn't have narrowly defined parameters, so as long as it was adjacent to a street that's adjacent to the seawall, it was an eligible expense. It's legitimate.
And it will be under our new?
Under our new, no. So it's different under the new one. It's only flood protection devices.
Okay. So that money would have to be expended now? The $11 million for it?
Well, the contract, isn't that contract already awarded for the People's Boardwalk?
Yeah, I think we already awarded the contract. Yeah, it is under the current authorization for sales tax under the current collections.
Yeah.
Okay.
The contract was awarded by council, so we'd have to cancel the contract. We designed it.
Yep. Yeah, it's fully designed.
And the dredging for People's Street T-head?
That is all.
Same deal?
Yes.
It would not be permissible under the new?
It would not. The dredging actually would be permissible under the new authorization,
Okay.
but this is being funded under the old authorization.
Okay. The Cooper's Boaters facility for $5.4 million?
That is being funded under the current authorization. It would not be eligible under the new authorization.
Okay. The Parks Tourist District facility and warehouse?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that is, we have an old warehouse there down in the near Heritage Park that is in poor condition, and this was improvements, I believe, to that one.
Right, it's a relocation of that blue, the hideous blue rotting metal building that's down there across from the American Bank Center. That is inadequate for employees, and it's another porta potty setup.
Yeah, we have a lot of theft out of there too. We've had a lot of challenges with that one.
Okay. And then our downtown ADA improvements, $1 million. That's programmed, I think, currently under the TERS.
It's under a combination of TERS and also for revenues that have been accumulated under the scooter program. Any excess revenues there are able to be utilized for improvements in safety downtown.
Okay. So I guess to get back to my original point, and Jeff's got this list of projects not under contract. So what is it under that list that we can live without for another year besides desal?
Well, our recommendation is to approve the CIP as it was presented.
Okay.
Yeah, and Councilman, one thing we put in the briefing memo, and I think we talked about it last week, is every year, really, the desal, we have it boiled down to every week, but every year costs go up. So if we have, these we're recommending that we have to do them, right? These aren't fluff projects. The things like fixing buildings that are 50, 60, 70 years old that we all complain about. We can't keep employees working for the city because they don't want to work in that condition. Plus, it doesn't protect the assets we spend millions on. So any delay just costs more money in the future. So if we say let's just start it next year, that's fine, but it's going to cost the taxpayer more by next year. Not to mention we're compromising assets that are bought with taxpayer money, things like trucks and heavy equipment. This is what, and Barrera talked about it last week, when we delay and kick the can down the road, we get to where we're at. We're trying to get caught up. This capital budget, at least in the water and wastewater, and many of the aspects, has been thoroughly scrubbed, and a lot of what we would want to do today, we've moved that back already into the year 4 through 10, the 7-year kind of planning phase. And in this budget, we didn't do any more COs, so that means that some of those projects will slower roll in the future. But a lot of these projects are meant to replace dilapidated buildings. We should take you over sometime to the Holly Yard over there. They took me there for my interview 5 years ago, and I'm like, okay. But so it needs improvement. It's just we're recommending that we have to keep the business going appropriately.
I understand. I understand all that, Peter. I really do. I just, as a cautionary note, because like everybody just mentioned a while ago, I won't be here in a few months. In fact, I think I've got 6 more meetings to go.
But it's the best.
Did you say who's counting, Councilman?
Yeah, exactly.
It's the best.
It's the best.
We have to sing a cautionary tale as we go forward, no matter whether we're at the city or the county or a school district or whatever. We can't be all things to all people. And the fact that you made a recommendation about we ought to do something with the OSO Learning Center. Now, some council back some years ago decided that was a great idea.
Right.
And it may have sounded like a great ideal at the time. And you never know, Councilwoman, 10 years from now, we may say, well, boy, that desal thing, that sounded like a great ideal back then. Maybe it won't be. I don't know. We'll see. But, and parks and getting involved in things that the city and county and school districts are not constitutionally required to do, we have to be very careful. Because at the end of the day, somebody has to pay for it. And that somebody is the taxpayers and the ratepayers. And I would just offer a cautionary point of view on a go-forward basis. When you come up here and sit behind this dais, you need to think about every one of these carefully. When you put in a spray up in the air park, you need to think about who's going to pay for that. And what does that benefit? And I know kids love to run through them. My grandkids love the things. But anyway, all I've accomplished so far is maybe I cut out $1.144 million for a boat ramp.
And that's you'll see it at the lake, so.
Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great deal, but I think we can get a grant to build it, or half of it.
We tried, we had about 500,000 budgeted initially, but the pricing came in much higher.
Yeah.
I know, yeah.
Okay, Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I need clarification. Mike, you offered an amendment, I think that was correct, to cut that boat ramp out of the CIP budget. Am I incorrect in that understanding?
Well, my motion was to cut all the COs.
But, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We just went down that line.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to withdraw that and listen to whatever, what else is said.
Okay. In light of that, I would like to offer an amendment to this motion to remove the funding for the desalination project, the $221 million.
Okay, Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Drew. To the point that's already been mentioned a couple times about the debt, and I appreciate the fact that we need to be very cognizant of the amount of debt, and I understand, increasing costs, and, if we delay things even further. They're certainly going to be highly likely they're going to be more costly in the future. And our borrowing costs now are relatively reasonable, and to the point of Drew and CCW getting the low interest loan from the state's great. That helps minimize that. But sorry, Victor, can I throw you into the fray? Would you mind coming up and kind of telling us, with the Fed acting probably tomorrow to lower rates, I think it's going to start probably a downward trend in rates. And can you kind of forecast what you estimate revenue bonds, GO bonds, COs would cost the city going forward in terms of a rate trend?
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, members of council, Victor Quiroga, Specialized Public Finance. And I think I mentioned before, and it's a line I've used before as well, but my crystal ball when it comes to interest rates is extremely foggy. Come
on, Victor.
So what we do when we plan these models, whether it's a revenue bond or a GO bond or COs, we're very conservative in those interest rates. And so all the models that we built for the city in the past here recently have pretty conservative models. So anytime we have a reduction in long-term interest rates, like we're already seeing, the bond market already sees that the Fed is likely going to reduce the short-term interest rates. So a lot of the bonds that we've been selling in the past, few weeks have actually already priced that in. Bond investors have already priced in the fact. So we've seen interest rates go down. So all in all, I think interest rates are going to start going down, but it's going to be a balancing act. Yes, the long-term interest rates right now are not at the highest level that they've ever been. Right now, we've been in a situation where these short-term interest rates have actually been higher than the long-term borrowing costs that we've been getting for our clients. We're thinking that interest rates are going to go down, but the bad part is that once those short-term interest rates start going down, the money that you have in-house and are investing, you're not going to earn as much anymore. So it's kind of a balancing act. But I don't know, I probably that did not answer your question, but I just want to let you know that the models that we built, whether it's the desal or the GO bond issuance, those interest rates are pretty conservative, and so any reduction we see is just going to benefit the city. And just to update with the SWIFT loan for the desal, the most recent interest rate provided by the Texas Water Development Board for a 30-year revenue bond is a 3.58% interest rate. Right now, if we're to go into a public market and issue those bonds outside of the Water Board, we're probably looking at a 4.6% interest rate in that range. So pretty significant savings when you look at it over a 30-year period. We're looking at probably about $26 million in savings currently.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second.
Well, there was an amendment.
And there was, okay, right. You're going to repeat your to remove the desal. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to remove the desal from the capital improvement budget. Okay. Please submit your vote.
Okay, there we go.
So Gil's preoccupied. I don't know. I mean. And is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 8? Okay. Okay, the motion carries. I'm sorry, the motion fails. Fails.
We vote on the main motion.
Right, go ahead. Now we vote
on the budget as presented.
on the budget as presented. Please submit your vote.
Oh, sorry, Mayor, hold on.
Okay, the motion carries.
Now the vaccine.
Okay. Okay, moving on, we are going to item I. That's a 3-signature memo item, number 9. This is a motion directing the Corpus Christi, Nueces County Public Health District to be required to read and provide in writing to prospective COVID-19 mRNA gene therapy vaccine recipients the following information and sign a COVID-19 mRNA immunization consent form before administering the COVID-19 mRNA vaccine, as requested by council members Mike Pusley, Michael Hunter, and Gil Hernandez.
I agree.
Hi, Dr. Khan.
Good evening, Council, Dr. Fawzia Khan, Public Health District.
Now we're putting another barrier out there.
Go ahead, Dr. Khan.
Thank you. Yesterday, we received another memo from Councilman Hernandez and Secretary's office, and we would like to say that the Health District does not recommend the item COVID-19 mRNA-informed requirement. We are very WARE's report. Again, our job at the Health Department is to provide factual, verified, researched information. And again, when we look at that, this information, when we had it last Tuesday, when we got the memo, there were 29 events. If you remember, we kept going back forth in that, like 29 events. Yesterday memo has 27 events. So now today we are talking about 27 events. There is a difference of the diseases that were presented last Tuesday versus now. So the first question is, who decided that Kawasaki disease and seizures and convulsions should not be there? Who decided that GB syndrome and Bell's palsy should not be there, that were part of the last memo that was shared with us last Tuesday? So every week we are getting a new paper. So again, we do not recommend the item because it's incomplete, it's inaccurate, coincidental, and unverified. Again, this document has not been prepared by the Corpus Christi Health Department. It has been developed by CDF volunteers. We have been shared, like we have been told that it's a PRR analysis, but when we look at the number of the events, and I know it's very tiny to show, but if you look at encephalopathy, that's like 2 there, it's in 526. That is where that item falls. Similarly, when we looked at the numbers that we have here, these are the top 34 reported events. There is only one that is part of the memo presented by the CDF. So who decides? That's our question. So the question is the methodology, the data. If we are saying it's the Wales reporting system, CDC itself is telling you do not use this to show that this event is caused by the vaccine. So again, going back, we pulled the report, we shared with all of you, we shared it, and I know it's been passed forward as well, but again, these were the top reported events for COVID-19 vaccines in Wales report. Only one is part of the group that we saw. Again, some of the listed COVID-19 adverse events that are part of the memo are not part of the Wales database. And again, where report parameters, how were they picked up? Who analyzed the data? And again, parameters, who set it up? And we can show you the Wales website as well, so that will be how how we can put in so many search items and we can put in so many parameters, and results will be different every time. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Khan, here's my concern. What are the legal ramifications if we have a group that comes before us tomorrow that says the flu vaccine creates or affects us this way, that way? What are we going to, is this setting a precedent? Because that could happen. A group of people can come and say, well, we believe, because that this is what's happening, and I know we're going to have some public comment here in a minute, but my concern is, number one, what are the legal ramifications of this council making this decision after hearing what you are saying as the head and as a doctor, what we've heard many in terms of medical, the medical community and their licenses. I'm concerned about that. So I'd just like to go over that, and that would obviously go to Miles, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about what are legal ramifications of moving this forward. And a part of me feels like any city can do this. So any city can say, let's change the consent form, and has that happened in other cities? Change or add a consent
There's no
form.
history of it happening in other cities.
I'm just asking, because I think that's a huge, it's a very big thing to do.
Even prior to House Bill 2127, which was the Texas Regulatory Consistency Act. Even prior to that House bill, we were probably preempted in terms of mandating how a doctor could practice his medicine. And that's what we are doing here, is everybody who issues a vaccine at the health department does so underneath the authority of the doctor. And the doctor essentially is the person who decides what is required in terms of that consent, in terms of how that vaccine can be administered. We can't tell a doctor how to administer a vaccine. We as the employer can say whether or not we will provide that service, but we can't determine how to provide that service because we are not licensed medical professionals.
We meaning this city.
The city
council.
And the health district. But when it came to the House Bill 2127, Texas really put its stamp down and said that cities could not regulate how a medical service could be provided. Because that's within the occupations code, and the occupations code was declared by the Texas legislature to be clearly preemptive of city authority. So we do not have authority to indicate what must be provided when providing medical services.
I was just going to add to your question, are other cities doing this? No, but a lot of cities are watching and telling us that they're very concerned of what comes out of this council meeting today could impact the business of healthcare, public healthcare. Not for the better is what they're telling me through sources, so cities like Houston, doctors in Houston and many Texas cities are watching us and are worried about an outcome. I'm just repeating I'm not speaking for myself necessarily, what people are telling me in the healthcare profession, public healthcare profession in Texas, just sharing that to answer your question.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Mayor, I'd like to see if we can open up the public comment or public hearing so we can hear.
But we're going to continue to finish the discussion. We have a couple of lights on.
All right, so with that, Miles, you're saying that we can't provide a sheet that informs people of possible side effects? Is what you're saying? Is it a legal document that says you can't? Or is the other option just not to provide the COVID-19 vaccine?
We're not required to provide any vaccines. We're not required to provide a medical care. However, when we only provide this, a particular document, and we condition it on the provision of a vaccine, we are essentially providing a condition to providing that vaccine. We could theoretically put any document we wanted into a utility bill and send it out to but the motion on the table essentially is that as a condition of providing a COVID vaccine, which is medical care.
So your concern is that the Attorney General would come in and sue us and say you can't do this?
No, not at all. Actually, my concern is that the doctors would simply not do it, and because they don't want to put their medical license on the line.
So,
and we couldn't make them.
What does that have to do with the Public Health Department? We're not saying that doctors at Spawn or CVS or wherever can, this has nothing to do with them. It's strictly the Public Health Department.
Because
Councilman, we work under local health authority. Dr. Ram, who was here last time, he's licensed by Texas Medical Board, and all of our nurses are part of Texas Nurses Association.
So, this was the challenge, right? This, COVID-19 has really created a distrust in the medical profession. I mean, I'll be straightforward. It is, and then the doctors that did not agree with it were ostracized and were threatened with their license to be removed if they didn't toe the line with Pfizer or Johnson & Johnson, and it created an air of distrust for the medical profession. I question my doctor when he recommends something, because if they're just going to be towing the line of some political organization, then I'm going to be very skeptical. And I'm skeptical of our staff. I'm skeptical of Peter. So this whole thing has created this distrust, right? And the amazing amount of resistance to just providing some information to people is amazing to me, just on its face. So I want to say that this is if it was up to me, we wouldn't do the COVID-19 vaccine at all. It was rushed to the market. It created a lot of, I don't think it's even effective, just based on what I've seen. And everybody I know knows somebody that was affected by this vaccine. 1 or 2 people. I know 2 people. So, it's not just anecdotal. So I want to say this goes back to trust. The reason why this was brought by people, because they don't trust what's happening. They don't trust our government, our federal government, the CDC. Dr. Fauci's probably, I won't even mention what people call him. So I want to say that this is a lot about, can we trust our government to do the right thing? And right now, the answer is no. So I'll let the other comments come by.
And if I may say, that is why we need to make sure that people have the trust in us, and we need to share information that's scientific, verified, and reliable. So I agree, yes, to build trust, we need to share information that's scientific and researched.
Right. Someone made a comment in the last couple of weeks about how, we could be liable. And we have to remember there are 2 sides to everything. 2 sides to everything. So you have people that do believe that this vaccine is good and that it helped them. No, you have, but you don't, Mr. Flanagan. But there are people who do. There are people who do. And you have to respect that. And so if you look at the other side of this, public comment's going to open in just shortly. If you look at the other side of this, where's the liability? If someone comes forth and says, you didn't offer me that vaccine. So someone earlier, Victoria Holland, no, it wasn't Victoria Holland. It was another lady. Freedom to do. Don't go get vaccinated, or get vaccinated, or maybe you did and then you don't do it the second or third or whatever time. I'm respecting both sides. We've heard strongly, and I understand, believe me, but I feel like there's some legal consequences that can really streamlined down to the doctors and to the nurses. And I mean, we heard that from Dr. Khan. I don't know. I feel like this is, we're a local level. We're policymakers for the city. We're not federal Congress men and women. We're not senators. And that's the level that makes those documents. Now, I understand we can do this, but we need to make certain that we understand the consequences, the pros and cons. And that's why we're having this discussion. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Talk about distrust. I think we know where the distrust started with our former president that just put doubt in elections, doubt in medical, just doubt, fear. And it's really sad that we're here discussing this, that we have a system, the healthcare system that we abide by, not just the CDC. We have the Texas health system. We've got medical providers. We provide the consent, and the people are free to check for, besides the county, the health department telling them what the side effects are. People can read, people can see, people can talk to, and it's a choice. But what happens here, and I don't know, this is what, the 5th time that we've discussed this? I mean, I don't know how much time do you know how much time you spent on this? And we can't just put this to bed. Do you know, Dr. Khan, how much time you've spent on this issue?
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware. It has taken a lot of toll on my staff, myself. Again, the meetings with CDF, preparation for these meetings, debriefings, myself, city manager's time, ACM time. We have spent a lot on this subject.
And the bottom line then is still on that House Bill 2127, which was referred to by Dr. Larkin. And that, again, was a Texas Republican, House, saying that cities can't just go and change ordinances, can't change. I mean, I know other cities, more progressive cities, have come up with before, like providing a sanctuary city for, women that, wanted to seek an abortion, and that was stopped. So I guess, the House has spoken, and we're trying to abide by these rules. We may not like it, but the bottom line is that we are providing already a signed consent that tells people that there are side effects. And I'd like to, well, I guess we're going to have to not listen, but I welcome the public, because that's one of the reasons that I was elected. I still want to hear the other side, but I think there's a point where we have to just decide and move on. So anyway, that's it.
Okay. Councilman Pesley.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into discussing the debate between how the Biden administration did a better job than the Trump administration. I'm very willing to debate that with you offline, because I think I have a very strong opinion about that. And when you talk about the Texas legislature, one of the reasons they passed that ruling was to keep woke cities from coming in and creating laws that forced the people who live within those cities to take vaccinations against their will. So we've got to remember what that law was passed for. It wasn't passed for this issue. Now, Dr. Khan, you made the comment a while ago you made this comment twice, that things have to be scientific and researched. So how do you know that the list that the CDC puts out now with respect to COVID vaccinations has been thoroughly researched and scientifically studied? Because they told you so?
No, sir. CDC has a process that they follow. Any serious side effects that are reported.
Do we know that process has been tested and been thoroughly double-blind tested in the public? Do you know that for sure?
Yes, sir. They do control groups. And if you remember, when we were going through this COVID vaccine, there was a Johnson & Johnson vaccine that CDC put serious side effects for that. And it was like, okay, it can lead to blood clotting disorder.
Yeah, but originally CDC said the Johnson & Johnson vaccine was okay.
But sir, they were following on that. It's the same thing for AstraZeneca.
Yeah.
So it's not the CDC has hidden everything or something. It's
I didn't say they hid anything. I'm just saying that they were reacting to trying to get something under control that at that point in time we thought was going to wipe out the nation. Because speaking about political decisions, the governor of New York stuck 10,000 people in a building that died because they didn't receive any treatment and were isolated into a zone that was infected. And how many people were put in hospitals and sequestered from their families, not being able to have their families at their bedside because the CDC said, and Dr. Fauci said that's how we ought to treat it, which later on turned out to be completely not true. How many people did they suggest, the CDC's recommendation at the time was to intubate everybody that had COVID. They found out later that was absolutely the wrong thing to do. How many people died because of that? So I just want to bring to your attention that when you use the term scientific and researched, you know,
as of this time,
we think we know what wiped out the dinosaurs, but we don't know for sure. We've researched that, but we don't know. We really to this day don't know for sure what wiped out the dinosaurs. So anyway, I want to ask you, this document that is being submitted, does it tell any doctor what they have to do?
It does what?
This document that we want to attach to the one that you're already giving out, does it tell any doctor what they have to do?
Yes, sir. It does tell my nurse to read and tell the provider. It is asking the...
I don't think that's true.
Yes, sir,
I don't think that's true. All these people are asking is that this document be attached to one that you're already handing out. Is that not true? It doesn't say that your nurse has to read it. Am I wrong about that? It doesn't say that they have to read it. It doesn't say that they have to discuss it with anybody.
Again, sir, the earlier version was, we are required to read to you the following information before administering the COVID-19 or other mRNA vaccine. The version that came last Tuesday, that did require us to read it.
Okay. Was that your understanding?
The last one, yes.
But what about the current one?
Well, that's up to us here now with the amendment.
Okay, so if we took that provision out that required it, that said that somebody has to read it.
Which one?
Yeah, so sorry, to answer your question, no, it doesn't say that a nurse has to read it, but on the revised version of it, right? In the first two paragraphs, there is certain omitted language that is from the VRES website. So it isn't a copy and paste on the disclaimer. So even in language here, they took certain language from the VRES website, but omitted certain language. So it's not a copy and paste on the disclaimer. And then from there, then it talks about the methodology used. Again, no one knows what the methodology is, what data set was used, so it's complicated.
Well, somebody must be giving me the wrong form because the one that I received didn't say anything about that.
Yes, sir. I'll pull it up on the presentation here.
Yeah, go back. Here.
Yes, sir. This one.
Yeah, no, it's sure. Here.
Yeah, so this was the version that was submitted yesterday.
No, I can't read that.
Let me see.
It's too small.
We can have someone brought up to you, sir.
Sorry.
the version you all viewed last week.
Okay, where on here does it say that a nurse or doctor has to read this to somebody?
It does not.
It says we are required to read. That was the previous Tuesday version. Yeah, not, this one does not.
Okay, so this document doesn't require it to be read to anybody. It doesn't require, all it says is this will be attached to a document that you're already handing out.
Well, it doesn't say it on there, but if we attach it to the document, then that is saying that then the health district co-signs on it, right? Is authorizing this document. And so as it is submitted, one, there's errors on the document too, but as it is, there is language taken from the CDC website, but it's paraphrased language. So the disclaimers are not directly.
But it's not on, Sony, it's not on here, is it?
They took language, so the form as submitted, they took certain language from the CDC website.
Okay.
So this form, and again, we didn't see it, we asked to be a part of the.
Okay, well, Dr. Khan just said a few minutes ago that you know, that she honors what they have on the CDC. So if they're taking this language from the CDC website, is there a problem?
Yes, because it's certain language is omitted. So it's paraphrased. It's not the whole disclaimer. It's paraphrased language. So essentially, it's cherry-picked language from the CDC website. So again, and that's the first two paragraphs. It's not a copy and paste, and we can pull up the VAERS website so we can see exactly the exact wording, because it doesn't match what's on this form. And then also too, it's come to the point of who picks what side effects are on there. Because if we go by the self-reporting, if we go from the list of the most reported, most of these are not even on the side effects that were self-reported by individuals. So if we're believing individuals that have side effects, most of these are not even in the top 27, all but maybe one or two. So, and it talks about professional reporting ratio. So my nurses don't know how to speak to it. And when they ask, well, how did you come up with this information? Because if we're giving out the information, then we would need our healthcare professional to then explain it, how we even got to it. So the answer to me would say, well, ask the citizens defending freedom, because they put it together, not the health district.
Okay. Well, I don't know about the cherry pick language, and I guess, Peter, I want to say this because you're the only one in this room that works for us other than Rebecca.
Okay.
My biggest disheartenment and disappointment over this is that we didn't do, you know, Councilwoman Campos talks about the time spent on this. I'm extremely disappointed that we weren't able to sit down with a group of people and come up with a reasonable compromise on how we could present this that everybody could support. And the health department, instead of doing that, dug their heels in and tried everything they could to defeat this.
Yeah, I would offer a different narrative, Councilman. They spent numerous hours and did have a compromise.
They spent numerous hours in meetings that they didn't agree.
No, there was a compromise that was reached, which was let's hand out the website address and explain it. Let's hand out an iPad so they can go through the 12,000 list of side effects on the VAERS website.
Okay.
That was the compromise that the group didn't want to accept. It was either their way or no way. So we gave them alternatives. We said, how about let's list the website. Let's go over it with the patient and say, hey, there's this website that's run by the CDC. You can look at 12,000 side effects, and it could be 13 tomorrow, 14 the next day, and go over it with the patient. What we don't want to do is say, these are the ones that you got to be careful of, because we don't know. Somebody picked these, but there's 12,000 on top of these. We're saying go to the exact source. Don't select certain information and fit it on one page. It's too much to fit on one page. That was a compromise that was reached. They met many times with the goal of doing that.
That may be true, and I'm not going to argue the point, but what I want to say is this document, and I kept hearing this morning and have heard in multiple open forums that we were going to force somebody to read something, that we were going to force some doctor to do something, and that is not true.
Today, that's no longer true, but Dr. Khan was saying last week this is what it was. But today, you're right, it doesn't say you have to read this, but by us giving it to the person, we're the only one in the room, so we're liable for this, and then we have to try to explain it. Somebody could ask, well, doctor, whoever's given the shot, are these the only 27? No, there's 12,000 more. Well, why did you pick these? Well, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know?
Well, I thought these were picked because they were at the top of the list.
No,
sir.
It's not the top of the list. These are picked for whatever reason. Sony can explain it, but these aren't top of the list.
No,
sir.
PowerPoint.
We actually put on
Yeah.
the PowerPoint. If we can go back to the PowerPoint, please.
Here, let me get
Thank you.
Yeah, these are self-picked by a group of people.
So again, you download the whole data set. So these are right here, the top self-reported, right, by doctors, by people, by anybody. So these are the top 34 that have been self-reported.
As compared to other.
In order.
Yeah.
The top 34.
Okay.
Or, over the 12,000 that have been reported, these are the top 34.
Okay, what's on the list, Sony?
Oh, so we have headache as number one.
How many of these are on the list?
Oh, sorry, we have,
dyspnea, 1.
so one.
Just one. Okay, Councilman Pusley, this list here is the top 34 that's on the CDC's website, okay?
This list?
This list on the screen, this list on the screen is the top 34 if you will go to the CDC website, VAERS, in terms of number of people reporting. According to Dr. Khan, only one of them is on this list that was handed out today. Just one. So 33 and not on this list. 26 on this list are somewhere in the ranking, but they're not in the top 34.
So what is this multiplier that's added on here? You can't talk yet, Sean, I'm sorry. In a minute you will be able to.
Again, Councilman, between last Tuesday and today, 7 days, the events reported in the last memo were 29. The memo that we are discussing today has 27.
Okay,
Again,
I got that. I asked the question, what's the multiplier?
Yeah, and we don't know that. So that's their proportional rating. We don't know that. That's something that they put together where it's, I guess it's comparing COVID-19 to 101 vaccines. But again, we never saw the data set. We never saw the methodology. This is proportional. It's not, so the answer is we don't know because it was not explained to us and we've asked in meetings multiple times. They've even recorded the meeting so they can
Yeah, Sony, you asked for the information?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you get it?
No, sir. We
Okay,
did.
it wasn't provided by the group you met with?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So we've asked for it, but this is the proportional reporting ratio. But it was not explained to us on how they came to the data and the conclusion.
Okay, I'm done.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilman Roy.
I want to go back and I want to ask this question. Does the public health do manipulation under anesthesia?
Manipulation of?
Under anesthesia. Do you practice chiropractic medicine?
No, sir.
Under the public. Do you do abortions?
No, sir.
Do you deliver babies?
At the health department, no.
No. There's a lot of things that this public health department doesn't do. And you're sitting here and I hear this conversation about, oh, if we don't do it, we could be sued. We could be liable if we don't do something. You know, there's a lot that you don't do. There's a lot of services that you don't offer under public health. Am I right?
Sir, the grants.
I asked a question.
Yes, sir. I'm answering. The grants that we take, we are required to deliver those services.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's just a lot of things that you don't do. You can't be everything to everyone, right? And I think when we sit here and we take a look at the fact that we're trying to protect the public, you know, because it is controversial, and you have dug your heels in. And what I'm saying, and I agree with Gil, is the fact that, you know what? If we're not going to get over this and we've met 5 times, then just eliminate the COVID shot altogether. I said that before. I'm going to say it again this week. There's no problem. Attorney, can you give me your opinion on that if we eliminate the COVID shot?
Other than the grants that require immunizations as a condition of them, we would not have a legal obligation to provide a service.
You're going to lose those grants, but you're not going to get a shot.
Right. Yeah, you could turn it back, Councilman. We would just want to check with the county since they're a big funding partner to see if they have an issue with it. Yeah.
Well, you know, that's the other thing. The county's not here. We haven't had, I don't know why. I mean, if the county's part of it, I don't know why they're not here actually having a say in this. We've met 5 times, but my point is that we're at a stalemate. We haven't been able to agree. Public Health Department, you're not everything to everybody. You know, you've got other vaccines. We've got vaccines. It's not the issue. But right now, the issue is that we're sitting here saying, okay, we want to give a little bit more information. I thought when you met with these 3 council members that certainly there would be a compromise. It doesn't look like there's a compromise. So with that, again, I'm recommending do away with it. Just don't do it. And if you don't get a grant for it, you get grants for do other things. Maybe you'll take a look at something that you're not offering right now and offer it in the future and go for a grant for that. And that's where I stand on this.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. We're not doctors. But this whole conversation has gone way past our pay grade, and our pay grade's pretty low. We're not doctors.
We're not being doctors.
No, but you're not liking what they're telling you. You're not liking what they're telling you.
I'm not liking
No, but guys, if they're telling you there are legal consequences to this.
Say there's legal
Okay,
consequences.
Miles, repeat. No, that's not what I asked him, though. Repeat what you said if we do this.
The state of Texas doesn't require that we provide
Speak a little bit.
The state of Texas does not require that we provide a medical service. But when we provide a medical service, we can't mandate how that medical service is provided.
Stop
because
right there.
that's under a doctor.
Stop right there. Did everybody hear that? So this is real simple. If you want to go against, we're going to hear from you. If this is one side, and y'all have to respect that. We have heard y'all week after week, and that's exactly how the system is set up. You just heard your legal attorney. Now, if you don't want to listen, you don't like what he just said, it is what it is.
But Mayor, I did listen to him.
But
he basically said that if we don't offer the shot, we're within our.
But we're talking apples and oranges. I'm not talking about not offering a shot or offering a shot.
Don't lump us all together.
No, what I'm saying is people are not liking what they are telling us. She is the doctor. She is the director of the health department.
You have a PhD?
No, sir.
Are you an MD?
I have an MBBS.
You have a what?
I have an MBBS, yes, and I have a Master's of Public Health.
You have a Master's of Public Health, and what else?
MBBS.
Yes, say what it is.
It's a medical degree from Pakistan.
Okay, so Councilman, she's the director. I don't care what, you're the director. You all can vote however you want to. Ma'am, we're not congressmen or women, we're not doctors. We cannot give, in my opinion, everybody it's up to you. That's the way this thing works up here on this dais. It is up to you. But we're not congressmen or women. We're not senators. It's, in my opinion, starts up at the top by changing this. By changing this against what we are being told by our directors, what we're being told from our legal counsel, it just, to me, we're continuing to just talk about something in circles. I very much want to hear what you have to say. I have heard that for weeks, and believe me, it's not that I don't necessarily think, hey, there could be something here, but I don't believe it starts on the local level. I don't believe we have the authority or should try and take authority to issue informed consent on the medical. We are policymakers on a local level, and I realize that it's made it to this dais, and it can happen. We can take a vote, and we've heard from medical professionals, and I think we have to keep separate. Some of this is it's a very personal, controversial issue. And what our job is here as policymakers, we are not doctors. I just don't believe that. I think it's very dangerous. And for me, what Miles said when I first asked him, that seals it for me. because he is telling us that there is legal consequence to this. So that all the questions and comments have been had. I want to hear public comment, Mr. Flanagan, and then Ms. Anderson. I think the two of you, or anyone else who is, yeah.
There's been, Sean Flanagan, 4218 Herndon Street. There's been a lot of misstatements and misinformation stated. But when we get into this, let me quote Pew survey. In 2020, only 29% of the people in the United States had confidence in medical scientists. 71% do not trust our public health agents to act in our interest. So with that fact, do you call them wackadoodles? Or do you deal with something, you try to do something at the level you can accomplish so we restore trust in these people? That's the purpose of the deal. As a result of our interactions with these folks, we altered and made changes to what we were asking for. We said, okay, take off the whole idea about consent form. Take off the signature. Make it an information sheet. In Mr. Zanoni's comments on the radio yesterday, he said he's all for an information sheet. The question got down to what goes in the information sheet. Unfortunately, Dr. Khan has mischaracterized what's in the information sheet. We provided a link to Dr. Khan that explained the methodology that the CDC VAERS information was analyzed by. She said the link was dead and she couldn't get to it. That's exactly what was stated on the record. Now, excuse me for not following up on that, but we drove on. I had, in our first and only meeting I had with Sonny and Dr. Khan, we had a way forward, I thought. That night, Mr. Zanoni issues a statement saying that he is against the whole issue. In other words, our way forward ended that night when Mr. Zanoni issued his little statement saying, hey, staff's against all this. Here's the deal. What we want to do is restore confidence. What's in here, if you look at it, is a statement partially taken from the CDC website. By the way, the CDC website in their SOP says when you are handing out the VS1 statement, you can do three things. You can read it to the person, you can show them a film about it, or you can add additional information. The CDC is saying that it's legal to provide local people to provide more information. That's what the CDC says. The state of Texas certainly would uphold us on that, we feel. Furthermore, the methodology used in this, as explained in the link that I sent Dr. Khan, which she was unable to open, the reason that there's different numbers on here is it's a monthly analysis and the numbers change. The reason that these side effects are on here is because they are the most significant side effects. If you allow me to continue for another minute, I can answer some of the questions that Dr. Khan raised about this, since she directly talked about it. The reason that the side effects are listed is because they are listed in order of severity. A PRR comparison is an SOP that the CDC uses. There's a gentleman on the VAERS analysis website, which is the link I provided and I can provide to all of y'all, that provides complete data information. Why these? Because they have a 2.0 or higher PRR analysis. That means if you got a 2.0, and what he did was he compared all 101 vaccines and diseases that are listed on the VAERS website versus one disease, COVID-19. He compared 34 years of data from those 101 vaccine diseases to one disease, COVID-19. The comparisons that are listed here, and the reason they are listed here, and the reasons that the numbers change is they change because he analyzes them month to month. On our thing, we're suggesting that the Public Health Department update this routinely or periodically. The numbers here, for instance, if you look at the first one, 2.02, a 2.02 PRI means that you are that particular side effect occurs twice as often, 200% more has been reported for people who have received the COVID-19 shots as opposed to all the other shots for the last 34 years. That's why those ones are listed there, because they're significant. The last one shows multiple organ dysfunction syndrome. You have 10 times or 1,000 times more percent have those side effects been reported for COVID-19 vaccinations than all the other vaccinations combined. Now, these are side effects. We clearly state these are not causes, that these side effects listed on the VAERS does not prove causation. That's a point that's very valid that Dr. Khan made. It does not prove causation. However, since we are just 3 minutes into this, or 3 years into this, the studies that need to be done have either not been done or not been accepted by the medical authorities. The use of VAERS data for the reported side effects is what the CDC uses to decide what's to be evaluated in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan.
Thank you.
And we'll, I'll let,
Can I ask him some questions?
yeah, Mr. Flanagan, I think we have a question or two.
Yes, sir.
here.
Yeah. Is your question for him or are you going to make?
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Let me go in order here. Councilman Suckley.
Well, it wasn't specifically for Sean. It was just in general. I'm kind of getting discussion fatigue, to be honest with you.
Gotcha.
But, you know, my suggestion last time obviously was not considered or was cast aside or what have you. I don't know. I didn't hear anything more about it.
What was your suggestion, sir?
To make an iPad or some device like that available that would have the VAERS website available. So if someone walked in, had questions, you know, to the comment that was made, I think last week is, I'll bet 99-point-something% of the people that walk in there have already decided what they're going to do. They're not going to go in there and have their mind changed based off of a piece of paper. If
That's
we want to
very
make
possible.
that VAERS data available, then my suggestion was the iPad. And again, that wasn't considered apparently.
Well,
so
we would have, sir, can I answer?
Let me finish.
Yes,
Hold on.
Let me
yeah.
finish.
My question is for you.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Here, and thank you.
Councilman.
And please, I need this to be able to help me make decisions.
Sure.
And because I'm not trying to go in a direction, it's just, I've talked to probably at least half a dozen medical professionals, of which three of those reached out to me. Okay. Granted, one of them's my brother. He's a retired pediatrician. He's heard about this initiative in Austin, Texas. I had another physician also from Houston contact me, as well as somebody who's locally. And then granted also, I'm in the business of providing access to care. So I have a certain bias, I'll say that. But how is it that you, obviously it's an organized group of citizens defending freedom, correct? That's the name of the organization.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, and great. I mean, so is this an organized initiative or is this a local initiative?
Basically, we looked at what's happening. Can I answer your question?
Yeah.
What?
No.
Global what? Worldwide. Okay, so.
But this particular.
No. Whoa, be careful. I guess my question's been answered. It's an initiative. And, you know, when I do that, as somebody that's been involved with the legislature on a federal basis and at state, the questions that come to my mind are, okay, we need to initiate legislation and we need to go talk to our lawmakers because the feds have all the money, the state makes all the rules, and the locals have to solve the problems. So right now, I have to look at it, I have to interpret what the rules are, and then also I look at the profession of the individual, just like recently was asked what Dr. Khan's background is. So your background is what?
My background, sir, is I have a master's degree and I coach college
A master's degree in what?
master's degree in curriculum and instruction and education. However, I do have the ability to read.
No. I hate much respect for you. I have to make a decision. You want my vote, I'm sure.
Sure.
It's not likely you'll get it. I'm sure you feel that way.
Yeah. Well, here.
But you want your vote, and so I need that information.
Sure.
So you've obtained this information through sources that have been provided to you, or from your own research?
Both.
Both. Okay. And once again, the individuals that tell me. So right now, I'm looking at. I've had, and I understand. I'm cynical about. I'm cynical about the medical profession as well, because I believe that's the challenge in providing access to care. All right? There's a whole bunch of factors involved. I think hospitals overcharge. I think drug companies overcharge. All right? But legislatively, we have to work through that. So I'm just trying to gather the expertise other than your passion and this organized group, this organized worldwide organization that is trying to, or she said worldwide, she said it was globally.
Not CDS, this is going around the whole world.
Okay, so there's an organized group. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, so who are the experts in it?
May I clarify?
Yes, sir.
Okay, CDF this is a worldwide organization because people are very concerned when you have 71% of the American population does not feel that the medical profession is acting in their best interest. That's a problem.
Okay, but that's a cynicism. I can't govern based on cynicism.
I'm not, that's just...
That's my thing. Now, Chairman,
ask me why.
Chairman, Councilman Hernandez, he is a chairman. He's the chairman of the Municipal Court Committee. Audit Committee. I'm the chairman of the Audit Committee. So Chairman Hernandez tends to govern based on cynicism. If you were here earlier for the budget, you could tell that was his big problem. I don't govern that way. I don't. And so right now, that's why I'm asking. Is it from a point of cynicism? Because
it's a point that I'd like to get rid of the people who are, in other words, not get rid of. What I'd like to do is get rid of the cynicism. What I was hoping, what our whole purpose in coming here before you, we realize we cannot affect the federal or even the state. We were hoping we could do some good at the local. We've looked at what is being provided by the health department, and their hands basically are tied. We felt like we could add something to the discussion.
And I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. The challenge that I feel that that I have, and once again, I've got a connection because I deal with a lot of medical professionals. I personally disagree with my colleague with regard to doing away with the vaccinations because, as I had said at the prior meeting, the most diagnosed cases were in the 78415 area code in the western part of the county, and I know that has to do with an access to care. I'm going to take your time up a little bit more. I could tell you where I was raised, my life expectancy was about 74 years old. When I bought my first house, it moved up to 78 years old. And now where I live, and I'm very fortunate, God has blessed me, it's 82 years old. It has to do with affluence. And even then, so I don't know how, it's very difficult to govern that. So then, but therefore, in my opinion, I've been vaccinated, the majority of my family has been, we've had some heated discussions for those that have not, then I've tried to encourage that because I understand the data that I have to deal with. So that's part of my decision. But I guess I'm trying to figure out who are the experts, because I've had 6 experts already talk to me, plus medical professionals that come talk to me that have driven you to your decision other than the cynicism.
There are several folks that are MDs in town that we have spoken to, I have spoken to personally. If you go online and you listen to the Senate hearings that Senator Johnson of Wisconsin did concerning this whole issue, you've got some problems, and they are being addressed. As was showed and spoken about by other council members, medical personnel who have come forward with alternate therapies to the COVID vaccinations have basically been chastised and pilloried and chased out of the profession, when in hindsight, the use of some of these, such as ivermectin, have proved to be a very, very valuable deal. But at the time...
The same thing could be said about GLP-1 drugs. Right now, they're very popular. They're very popular. They're weight loss drugs. You see them all over the place. They're very popular. And you know what? It's created a burden in the cost of financing healthcare. It's created a huge burden in the cost of financing healthcare. And what happens now is that you have doctors that are overprescribing, but you could say the same thing for almost any prescription. All I'm telling you is, for what you're able to govern here is, number one, we have to look at the liability. All right? And I could tell you from the medical professionals that I've spoke to, they've indicated that this could jeopardize their liability insurance, their med malpractice. This could also...
Did you have the information that we presented today when you spoke to those folks?
I'm just telling you what I've heard statewide, okay? And then I've also, so here you have a community of which we have a shortage of. We have a shortage of physicians here in Corpus Christi. We only have 2 dermatologists here in town. And if you have skin cancer and you're being told to go see a doctor, you're going to have to go to San Antonio. And if you're impoverished, all right, then it's going to cost you money to do so. So we have a shortage of physicians. So if we take on a policy that is going to put a doctor that's going to put a doctor's license in jeopardy, all right, that may or may not. But I'm just telling you of the medical
disagree with you on that, sir.
I'm just telling you of the medical professionals that have spoken to me. They've told me that this could jeopardize my license. They've told me this could jeopardize my medical liability insurance, my med-mal.
And respectfully, sir, the CDF legal, you're talking about a legal, not a medical deal. Whether or not a person can lose their license appears to be a medical decision.
Sir, I said the same thing about GLP-1 drugs. You know, the same thing.
I'm not tracking.
I understand. I'm just telling you that could be said about several prescriptions. Several prescriptions. It could be said about several prescriptions. So therefore, and I'm just telling you where I'm coming from.
Yes, sir.
And I'm trying to be as humble as possible.
Sure.
I'm just telling you that I'm looking at this from a perspective, and there's times that we look for subject matter experts to be able to give us this information. And I just haven't seen it. I've just seen some passionate people, some passionate individuals that, you know, some passionate individuals that are trying to get something done, that it's an initiative based on an entire community of folks, because you're part of a community. And I'm letting you know that governing from a point of cynicism, I have to look at it from the standpoint, if we're going to infringe on the rights of doctors, in addition to the individuals that I serve in my community who aren't having access to care, and it may prohibit them from getting this care, because I know just as many people who were stubborn with regard to not getting the vaccine, and they passed away. I know it on that side as well. Now, that's anecdotal, and I've heard a lot of anecdotal. Richard Martinez's information has been anecdotal. We don't know. A medical professional hasn't said that. So that's the thing. I've got to separate between the anecdotal information and the experts that I have. And I just wanted to know where you're getting your information from. And I'm sorry I got in a box. My soliloquy, as he likes to put it. You know, I hope we were timing me. How much time do I have left? Oh, man. I used a lot. Anyway, hey, and you know what? Thank you. Now, I think we need to look at a process. So where did Peter go? All right. I think we need to look at a process of how we're empowering individuals to come over here and do this process. Because you know what? If I wanted to change an insurance policy over here, I'd have to go to the legislature.
I had this conversation with Miles. Nothing against your issue, but tomorrow we could have the measles people saying, we want to change this, we want to add this form, and then the flu people. And I hate to say people, but you know what I mean, an organized
the GLP-1
group.
people.
Yeah, and so it's to me, I feel like something's missing, because I don't know, our legal counsel just said there are legal ramifications. Doctors have said, I haven't seen 15 doctors come with you saying, we're behind this, we want this done. So we've seen the opposite. You just heard him, and I've heard it. I've seen them here saying, don't do this, because there are ramifications. So how does something like this, and I don't mean for anybody to answer, how does something like this get on an agenda create policy. That is very scary. Not against you, but we could have anything come forth. This did not go through your office, and that I do want to change. Because before I read anything from anyone, I want to know that there are legal ramifications. I want to know if we have authority. I want to know, why isn't the federal level doing this? And I understand if you're saying, hey, local level is easier to reach. It's a lot harder to go to Washington. It's a lot harder to go to Austin.
And none of us live there. We live here.
I know,
and we're looking to the leaders of our city council to provide as much information as possible.
I understand.
And we are attempting and have attempted to compromise on this. What we proposed is not what we started out asking for. We realize what's the reality of it is. However, unfortunately, my experience in dealing with Dr. Khan and Sonny is like we said one thing, we go home, and all of a sudden, boom, here's a letter from the city manager saying, well, hey, no, sorry, negotiations are done. We're not supporting this, which is not what we were led to believe at that meeting. Dr. Khan says she doesn't know where our information came from. We provided her the link. She said the link doesn't work. When we were going to meet after this last meeting, we were going to provide her fully with that, but when we were told that the city manager had made the decision, sorry, end of the deal, we're not accepting anything, that's when negotiations kind of came to a halt. Now, I have nothing against Dr. Khan's a fine individual. I'm sure we would love to sit down and maybe hash this out at some time or another, but the way that the issue has been framed is that we, the citizens of Corpus Christi, are merely little rascals that aren't as smart as the medical folks when we have, with our own eyes, witnessed 4 years of medical disasters presided over by people with white coats. You say that's cynicism? Yes, we are cynical, sir. And we would like to work against that. Our society doesn't work if we don't have trust.
I don't mean to cut you off, but we do have to get moving. We have other public comment, and I allowed you to speak, way longer because he was asking. Yes, sir. We have Councilman Hunter and then Councilman Suckley, and then you can go ahead and come up front, and we'll finish our public comment. You want to make a comment before?
Thank you. I was just going to make a suggestion. If we're calling audience members out, and not you, Mayor, the rhetorical jiu-jitsu master, Roland Barrera, if we're calling members of the audience out, I think that they should be invited up as we call them, just to follow decorum. Dr. Khan, were you able to access the link that they sent? Yes or no? No. Is your group favorable, or were you able to hear from, witness, whatever, Councilman Suckley's suggestion with an information kiosk suggesting all of your information on here and possibly more? Basically a kiosk with a tablet on it. Because I thought it was an interesting idea.
So it's a research website, and so you have to go in, you have to know exactly what you're looking for, which vaccines you're looking for, which areas you're looking for. It's very tedious, and that's why it's almost kind of laughable when you say that people go in there erroneously in entering it.
Ms. Anderson, I'm gonna interrupt you. We're gonna start. Did you ask her a question directly? Or?
Yes. Yes, I did.
So is she timed now? Because I see public comment.
Yeah, we're still in public comment.
No, I don't think we should time her if we're asking her a question.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Okay.
I guess my suggestion, Ms. Anderson, is if your information directly, as long as y'all were able to meet with the city staff, was provided on there, very similar to the amendment that's about to be made, would that be an adequate idea?
For the public to go research?
No, not research. Your research or the CDC research, the VAERS research would already be listed on the tablet for them to scroll through.
I'm not sure I'm following you. But part of my presentation today is where all that comes from.
Sure. Okay. So I'll let you get to that, and I won't belabor the point. Mr. Flanagan, thank you. I'm sorry you had to go through that. We usually don't berate audience members like that. And I really appreciate you and the way that you handled yourself. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, your 3 minutes.
I had some slides, Ms. Huerta.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. And if I had more than 3 minutes, we could answer every single question, but.
Did you want to make your comment now while we load the slides, Councilman? Hold on. Oh, there you go.
I just kind of want to go over some of the things that I've jotted down today, and I've had some good discussions with Sean and Samuel and some others that have, and Victoria and others that have reached out to me about this, and I've certainly kept an open mind this entire time. But some things that I wrote down that I think are going to be impactful as to how I decide to support or not support this is, the VAERS data is completely open to submission by anyone, not just healthcare professionals. So that data can be skewed by anybody. I could go call a community meeting in Flower Bluff and say, you know what, we all don't like this, and let's all go into VAERS and submit it today. I mean, it's reality. So it's not 100% accurate. It's maybe a decent gauge, one would hope, but it's not accurate information because anybody can go in and put it in there. So that's concerning to me. And with respect to having some sort of a form like this, to the point that I think ACM Sony brought up earlier is, the data can change. It can be fluid. So who decides now going forward if we have this document, who changes it, when it changes? Again, it's VAERS data, so the data could change based off of someone going in and putting it in there that's not a healthcare professional. So you got to kind of connect all the dots. And who connects the dots to make this a valid document that someone's going to put credibility into when they walk into the health department? That's another thing I wanted to mention. And then lastly is, a couple things, is a couple comments that were made in public comment today. I thought Mr. Eliff made some really good points. And one of them was one thing that I already jotted down is the legally defensible part is, I think it's great that we're being proactive and progressive and thinking about doing something maybe somebody else hasn't. But I think we've got potentially some legal landmines that I'm not sure that our city or our community should be ready to try and defend. So me being on my way out of council, I'm not sure I want to throw that hand grenade in the dais and let council and the city figure it out over months or years to come. But, and lastly is, with respect to the medical professionals, we've all seen it here locally, how hard it is to recruit doctors down here, necessarily because of compensation, because of lifestyle, because of amenities. And to Councilman Barrera's point earlier with respect to their medical licenses and malpractice insurance, and we don't need to be creating additional barriers or obstacles for them to come in our community. So those are just things that I thought were impactful that I wrote down as I've accumulated all this data over the last 5, 6, 7 months of discussion of this. So, but I appreciate all y'all's effort, and I appreciate all the passion associated with this topic, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, Ms. Anderson, go ahead. Your 3 minutes starts now.
All right, my name is Gail Anderson. I live at 409 Grant Place. I'm speaking in support of this, obviously. You've heard many personal testimonies of people dying, suffering, peer-reviewed scientific studies, lawsuits against Big Pharma, and Pfizer hiding data. It's critical that you understand these implications. I encourage you to think about your constituents. We haven't heard anything about constituents today, who have a moral, ethical, and financial responsibility to protect. From my perspective, our group has let you know that there is a 5-alarm fire. I've been in a 5-alarm fire. It requires immediate response, or people can be seriously hurt and die. Yet, our health department says, wait, we need to inspect your fire extinguisher. We say we've got people in those buildings, babies we need to save. Wait, you have a typo on your permit. All right, not the best analogy, but people are dying. Nevertheless, we are trying to address the health department's concerns. We're using the CDC, PRR, or proportional reporting ratio, because it comes straight from them. CDC VAERS, Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. I direct you to the slides. This is a direct quote from CDC VAERS website. The strength of VAERS, it's national in scope, it quickly provides an early warning system, and it's able to detect unexpected patterns of adverse events or safety signals. Oh, I've got this. Let's see. This is a direct quote from VAERS standard operating procedure. The CDC will use PRR for detecting safety signals. The same SOP says the CDC will perform PRR on a weekly basis or as needed. You can see in Table 4, it is comparing a specific vaccine like the COVID-19 to all other vaccines. Then below is the equation for PRR. All CDC information. And if this doesn't explain why we have a 5-alarm fire, then I don't know what will. On the right side, you have one vaccine, the COVID vaccine. On the left side, you have 101 vaccines over 34 years. You compare the two, COVID-19 has a 246% higher death rate. One vaccine versus 101. 4 years versus, what was that, 34 years? That is alarming. Are you alarmed? Shouldn't we alert the public? I think so. I could answer some of those other questions, but my time's up.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
I have some slides, Melinda De Los Santos.
Okay, while the slides come up, Ms. Campos, would you like to make your comment?
This is a recognized group that you belong to the same group that is also creating problems or havoc in the library. Citizens defending. I'm sorry, but it is true. Excuse me, it is true.
One fight at a time.
Okay, but back to what hold on. Okay, so I'm just saying that the people that are making these public statements, comments right now, I've never seen this where we're allowing X amount. I mean, I don't know how long you took. Councilman Barrera, but with Sean Flanagan, but it was excessive. I mean, we normally don't go back and forth with
we can in an item like this, we can.
We can, Sylvia, and we have done it in the past. Yes, we have. And you know what? I wanted to hear what he had to say. I wanted to hear what Ms. Anderson has to say, and we can. It's absolutely been done
well,
before.
I'd like to call the question. I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to go to public. You're going to give your public comment, your 3 minutes. Okay, yeah, she's got that up.
Mayor, just before she starts, I want to characterize what she said about creating havoc. Her friends showed up in clown faces today. I mean, for her to say something like that is just absolutely rude.
You know what, but Councilman, she has a right to say what she
I get it, but
just like
it doesn't mean she can go unchallenged.
Okay.
Because you told me they were your friends.
Okay, y'all, please stop.
That's what you asked me.
My God. Okay, let's move on. We're gonna, and the question has been called. So, no, oh my God. Okay, we're gonna move on. Your public, this is your 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Melinda De Los Santos, 611 Gulf Shore Place. I am speaking in support of the public information form. I am one of the well-intentioned citizens, as we have been labeled, who have provided evidence-based research to inform you that this vax was rushed, it was pushed with all kinds of incentives, repurposed drugs were censored so they could get federal emergency authorization. We provided research studies by medical experts and scientists trying to unveil the truth about these shots. These experts have shared their research, developed protocols, written books, and talked at summits across the country and worldwide, all while battling censorship and risking their careers. FDA and CDC have lost credibility. Florida grand jury released its first interim report February 2024 that masks were ineffective. COVID was statistically almost harmless to children and adults, and it is highly likely that COVID hospitalizations number were inflated. Florida is now warning against taking COVID-19 shots this fall. Florida Department of Health is urging residents to stay informed about the reasons not to take the shots. Its updated guidance for COVID-19 boosters for the fall and winter 2024-2025 season opens up with a reminder of the importance of remaining up to date with current literature related to COVID-19 vaccines and boosters, and the importance of providing patients with informed consent. The CDC, which our health department relies upon, tells providers the following. In addition to providing a vaccine information statements to patients to read, you can provide a videotape version, give additional material, or help recipients understand the disease and vaccine in any other way. It's apparent that the vaccine information statement does not provide the current information to inform recipients of the risk involved compared to the public information form. They must be informed before they consent. If the public had been informed this was an experiment using mRNA, and if current research had not been suppressed, these 5 states would not be suing Pfizer, and we're one of them, Texas. The time has come to decide which information is going to tip your scale in the direction of truth. Information from Big Pharma or information from medical experts risking their livelihood. If I just finish my conclusion, this group of well-intentioned citizens is not asking you to ban the vax. We are not asking you to do anything illegal. And we are not asking you to include 12,600 symptoms. We are asking you to provide the public information form to allow a recipient to make an informed decision. That's all we're asking.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else? Mr. Fryer?
Any questions for me?
No.
I answered
Okay.
all of that. So.
After Mr. Fryer, we're voting.
Good evening, Council. Samuel Andre Fryer, 2222 Carnellis Lane. 237 years ago, on this day, our Constitution was signed. We're the only nation that is founded by a creed. Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. You know, Scott Powell, who wrote a book, Discovering America, he wrote an article that was published today, the U.S. Constitution is the last bulwark against global tyranny. We are facing medical tyranny. Our nation was not forged because of the cowardly and the submissiveness of the many. It was forged from the brave resiliency of the few. That said, I'd like to thank Councilman Gil Hernandez, Mike Pusley, Michael Hunter, and then Councilman Everett Roy for being among those brave that will stand up to secure our unalienable rights. Yesterday, during an interview on Pudge Nation, Mr. Zanoni stated that the Citizens Initiative for Informed Consent had failed and that this effort had been brought before the Council 5 times. Then he mischaracterized the sincere concerns of many who prefer public independence, freedom, and liberty void of manipulation, coercion, and deceit. The councilman, the city manager, and your public health district and the staff have lied to you, even in your face today. They have withheld information from you, and they have stonewalled those in good faith who merely want to provide well-documented information to the public to ensure legal requirement of conformed consent. Even the Lord God Almighty gives humanity a free will. Yet if you choose to ignore our efforts, you are collaboratively stripping your constituency from their free will. For there is no free will, there is no freedom, and there is no liberty without truth. Whoever withholds information desires control over others. That is the type of tyranny that our nation was founded to resist. Now, given that these doctors came up here in their white coats talking about all the chances of medical repercussions and they would lose their licenses, they didn't talk once about the doctors who lost their licenses, who were alienated and fired from their hospitals because they stood up and they didn't go with the narrative and they treated patients successfully. Not one of them talked about those. Those are the true heroes. Those are the true brave. Those are the true medical professionals. And that is the spirit that makes our nation a great nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. And I also want to just reiterate, this is not anyone up here saying they don't believe you. It's, we're taking, I am anyway, I can't speak for anybody else, but you know, our legal counsel has said there are legal repercussions. And many points were made. You know, we're not doctors. We're not doctors that can change or create informed consent or consent forms.
Just very quick.
We gave
many of you, I personally given all of you, medical doctors and a list of doctors.
I understand, Mr. Fryer. I understand.
Even though they're not here, but they are well-reformed, well-advised doctors, well beyond the expertise of the doctor that came.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. Okay. Councilman Hunter, Councilman, Hernandez, and then we have Councilman Pusley, and then we're calling the vote.
Okay, Mayor, the motion that we're considering is what was provided last week, but there's, based on the new sheet that was provided that I handed out to everybody that has the highlight on it, I'd like to make an amendment to reflect the motion directing the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District be required to provide in writing to prospective COVID-19 mRNA gene therapy vaccine recipients to the following information on the COVID-19 mRNA notification form before administering the COVID-19 mRNA vaccine. And that's my amendment to what was previous, along with the actual updated form.
Okay. Okay. Councilman Pusley, did you have a comment before we vote?
Yeah, I did.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to thank Sony and Dr. Khan for all their work on this. I sincerely appreciate it, and Dr. Dante, I'm sorry, Dante, I went brain dead there for a minute, I apologize, for all their work on this. I know you've put in a lot of time and effort, and I I get paid to ask tough questions, so I hope you appreciate that. But thank you very much for what you've done. I want to thank all those who came up this afternoon and waited till we went through all the discussions about budget and to share your opinion. I apologize that you were characterized as being a part of some group causing trouble. Many of us don't feel that way here. So thank you very much, everybody that's put an effort into this. And I just want to say we're trying to come up with a compromise situation that addresses the concerns that a number of constituents in this community have, balanced with the fact that doctors and nurses have concerns about that and how we do it. So I sincerely appreciate both perspectives. And Mayor, I just want to say, with respect to my friends in the legal profession, and I have many of them, they will tell you can be sued for anything. So every time we make a decision up here, it can be challenged in some court of law. So thank you.
Okay, and that wasn't my stance. My stance is we don't have authority to do this. Councilman Roy, and then we're moving on.
I want to say thank you. I know that this has been a spirited debate. Spent a lot of time, as you know, as a healthcare professional, and in the military, in combat situations, in situations where I took medication, parastigmine tablets, if you're familiar with those. Are you familiar with those? It was put out because when we were getting ready to go into Iraq, they thought if we came under a nerve agent threat, that it would prevent us from dying. So they lined us up and we all took these pills, The unit that I was in, 41st Combat Support Hospital, over 50% of the soldiers that I deployed with they're dead. They've died for various reasons. Young, some of them young, some of them older. So this is very passionate to me. I want to make sure that we are protecting ourselves. But also, I have to listen to our legal expertise. And the other thing is that I think it might be convenient for this fight to be here done at the local level, but I think some things that can't be resolved at the local level need to be pushed higher to the state or federal level. So this has been a very tough decision. It's tough. It doesn't mean necessarily that I, as a council member, don't care about my constituents, but we have to try and make decisions based on the information that we've received. So I appreciate everyone, everyone that's came and talked about this subject, that has been up here, the people that have been up here and talked about this subject for it seems like years, but I know it's only been a few months. Well, actually, Samuel has talked about this for years. And so I just wanted to say that. And whatever the decision is, that what you're passionate about, don't stop fighting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. So we have a motion, an amended motion, correct? Was it amended? An amendment, yeah. In a second, so please submit your vote, Councilman. Yes, the amendment, can you repeat the amendment? You want to press your light? Oh, you did. Go ahead.
Okay, it's a motion directing the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District be required to provide in writing to prospective COVID-19 mRNA gene therapy vaccine recipients the following information on the COVID-19 notification form, which is what I handed out to you, form before administering the COVID-19 mRNA vaccine.
Provide in writing, what was after that?
It's this form.
Well, I know, but, oh, this whole form, right. The notification form.
This is
the amendment, just to change the form?
Just this, it's to provide it to them in addition to everything else they're given to them. They don't have to read it. They don't have to have them sign it. It's just the additional information from the proportional reporting ratio that comes from the CDC website or the VAERS data, and with the explanation that of what it is. on this is also it would be the health department to be able to update this. So
they would have to.
They would have to.
I mean,
Right.
yeah, okay.
There should be a date last updated field out here too to tell you when it's last updated.
Right, and that can be added. That's not, I mean, a date on something is not, something that's part of this.
Okay, please submit your vote.
This is just to update the form.
No.
It's the amendment.
To give the form.
Well, this is the form, this is to
It's to
update
give
the form.
It's just
the
a
new
different form.
Right, but it's
versus what was originally put in.
not saying we agree or disagree with the.
Right.
No,
Yes.
Well, no, this is an
it's
amendment.
saying to give this form at our health district, at our health district, but it's the new form.
So the first motion should be to approve the form before we actually vote. We need to. That's right.
Well,
Okay, right, because.
right, this is the amendment to change the original amendment, which
No, no,
had,
but-
I mean, the original motion, which included a signature
See,
and.
so the original motion still well, no,
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
I seconded it.
that's right.
Who made the initial motion?
No, they're presenting it based on what we had submitted as
Councilman President,
a
yeah.
council.
So there's one motion before the council.
What is the,
No.
okay, hang on, Gil.
Rebecca, can you
What
explain?
what is the original motion?
So
Can somebody
the original motion is what's on the agenda. And Mr. Klein, Dr. Klein is correct. There wasn't a motion to approve that before you made the amendment. So,
Right. So, right, because too many people are talking at the same time. I need this clarified, Rebecca. What are we doing? What are we voting on
So-
first? And what was the amendment?
the first thing we would do is make a motion to approve the ordinance, and then, the motion, and then Mr. Hernandez could make his amendment. And his amendment, I have it here. I can make a copy of it really quickly for everyone if you'd like, so you can see exactly what he's amending, if that would help. So then we'd make his motion to amend. If that passes, then we would pass the
His
motion
motion
as
to
amended.
amend includes what the original item is and replacing the form with this new form.
That's what
Correct?
That's what he's stating, yes.
Okay.
And it's removing the requirement to sign and the requirement for people, for
Right.
the
But it's
staff
for
to
our
read it.
health department to include this form in their processes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, so Councilman Roy, it is the motion is to move this forward, through our health department and replace the form. Because we're,
The main motion
Pardon?
after this amendment?
Yes.
right. So the amendment, right, is to switch out the form.
No, that's right.
The main motion. that
Well, on the
was
amendment
just-
first.
Right, the amendment first, which is the form, and then,
And then on the main,
which is, right, what's written here.
which is the whole thing.
Well, the whole thing, yes, yes. Okay. So we're voting on the amendment, which is to use this form that was handed out
That here.
as opposed to the original one. Okay, so everybody understand?
That makes sense.
Okay, so please submit your vote, or maybe you already did, okay. I think you have to vote again.
Oh, I have to do it again?
Yeah, it switched.
Oh, now what are we voting on?
Well, it's the same thing.
It's the amendment.
The amended, the same thing. You just, yeah.
To present this form
Mm-hmm.
that you can choose any.
Your signature on it says you.
And a picture of her doing this number.
Okay, is everybody done?
Oh.
Okay, the motion fails.
So now we go back to the original form.
Right.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Could you read the votes up?
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
yeah.
I don't control
I
that.
started taking pictures of them.
That's a good idea.
9-0 again. We were voting on the original.
Can you put the vote back up, please?
Okay. Right. Okay.
So no action on the original. Okay.
Okay. So we are going to move on to section N, public hearings. Item number 31 is an ordinance authorizing a 40-year ground lease with one 10-year automatic renewal term with the Corpus Christi Independent School District, or CCISD, for Malibu Heights Park and the adjacent Carroll Woods Park.
Mayor, we have briefings. Did you want to do the briefings?
Did I miss that?
Item 16.
Oh, you're right. I did
Or item
miss
10,
it.
I'm sorry, item 10.
Sorry, guys. Don't get too excited.
Make a motion on 31, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead. You know what, since
Move to
we...
approve 31.
Second.
It's for the Yeager Elementary School lease.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is there anyone in the audience that would like to, well, I'm going to open public hearing. Anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 31? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Suckley, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, just real quick. I assume this has been vetted, but that's not going to cause CCISD any problems with bonding or anything, is it? That they're not going to have a fee simple interest on the dirt building that school? It's going to be a lease?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. And now we'll get back on track. I'm sorry for skipping over the briefings. Item 10 is a briefing on Capital Improvement Advisory Committee Trust Fund Analysis Work Plan and Timeline.
Give it a minute for the presentation to come up. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. In interest of time, we'll just cut to the chase. A few weeks ago, Council authorized SEAC to meet again to analyze, to assess, to assess the viability of the existing trust funds versus the work we did on impact fees. SEAC assembled, reconvened on last Friday, September 13th. The members voted for the chair to select a subcommittee to study two things. One is obviously what you asked for, which is analyze the trust funds and their sustainability, and two, to finalize the last few things we had to do with the impact fee implementation policies. That seven-member subcommittee agreed to meet every 3 weeks starting in the month of October. They didn't give specific dates, but they did say that they would meet at least 4 times before the end of the calendar year. Which means that that subcommittee would then evaluate the trust fund analysis and close the policies on impact fee implementation. They would bring that back to the SEAC members. The members would make a recommendation, and that recommendation would probably come before this body in March of 2025. That's the Reader Digest version. Are there any questions?
Any questions, Councilman and woman?
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you. Oh, Councilman Suckley.
Yes, sir.
I won't get off in the weeds, I promise. Who are the members of the subcommittee? Can you share with us?
Oh my gosh, is Dice here? Hold on. Sorry,
I know my favorite SEAC member was not offered a spot on that subcommittee.
Because he wasn't there, right? He didn't show up.
He had a conflict, but.
Eli was there, but she's running for council, so she couldn't participate. But it's Moses, it's Bart, it's Trey, it's Ms. Tamez, it's Haley Gonzalez, it's
And those 4 people in the class.
Coretta, and then one more. Ram Munoz, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just had a question.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So is Eli still on the SEAC?
No, because she was removed because she's running for office.
Yeah, I know, that same thing happened to me, so I was just double checking.
Councilman Hernandez, one more.
Okay, real quick. When we voted on the actual agenda memo, I know it's listed as a briefing, but we only voted to get input from the SEAC to see what the timeline would be. We never voted to give them the authorization. Do we need to vote to give them the authorization?
To authorize what?
Right. So the original memo was to resolution authorizing the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee to review the solutions and the viability of extending the trust funds for the purpose of future development versus impact fees. When we approved this, and this was on a suggestion of Councilman Suckley, was that we asked SEAC to provide us information on how long it would take, but I don't believe we ever voted to give them the authorization to move forward. And maybe you can...
To move forward to meet?
To do the analysis.
Do the analysis on the trust fund.
I think that's what the intent was. I mean, we can't do it now anyway. This is a briefing.
I understand that, but I want to make sure that we're not, we're all in line with what was supposed to be, because we only gave them authorization to take a look at it. Is that, did I misunderstand?
They are supposed to look at it, and then they would come back. They would bring back.
Recommendations, right?
Right, the recommendations.
That's what we did.
But we're not voting on we're just getting a briefing. We're not voting on the recommendation.
Well, because you haven't gotten a recommendation yet.
Right.
That takes time and effort.
Okay, so maybe I can get, some thoughts here from our secretaries, like what did we authorize?
I can pull the minutes and see. I'm not positive.
So, Councilman Hernandez, I think if y'all can get that information, that'd be great, because we can't do anything today anyway, and then we can bring back what we need to bring back. Yeah. Okay. Councilman Suckley?
Yeah, since I am getting off in the weeds a little bit now. So fast forward to March, some of us won't be here, including myself. And we've already discussed the kind of the learning curve with impact fees and all the data and the timeliness of the data. So when that comes back in March of 2025 and you're presented with the outcome of their analysis, is there going to be an action item to decide go with their analysis and what it would take to beef up the trust fund model and stay with it, or to now assess whether we're going to impact fees? Is that what, and you won't be here either.
But that's my Councilman Hernandez said many times, hey, you didn't give me an option. You didn't give us an option. So that is the option. We're going to finalize the impact fee implementation policies and present that, as well as the impact fees, I think, and then we'll present the analysis of the trust funds. And
so in March, they will have a agenda item, actionable agenda item, to go Plan A or Plan B?
I will say tentatively in March, because the new members, I almost forgot. The new council members may take time to get up to speed, so it could push into April or early summer. Okay. The other thing I wanted to say is this. SEAC asked that we bring a resolution before council that would keep them together, for the very reason what you're just saying, that would keep them together until this item is brought forth for consideration. So that means, anyway, we'll bring that to you here in a couple of weeks or so, but that means that at least that knowledge drain, that knowledge base will still be there regardless of who sits in these seats, which I think is a good recommendation.
Okay, so to that point, I won't be here. The new District 4 person will not have the latitude to replace JJ until that process is complete.
That's what we're hoping you'll approve.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Okay, so there was a recommendation made to council. It's just, well, it never came to the, did it? Remind me?
No, it was, you're talking impact fees?
Yeah.
It was pulled from the agenda.
Okay, so there hasn't been a recommendation.
No, sir.
Now this is being added.
Yes, sir.
So I heard a name of, you said, so the SIAC committee, the SIAC committee is still going to remain intact.
Yes, sir.
So my appointee is still going to be there.
Yes.
As long as he so wishes. But he's not on this impact in this.
He's not on the subcommittee. I don't know who your pick is.
Chad Skrabarczyk.
Yeah, Chad. Chad's on it.
Okay. Because if he wasn't, then I was going to ask, are you going to be here local? Because I'd appoint you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm not going to let you leave.
You can zoom in.
You can't get away.
Okay. Thank you for that briefing. And our next briefing, Diana, thank you for your patience.
Yes,
God bless
thank
you. The Art Center of Corpus Christi with great news.
Motion to approve.
This is the good news section of your day.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, City staff, for allowing me to bring you an update on the operations of the Arts Center. As a reminder, we are not a museum. Just like golf courses are available for golfers and the marina is there for boaters and the natatorium serves swimmers, we serve the community members who want to participate in art and creative activities. So the Art Center exists to serve the community with a place to show art, learn art, try art, and buy art. It is a 501c3 nonprofit and is not a municipal entity. Oh, forgot about the slides. Thank you. Okay. We are led by an experienced board made up of successful business people, educators, veterans, and artists. I would like to acknowledge the one who is still here, Pat Eldridge. Thank you for sticking with me. With their diligent oversight, the Art Center has had a remarkable year and in the midst of another remarkable year. So, stewardship of this city asset was handed over to the Art Center in 1989. Since then, it has been expanded twice, and it is currently a 20,000 roughly square foot facility. The colors here indicate what activities take place in each of the spaces. As you can see, we have to have multiple activities, multiple programs taking place in the spaces, except for the clay studio. That upper left area is dedicated space. All the activities, all of our programming is accessible to everyone in the community, and entrance to the Art Center is always free. So I'd like you to remember this diagram because I'm going to come back to it shortly. So one of our primary programs is education. And again, we're not here to turn everyone into an artist. We just want to serve artists and what I call the art curious, people who want to come in and try things. Just as golf course, you don't want to turn everybody into a pro. You want people to have access to that service. Last year, we had 116 adult learners. We have served the same number in the first half of this year. This does not include dozens of art demonstrations and artist talks. A popular program, decades-old program called Free Family Art Time, is now held twice every week, year-round. That program has experienced a 12% increase in participation. The other primary program that we have is our exhibitions program. Exhibits change monthly at the Art Center. We introduce around 300 new pieces of local art every month. Staff organizes approximately 30 shows, and those shows are a combination of community shows, in other words, things that are open to anyone in the community, membership shows, themed shows, and competitions. We had last year 312 artists showing their art. The first half of this year, we've had 383. Of these 383, 50 of the artists exhibited for the first time. So what we're seeing is a pretty significant increase. So far this year, we've had a 43% increase in the number of pieces sold. And by the way, these are primarily local artists, so all of that money stays right here. In 23, we saw an average of 4 artists enjoying their first sale each month. This year, so far, it's 6. I do have one cloud to my sunny report. The downside is that dollar volume for the artist sales has declined. In '23, it was a $7,500 average month in exhibit sales, and this year so far, it's averaging closer to $5,000. Oh, I got myself out of order. Okay. The Art Center is most definitely Team Corpus Christi. We participate, we collaborate, and support a variety of nonprofits and civic organizations. This is just the ones that we've worked with so far this year. And we do that by providing them a place for education and awareness exhibits. We offer programs like education programs, and we support the use of artists in their programming. So earlier this year, we had a clay studio renovation. It hadn't been touched for over 20 years. So we have new wheels, new kilns, new workstations. It is probably one of the busier sections of the Art Center. We also hired a studio technician, Adam Haney. He has a BFA in ceramics from Texas A&M Corpus Christi. So we are advancing the level of art and creativity going on there. Currently, the Clay Studio has 123 member artists. Okay, so here's our budget. I hope you are as surprised as I was when I first saw the Art Center budget at how much gets done on so little money. We have 7 full-time employees and 4 part-time employees. We're able to do this because most of our programs are managed and delivered by our staff. So we have a very efficient way of running the business. Our balance sheet has never been healthier in the history of the organization. So every week, I feel like it's Shark Week at the Art Center. Growth has been constant. It's across the board in every area. And visitors are also increasing. I got this information from the Corpus Christi Visit CC, and they showed us that we had a 27% increase over 2022. I'm projecting at least a 22% increase this year. I think I'm underestimating because I don't really know what impact the restaurant is going to have, but it's surely to be one of more visitors. And these also don't reflect children. This is a count of cell phone users. So I would say at least 30% of our visitors are children. So if you recall the diagram I was showing you earlier, you can see we're doing it like a Rubik's Cube. We're transforming rooms daily from one use to another. And I hope that you will agree that this has been an excellent way to serve the community and to allow us to serve citizens, including dogs. Because yes, we are dog friendly. Participating in art is excellent for both mental and physical well-being. You might have already heard some recent scientific reports that 45 minutes of creative activity can lower your cortisol by double digits. So I might recommend an art activity after council meetings. The Art Center can be loud and messy. You'll hear lots of different playlists as you walk through the building, and possibly a dog, cat, bird, reptile. They've all been there. It is a creative place and one that is determined to lift the quality of life and bring as many moments of joy to our community as is creatively possible. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Diana, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for being so patient. But secondly,
I love it.
This is amazing what you're doing, and I know it takes a team, but you're the leader, and so those numbers are very impressive. and I bet it is more than 22%. And I'm just curious, what do you feel that's coming from? I mean, do y'all do extensive marketing?
We did a couple of things. We increased the hour, so we're now open into the evenings.
Oh.
So we're open till 7 o'clock every evening. And we are reaching heavily into the student population. So we've had a tremendous number of Texas A&M, Corpus Christi, and Del Mar students participating, which has been really fun.
That is wonderful.
It's bringing a whole new life to it.
Well, I think it's great, and it really it reflects our commitment to supporting the arts and creativity in our community. So thank you for that. We've got several lights on, and then I'm going to move the item up, your item up, so that way we can take care of that. Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Diana. Yes, it was a wonderful presentation. I just wanted to ask you a quick question about the clay class. I heard that there was, I don't know, some controversy going on.
Kerfuffle?
What? Yeah. Just can you tell us what happened?
Yes. So let's see. There were activities taking place in the clay studio that was prior to this year, the clay studio was managed by a group of artists, and we collaborated for them to do that. By the end of last year, we had had enough problems with the type of art that was being created in the studio, which I didn't feel met the requirements that I sign off on when we get state grants to be pornographic. That was one of the issues. Another was highly political subject matter. So I always try to keep this place very family-friendly and neutral. It's a place to get away from all of these things that are on our minds every day. So that began the decision to take over management of the clay studio directly instead of allowing the artists to manage it. There were a group of artists who were very upset by this, and they have decided to open another studio. So I like to look at it as we've spawned yet another service and activity in the community. And we're nearly to the point of agreement on that. There is also, there's some legal aspects to this in that I didn't realize this until we hired an attorney to advise me that they wanted some property that I could not legally turn over without having some real tax implications and IRS problems. So that made them believe that I was misleading and trying to hoodwink them, and so they're not happy. But they've got their own place now.
Well, okay. Thank you so much for the explanation. So what is happening now to the present classes? So the clay classes are continuing?
Continued. They haven't stopped.
Okay.
And they're typically sold out. Okay. They're very small. We keep it, very...
Well, you gave me a tour. It's very compact, very, I'm going to say claustrophobic.
They just look down.
Yeah. But I just wanted to make sure that we were addressing that
yes.
That, we were still keeping that part of it open and.
100%.
Okay.
We're planning on growing it.
Okay.
But it's very active. We just had an exhibit. Participation has not dropped at all.
Really?
Result.
Okay. Well, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Because we have new members joining all the time.
Okay.
So.
Great.
Thank you, Diana.
Councilman Presley.
Yeah, Diana, thank you very much. Great report, as usual. Just a couple of quick questions. And my first comment, Peter, once again, I'm going to recommend that we move these presentation items up to the top of the budget so these poor people won't have to sit here and listen to us debate for 4 or 5 hours. I asked for that once before, but anyway, I apologize for that, and we ought to have you up right behind our managers meeting, but comments. But so the artists that come in and sell their wares, do you take a percentage of their?
Yes, 30%.
Certain percentage? Okay, which helps your bottom line, obviously.
Right.
Okay, and Peter, do we own, does the city own the building?
We own the building and the property, yes, sir. And we did, probably 4 years ago, we renewed the lease for 25 years, or 20, was it?
20, yeah. 5 years ago, we renewed it for 20 years.
Okay, yeah, we just renewed the lease for 20 years to help them in this campaign that they have to expand the art center.
Okay.
But we do own the building, yes, sir.
So are we responsible, city responsible for the maintenance and?
You know, I thought so until the staff briefed me recently. We did recommend doing some major infrastructure improvements, like a new roof, a brand new paint, a ceiling of the outside. The contract has it where I think that falls in the nonprofit, but we recognized it didn't have the money, so we recommended it over the last 4 years, and it's all been done. Brand new roof. I don't know if the chiller system was replaced or not.
No.
Okay.
No,
Chiller hasn't been, but a brand new roof and a brand new envelope ceiling. We put on new stucco in some cases, painted the whole exterior of the building. Because we recognize the significance of it. 5 years ago when I first got here, we did a facility assessment. I met Diane over there, and prior to that, no real staff engaged with the center or Diane, or didn't really answer phone calls.
So was their contract modified to allow the city to pick up the maintenance, or did we just?
No, so they do the day-to-day maintenance. The contract that we have requires them to do the day-to-day maintenance, but heavy infrastructure, I think even.
We actually have always replaced air conditioning units.
Yeah.
I never thought we should have to, but we have replaced AC.
Well, if we need to modify the contract to reflect that, then we ought to.
I would think, I would recommend it. I was surprised that we didn't have responsibility for heavy equipment systems like chillers, roofs.
Well, we ought to bring that to the council as soon as possible to make
let's do that.
changes.
I support that, so,
That's a capital improvement project.
Yeah, I mean.
That's a capital improvement project.
There you go.
Yeah, so minor maintenance, like changing light bulbs, painting a wall or something, but anything major or nonprofit, they can't handle that type of an expense.
And what about the restaurant? Do they lease that from you?
They do.
Okay. So, okay.
So that's one of it's an important income stream, frankly, to run the programs.
All right. And I'll have one comment on your presentation, but I'll reserve that till then. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Barrera.
No, I just wanted to thank you. I mean, obviously you've been very patient, but thank you. You can actually see the difference of the impact that you and your team have really made, and and I'm talking even pre-COVID. So all the synergy, and so I just want to publicly say thank you. And then the other thing, just not to keep pounding on you like Councilman Pusley did, but because this is, in his defense, this is item 10 or 11. But
we took care of the older business, and Pusley asked that I put up the COVID vaccine, so we did that, and then this is.
Well, no, but I'm just saying you might want to in the future include these as part of your city.
Oh, the CM report. Okay.
The briefing.
The briefings as part of your city manager's comments, and then if we have to get away,
I know. We've had complaints that it takes too long.
Well,
so
but it really should go. I'll be honest.
Normally, we don't have unfinished business like we took care of today, so it would have been right after the CM.
Let's just sharpen that sauce more. That's all.
It's after the board, and that's really my fault. It's after the board committees is where we're going to put it. Right after that.
Well, yeah, Councilman,
Yeah, okay. Eden?
Yes.
Councilman Roy?
Yes, I thank you for your presentation. I've always enjoy going through and seeing what's there, and the artist and some of the new paintings and just what's going on. It really is a pick-me-up, and I'm sure maybe after today's council meeting, what time do you guys close tonight?
7 o'clock. You're out of luck.
Oh, I probably can't make it. But anyway, we just appreciate what you're doing, and we can tell from your leadership, and the place looks great. And the staff, it shows within the staff too. Everybody's just very helpful, and there's a lot of buzz there. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Just reiterating the same thing, Diana. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the tour last year, getting to familiarize myself a little bit more with it. You're doing a great job. The growth is exciting. I would encourage you or one of your staff members to share maybe on a monthly basis kind of what the programming is with the council. Just do an email blast to the council. I'd like to stay in tune with what's going on over there, and we obviously have networks we can share it with as well.
I'm happy to include y'all.
Thank you.
Surprised we don't. Apologize for that.
Councilman.
Yeah, you have a monthly newsletter, right? Yes.
It's an email, but.
Yeah.
Oh, you can just send that to the city secretary and she'll disperse it. Councilman Hunter.
Just wanted to say thank you like everyone else. And my mom absolutely loves it there and always comes home with something new. So keep up the good work.
She's a good shopper.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you. Diana, thanks for the presentation. I also want to reiterate what others have said, but more importantly, I think that I haven't heard this said explicitly, you're providing a vital service for our community. I think that you're adding, and this is hard to quantify, but I think you're really adding to the quality of life here in Corpus Christi. So I can't thank you enough for what you're doing. And to the extent that you want to try to expand your operations, I'm all in favor of that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Diana, thank you for, making this a great win for not just the arts community, but for the entire community. Yeah, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and go to item 37, and that is an ordinance authorizing amendment number 1 to the lease with the Art Community Center of Corpus Christi, Inc., Art Center. Well, 37. So, second, okay. Is there any public comment on item number 37? Okay, there being none, we'll close public comment. And please, you have a
quick question.
Okay.
Okay, Diana, I think this is great. I did share my concern about this, though. Parking is already kind of an issue there. You're being so successful, and the restaurant, I think, has been very successful. And I see you've got some designated parking. I don't know whether you're gaining or losing, but because I haven't counted what's there now, but we may want, and I talked to Heather about this this morning, we may want to look at Peter coming up with a parking plan that, the whole envelope around your building, so that we ensure that we have plenty of parking, because sometimes we become a victim of our own success, and we want to make sure we're not discouraging people to come down there because we don't have ample parking, at least in the nearby vicinity of where your business is.
So I was asked earlier, and I misstated the number of parking spots. I thought we had 75. We have 71 parking spots currently.
Okay.
And the goal is to maintain that number in any changes. But it's worth noting that just next to Sherrill Park, very short walk, there are 315 parking spots.
Yeah.
So
Right.
people we're just going to have to start walking.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
I'm not going now.
Unless it's 100 degrees.
Yeah, we, and people will learn to, about that, and hopefully with the improvements to Sherrill Park, where we're going to add some additional lighting, because I think that becomes part of the problem in that area is, for people to walk in those areas after dark. So,
Okay.
But anyway, I think it's a great program. Thank you.
Okay, please submit your vote. Who? Roland? Councilman, you gonna vote?
Oh, I'm sorry. Jeez.
Yeah. Did you?
All falling asleep.
Did you vote? Did you vote?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. We will go back. Item number 32, zoning case number ZN 8268, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 7868 Yorktown Boulevard.
Mayor, without any objections, I'd like to make a motion to approve the zoning case.
32, 33, 34.
Okay, 32, 33, 34, those are District 5, District 4, and District 4. We have a second? To the district councilman, y'all don't have any opposition to that?
You already know my thoughts on.
Can I just add one thing for the record? Mayor, so Graham Street is on here. That's one of the zoning cases. That's right across the street from Ethel Irely. And that's in the bond program, bond 24. But a lot of homes will be using that as a primary road access. Today it's dangerous. It has narrow lanes and bar ditches. So we're going to work as expeditiously as we can to advance this project.
Okay,
I just
good.
want to put it on the record here that we'll be in front of council sooner than later. We can't wait 2 and then 2 more years for the construction, because this zoning case allows 130 homes to be built, and they're going to all exit on Graham, which we know is a
Right.
horrible road.
Okay.
And
Okay.
yeah, no.
There's that subdivision and another subdivision.
Yeah.
Like a quarter of a mile down the road is also going to empty on.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, we just
Okay,
want to.
but we are we're expediting, we're moving it up.
We're going to expedite
Right.
it. Neiman's here, so we have to see what can we do. We can't let this go on a normal track.
Okay.
You'll have people here every week complaining
Okay,
about
good.
Graham Road. It's not safe, so we'll be expediting it somehow.
Okay. Okay, so Councilman, you have a motion to approve all 3? No, I meant, okay. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Okay. Klein, please submit your vote.
It's a public hearing, Mayor.
Oh, I'm
Can you
sorry,
open the
yes.
public hearing?
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on items 32, 33, or 34? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment or hearing and submit our votes. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, item number 35 is a motion authorizing execution of a 3-year professional services agreement with Iteris, Inc. for the purchase of Clear Guide roadways service and Clear Guide signal performance measures software.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilor Ernie De La Garza, Director of Public Works. Today I'm here to present an item to purchase upgrades to our Traffic Management Center, also known as our TMC. The TMC was approved in 2016 by City Council as a centralized location to monitor the traffic signal system using intelligent equipment and software. There have been no upgrades to this equipment and software over the last 8 years.
Okay.
The TMC's purpose is to manage traffic signal systems, improve mobility, and assist with emergency incident response. Currently, the TMC only has the capacity to monitor remotely and in real time. Live surveillance in intersections, malfunctioning equipment. The long-range goal is improving the team's ability to monitor corridor and signal performance for all 257 intersections in the city of Corpus Christi. This can be achieved through the purchase of updated radar equipment and signal performance software.
Okay.
This slide illustrates the existing video wall at our Public Works Traffic Management Center. This was installed back in 2017. We use the video walls to display various information for better viewing during traffic management and incident response. The existing monitors have poor resolution and are experiencing outages, and some of the screens have gone blue as well. These monitors were discontinued in 2018, so complete replacement is required. This slide illustrates one of the software modules requested for purchase. Clear Guide Roadways is designed to monitor the performance of major street networks. Data is collected 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The software can identify trends, hotspots, provide maps and alerts that aid in optimizing performance of our intersections. This software is recommended as it would relieve our limited TMC staff. Currently, we rely on manual data collection to be able to identify and resolve mobility issues. The purchase would include data collection for 257 intersections. Clear Guide SPM, this slide illustrates the second software module requested for purchase. Clear Guide SPM has similar features as the Clear Guide Roadways. The major difference is the module focuses on improving performance at a signalized intersection. It would also provide alerts on maintenance and operational issues. The software must be purchased per intersection and works with advanced radar equipment. Staff is proposing an initial purchase for 25 intersections. This slide illustrates the advanced radar equipment. This equipment works directly with Clear Guide signal performance measures software. Our existing radars are obsolete and will require full replacement. They can only detect vehicles up to 80 feet from the stop bar. The sensors are recommended having advanced detection up to 600 feet. These radars also track speed, angle, height, and distance to optimize intersection performance. Staff is proposing an initial investment of for 25 intersections. With this purchase, we will require technical assistance of signal timing at intersections. They will assist with training, analysis, and on-site investigation, and recommendations for optimizing performance. So there's professional assistance with traffic engineers tied to this purchase as well. And then in summary, the city staff recommends approval of a service agreement with IDRIS to upgrade the existing video wall, purchase 2 software modules, radar equipment, and support services in the total amount shown on this slide. A breakdown for each item is also presented. These improvements would serve as a first step in long-range plan to improve safety, mobility, and signal performance, also achieving our Vision Zero goals for the city of Corpus Christi.
Okay, Ernie, thank you. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Ernie, this will help with stoplight synchronization.
You're talking about coordination of signals? Like when you coordinate one signal with the other one so that you can get green lines all the way through?
Synchronization.
Yeah, correct. So right now, as a whole, we don't have any coordination of signals.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is the first step to that.
Wow. Took us 8.5 years to do it. Great job.
Yes, sir.
Great job.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So these cameras, for the public's sake, will not be speed cameras handing out traffic tickets.
No, sir, not at all.
Thank you. Thirdly, is California the only group that can do this?
That can synchronize signals or coordinate signals?
That can give us a plan.
That's a procurement question.
It is a procurement question. I know they have an office in Austin. I see it on the memo.
Yes, sir. Well, sorry, Josh Cronley, Assistant Director for Finance. Yes, this software is proprietary and the way that this all syncs together, and this is the equipment that Ernie and his team have identified as the tool that will help them manage the system and replace the existing infrastructure.
Okay, so my question was, is California, this company in California, the only one that can do this in the state of Texas?
This particular software, we looked for them on the buy board, yes, sir. We looked at other cooperatives to try to find this software, and this seems to be the only available source we have to get this software.
All right, I needed that answer. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, some of the price sheet information doesn't quite match up with the contract. Like you have 8 55-inch or I guess monitors that I don't see on the price sheet. I see 8-inch color monitors and 5 of them. Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's 2 groups of 4, right?
Yeah, it's 2 So council member, if you look on the breakdown for, it's Iteris. So on the breakdown for the video wall, it's 2x2, the 2x2 clarity matrix planar screens. It's basically 2 rows across, 2 rows down, 4 panels. So it's 2 sets. So it makes the 8 monitors that we were asking for. If that makes sense.
But in the agreement, it says 2x4. Task 2.1 TMC 4x2 planar clarity matrix G3 video wall furnished by Iteris. And that's on page, I guess, 1 of 7 on the scope. Attachment A.
So yeah, it has 8 55-inch monitors.
Right.
Yes. So the 8 monitors are comprised, they're going to be 2 across, 2 down. So one set is 4 monitors, then next to it will be another set, 2 rows across and 2 rows down.
Okay, so they're calling it something different than what you're calling, than what's on the price sheet?
Yeah, like I said, it's a total of 8 monitors, but the monitors, the way they price them together, it's 2 sets of 4.
So 2 sets of 4 for $36,000 or for $73,000? are these monitors something that we can replace with, since you went to blue screens on your old ones? I mean, if you go to...
They're the cheaper option. They're replacement. The monitors we have are LCDs, not LEDs. And so we went with the cheaper option. It's just a replacement, just updated monitors.
$73,000, not cheap.
For video walls, yeah.
Well, I mean, are they individual monitors that can be replaced individually, or do you have to?
No, the way they're mounted, it's hard to describe, but the wall that they're mounted on, they're connected to a server as well. But it's not a simpler replacement of taking down one monitor and putting another one up. But like I said, the other challenge was that these monitors are outdated. So they were discontinued back in 2018. So in coming to service them, because we did, as a first step, try to get them serviced. And because the monitors are discontinued, the only replacement.
That's why I'm asking, are you getting monitors that can be individually replaced on that grid?
Yes, the future ones would, but it's just the set.
Well, how much are the individual monitors? It doesn't state here what the individual costs are.
It's just the way that they price them. They don't price them per individual monitor. It's a panel.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure they can charge us more that way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of hidden.
We give them the dimensions of our video wall, and then they give us the recommendation. But to your question, can we get a Roku TV and use those?
I'm not asking about a Roku TV. But I just want to make sure that we can replace a monitor. If you were having a problem where you can't replace a monitor that goes into a blue screen, it doesn't do any good, because if one goes bad and you have to replace the whole set.
Right.
It's not really.
That's not the way it works.
Right. That's my understanding. Is we're buying them in groups, but we could replace them individually.
So how much is that individual monitor? Do you have to get it?
We can get you that expense, but I don't have it. They give it to us. They quoted us in groups.
Okay, I understand that, but can you get them individually from a different source other than this company?
We didn't. Since we were working with this Iteris quote, we didn't check that cost.
Ernie,
That's correct.
I might be able to answer that. Yes, Councilman Hernandez. And part of when we were doing the searches on the various cooperatives, I did come across the type of monitor that you can buy on an individual basis. So they can be sold individually for the 55-inch sections. And because of the way they have multiple inputs, based on the specifications, I think it can take 100 inputs at a time, so they can have all the cameras up in individual quadrants, which makes them a little bit more pricey. Than about $8,000 a piece, I believe.
Okay.
Individual screen.
So what I wanted to avoid was us purchasing a system that you could not repair or replace individually, to where you're stuck into buying something beyond that. I mean, I've seen that happen before, and you can see it with POS systems and stuff like that. So I want to just make sure that we're not locking ourselves into having to spend a lot more money.
I don't believe so, unless, the technology entirely shifts and we move away from selling LEDs in the future. I mean, I can't say that for a fact.
Well, we went from plasma to LCD, and now we're at LED.
Right. So at least in the current iteration, yes, we shouldn't run into that issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And the upside is we can go over and hang out with them and watch the Super Bowl.
There you go. Councilman Sexton.
There's an upside, yes, sir.
Thanks, Mayor. Is this advanced technology, does it allow for like crime investigation and stuff? I mean, if the police department said, hey, we had a hit and run at 11:01 this morning, can you go back and look at traffic cams?
So you're talking about the Clear Guide SPM. So we don't use this for surveillance, but it does give us data like how many times the red lights were ran, how many times somebody waited for a long green light. It gives us data that helps us optimize the intersection use or the functionality of the intersection. Yeah. But I don't believe it has any kind
so we wouldn't have the ability or willingness to collaborate with the police department in the event of a crime, like a hit and run, and they said we need to know the traffic cams of who was on that street at same time, same place?
So that may be a possibility, but a more expedient situation that we did deal with was when the city was going through that situation where TxDOT was experiencing wrong way entrances onto the Harbor Bridge Freeway. The same system was utilized by both TxDOT and the Public Works Department to determine if solutions that were put into place was working and effective or not. And they actually relied on our camera system to say, okay, this is not working. Let's make some adjustments to the barriers or, to the driving lanes. And it proved invaluable to that task force that was trying to address those runway access points on the Harbor Bridge.
It just seems like it's a great tool to help our law enforcement with accident investigation and other things going on. So I would think we'd want to make it available to them if possible. And then lastly is related to that is license plate readers. I know some communities have license plate readers to identify stolen vehicles and stuff like that. And I don't know if this is part of the technology either, but I think it's certainly a conversation we ought to be having with our police department to figure out how those could be utilized for other means.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Councilman Roy.
So you answered one of the questions. I was just curious, when you first had the old system, I think you said 2008 was the old system, the system that you're using now? How long has that been in place?
It's 2017. Renee, you want to give them the history on the?
Maybe I didn't hear it right.
So, yeah, so the Traffic Management Center was approved by council in 2016. It was fully established in 2017. If you've been in our Public Works building, it's a small space.
So we got 7 years. So the equipment that you had now lasted for 7 years.
Yes.
What was the cost? Do you remember offhand what that approximate cost?
We'd have to go back and look at the old council agendas when it was approved.
And the shelf life on this equipment, do you think it's going to last another 7?
I think so. We've made it work, and we were stretching it out as long as we can. But as on the presentation you saw, we were experiencing so many outages, and then the blue screens were happening too often to where we didn't want to lose total functionality of the wall.
Are any of the cameras in that, are they solar operated?
No, they're all wired. So we have cameras at the intersection. They're just live surveillance, right? And they're called pan tilt zoom. So we're able to zoom in, move it around, view the intersection in 360, right? We don't record. The radars that we're getting, they do have cameras built in, but they're kind of set, and they're just for visualization to help with signal performance. They're not intended for any other purpose.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. And Councilman Pusley.
Okay. Ernie, this says 257 intersections. So what's your qualification for an intersection to be selected to have one of these?
So for the radar, so I guess it's a longer story, Renee can chime in, but we've had some of these radar systems already installed at some of our intersections, but some of them don't work. So we've been cannibalizing our system for higher use, like say something with more volume. We'll go take equipment from that one in and bring it to state.
Well, so are you using these at your high volume intersections, or
right?
Is that how you figure out where you're going to put these?
Correct, right. The high volumes like Yorktown, Everhart.
And would there be plans in the future to add additional intersections?
Yes.
So so if we're talking about red light working together, I'm thinking of downtown here on Water Street, where I get frustrated because I pull up to one red light and the next 5 are green. So would that be an area where you would put this coordination in place?
Eventually, yes.
Eventually, which means it's not part of the 257.
No, it is. So we're ordering 25, we're ordering enough radar equipment for 25 intersections.
Okay.
The 2 corridors we're going to focus on are Staples between SPID going south to Yorktown, and then the other will be Saratoga, basically from Greenwood down to Rodfield, and then Rodfield to SPID.
Okay.
The reason we chose those 2 intersections is because we looked at a study from TTI, the Texas Transportation Institute, that named these 2 as the top.
No, that's heavy traffic. Yeah.
Yes, we're most congested, so we wanted to focus on those first.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So you've got 257 intersections, and then you've got 25 intersections. Is that the same cameras, or are they different?
So the 257 is the number of intersections we have in the city. Like I said, we ordered enough equipment because it's very pricey. So we are trying to replace all our radar equipment citywide.
Okay, so the other 25 are to replace existing ones?
Correct.
Okay. And then...
Because in order to have what you're looking for is where you're hitting every green at synchronization, you need to have advanced radar equipment.
Okay.
The equipment that we have at the intersections right now, they're used for just stop bar detection. So basically, they can pick up vehicles within 80 feet. The advanced radar detection that we're buying can pick up vehicles up to...
And you're buying 100 of those?
Yes, there's 100 because there's 4 at each intersection.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So does 100 radars service the 257 cameras?
No, so the 100 sensors in total was service 25 intersections because there's 4 required per each intersection. So at a 4-legged, say if you have intersection at Saratoga and Staples, right?
Right.
You would need a radar at each leg, each approach to pick up the vehicles. So that's why we get that total number of 100.
Okay, so you just have one radar in the middle of that cluster to service it?
One radar on each arm of the traffic signal.
One radar on each arm?
Yes, so everyone, if you're approaching, if you're going east or west on, say, Saratoga, or north or south on Staples, you would have a radar at each approach to pick up the vehicles.
I now know more than I wanted to.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah.
I just want to be able to pull up to and have the same green lights.
Right. We understand, and that's what like Ernie was trying to state.
I'm good.
It's the
Thank you.
first step.
So it would be 972 more radars.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow.
Councilman Klein.
Renee's, if I may, Renee's plan is to go find those corridors that we like to get that synchronization first, and then prioritize those ones while we're still updating the whole system.
Right. Right. Okay. Councilman Klein.
Thank you. So thanks for the presentation. I have kind of a different question. They were talking about, a couple of council members were talking about synchronization of lights. I'd like instead to talk about traffic intersections, traffic lights where the traffic flow varies widely from one time of the day to another. Will this system help to identify that? I'm thinking about some of the lights here in the uptown area where traffic is pretty heavy during the daylight hours, maybe even during the working hours especially, but after about maybe 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night, it really kind of begs the question whether the light is actually even necessary because the traffic is so light. Will this system help to kind of address that as well or not?
Yes, sir, it will, and that's what this software will get us, is it gives you those counts, that raw data, where before Renee would have to send out a technician, either take counts or actually manually take counts from looking at cameras on at the center. This software gives us that data, and then our traffic engineer can use that to analyze. And so an example would be a signal next to a school. And so during the fall, spring time, you have high amounts of traffic, but during the summertime, it kind of, evens out and there's less traffic. That data we can get from this software.
Yeah, I mean, safety certainly has to be a consideration, but I'm wondering if the public asks me questions about this, I'd like to be able to tell them this is going to help to improve the flow of traffic here in Corpus Christi in a safe manner, but improve the flow of traffic so you don't have traffic stop for really no particular reason.
Yes, sir. That's our ultimate goal for the whole system, especially for our higher volume corridors, and this software will help us get us there.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilman Barrera.
Here, just real quick, I know we've all been getting in the weeds, but what is it? Just on what Jim said with regard to downtown, I'll be very candid with you. On Sundays, when I'm here or whatever it is, I run a lot of red lights. I look both ways, treat it like a four-way stop, because I'm sitting there all by myself. Is there any way that, I mean,
Short answer.
if you're on Taylor Street and there, but my point is that I remember at some time there was a time when it reaches a certain time when there's less traffic where it just flashes red.
Right.
So it turns it into a four-way stop.
Right.
I'm just curious.
This has the ability to, I guess, forced preemptive mode or preemption mode. We will have that information with this software. And so to your point, we are going to be able to cover the whole system, broadly, more so than just going and studying. So yes, we're tracking those issues downtown because we get those calls. And this is the ability to, if we had to warrant and go in reverse to remove something and put a forward stop.
I'm not saying that we remove it. I'm just saying that if it's a certain time of the week or whatever, or it's late in the evening or something, or a Sunday morning where it's just a flashing red light, so it's treated like a four-way stop instead of me sitting there all by myself and looking both ways for police officers and deciding I'm gonna turn or move on. I don't know. You're the expert, and I just wanted to offer that little tidbit because
short answer is yes. This will give us that data to make those decisions that we had to down the road.
Yeah, of course.
course. I move for approval.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to open public, or ask if there's any public comment on item number 35. Okay, there being no public comment, we'll close that, and please submit your vote.
Dan stole it.
Okay, the motion carries. Ernie, thank you. Renee, thank you. Our last item of the day is a motion, item number 36, and that is a motion authorizing the fifth amended and restated management services agreement between the Corpus Christi Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, or Visit Corpus Christi, and the City of Corpus Christi.
I move for approval. Second.
Well, before we move too quickly, I do want to make sure that council knows you have handed out the presentation, but also there are the bylaws, which is actually Exhibit B to the contract. It was inadvertently left off of the contract when it's attached to the agenda, and so the bylaws are part of that contract. So I just wanted to make sure that y'all were made aware of that.
Okay.
Is their fiscal calendar year January 1st? Is that why we're changing it?
That is part of it, yes. So just the way that our budget works and the way that the hotel occupancy tax are paid out, it actually works better. In addition to a lot of their reporting is on a calendar basis. And so this aligns their fiscal year with the calendar year. So it'll make reporting more easy, along with it'll make the budgeting process a little bit better for them.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Turn your, I'm sorry.
Yes, it is being renewed. So the recommendation is that it is being renewed for 5 years.
Right.
And the percentage of 44% does remain the same for their services. The only financial thing that is on here is that they are recommending that the group incentive program be increased from $575,000 a year to $775,000 a year, just due to the addition of the sports and film and some other activities on there. This allows more incentives to be given to groups as they come to town,
which they use every bit of.
Exactly. So they have been using it. Yes, all of it actually is committed right now. And so it is something that they're wanting that increase to be able to help service more groups.
Yeah.
And Brett is here if there's any specific questions on that.
That's very important. I have to emphasize that because we need that. And just not to belabor, but one of the uses of that funding is moving people, having to bus people from the hotel to the convention center because there's not an attached hotel. So that sometimes is the kind of carrot to say, well, we know we don't want to walk, but you know what, we'll pay for you to come and take care of the transportation. Anyway, any questions or comments? We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Actually, before we move on, I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to make a comment on item number 36? Okay, Mark, would you like to make comment on item number 36? Okay. All righty, we'll close public comment. Motion and a second. Please vote. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.